Small Town Witch. Book 5 of the Red Witch Chronicles. Sammy Valentine. The fifth book of the Red Witch Chronicles, an urban fantasy series containing magic, paranormal adventure, and vampire mayhem, along with swearing, violence, and adult situations. Dedicated to my late grandmothers who were badasses before that term existed. Thanks for being the best nanas anyone could ever ask for. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. Published by Pocket Mouse Publishing. C. 2020, Sammy Valentine. SammyValentine.com. Un. April 7th evening. Las Vegas, Nevada, the Alchemy Academy. It has been 7 weeks, 2 days, and 10 hours since I discovered the grave of Emma Peters, the dead girl with my face. Red wrote in her hunter's journal, hidden behind piles of aged books, at her usual table in the Academy library. Light from the stained glass windows tinted the pages blue. A grainy photo of a headstone rested by her elbow. The resemblance in the memorial portrait rattled her more than nearly dying. After weeks of research, she still didn't know who the girl was. Another doppelganger? Were they twins? Or were they the same person, separated by an ocean of lost time and clinically diagnosed amnesia? Two alchemists chatted by a shelf of scrolls, voices rising to the high-vaulted ceiling. She quelled her desire to shush them, knee-jiggling under the table as she wrote. She had more than a face in common with Emma. As far as the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes knew, Red was dead too. Killed by Frank Lopes and the rogue bard Trudy Fox in an unsanctioned burn notice on a dreary February day in Oregon. News had reached the enigmatic Mr. Gabriel before his assassins died. Content to let the world, supernatural and human, think it was true, she'd laid low in the academy ever since, rarely venturing farther than the Circe Casino. It wasn't a vacation. The dead rarely rested easy, even on the sparkling Las Vegas Strip. Vic Park Constantine strolled up to the table, tipping his green trucker hat up to peer at her journal. The hunter ignored the stares. From black mullet to attitude, he had made an impression on the academy after killing a werewolf in the parking lot. Hey, you're still here. Surprise, surprise. You're back so soon? Red asked, stretching her neck. One more tome to cross-reference, then she could call it quits for the day. Before the immortal alchemist had left to inspect her academy in New Delhi, Paranel decreed that Red had full access to the library. This clearance came in handy when it came to delving deeper into the mysterious little seaside village of charm. I left this morning, Vic said. He tapped his Batman watch, crossing his arms over his denim jacket. Since you're not answering your phone, I had to find you. Basil is making shepherd's pie. Morning. Shepherd's pie? Red reached in her backpack for her cell phone to fact-check that it was dinner time. Missed notifications crowded the screen. A message from Christoph Novak caught her eye. Swiping the notification away, cheeks warming, she hoped her pale skin didn't betray her. She had kissed the unsold vampire twice. The time in his nightclub could have been written off as a fluke until he stole a kiss goodbye outside the casino before leaving for Portland. They weren't sexting back and forth. She had given him the "we should be professional" talk for the millionth time. But it still wasn't a text she wanted to read around Vic. He snapped his fingers. Pack it up, Basil's having a dinner party. He told me to say you're lucky there isn't a dress code. She checked out her yoga pants and brushed donut crumbs from her hoodie sleeve. This isn't a good... You can't weasel out of it to research. When I said to lay low until the dust cleared in charm, I didn't mean camp out in the library for weeks. But I'm reading about a demonic duke killed a few years ago by the local hero. Maybe there's a connection. Nope. You need a night away from this. You've already become a town historian. What else do you need to know? Red glowered at him. Everything. I need to be ready. She had been looking for her actual identity since he had found her, without memories and bleeding from a vampire bite. Emma Peters had seemed like a big break in the case, yet had only raised more questions. How did she supposedly die? Why did she have such a sparse paper trail? What happened to her family? Those questions prodded her out of bed every morning. He said, "That's a tall order. How about you start with dinner?" Her stomach rumbled, reminding her of the time. She was beat. Sighing, she let Vic nudge her into action, packing up her bag and leaving the stacks of books behind. By now, Lee the librarian knew not to put them back. She asked, "Who's all coming?" "The usual crew, Basil and Hannah." Red studied him out of the corner of her eye. "Not your brother?" Vic pushed open the giant library door a little too hard, hinges squeaking in protest. "He's with those people." She knew he meant the local Vegas pack. Domesticated enough to own a gym franchise, Jorge Gonzalez and his wolves were cuddly by supernatural standards. It didn't matter to Vic. They were all monsters to him. Frank Lopes had ended up Ghoul Chow, but he'd left a terrible mark to remember him by. The alchemists had tried every potion and ritual they knew to fight the contagion in LaShawn Constantine. She asked, "How is he? I haven't seen him since he went to the Packmaster's ranch a few days ago." "He's a werewolf," Vic said bitterly. One of the school crows flew over his head, cawing sympathetically. Judging by his attitude, Red knew better than to keep pushing that topic. Werewolves had made him an orphan. Seeing his adopted brother become one, even if LaShawn couldn't shift completely yet, was a mindfuck. Her third eye couldn't miss the conflict swirling in his aura, even amid the dazzling traces of magic in the air. She wished he'd talk about it. In silence, they walked down a marble concourse decorated with tapestries of old gods and tarnished suits of armor. At the end of the passage, the view of the mighty banyan tree in the center of the pyramid hall gave the illusion of serenity. It was broken by the amount of protection sigils glowing on the walls, recent additions as the Cold War heated up between the first alchemist and the supreme vampire of Las Vegas. They entered the faculty quarters. The smaller hallway was like a cave deep in the academy's labyrinth, dim beyond the blown glass light fixtures. Fancier than the student housing, the teachers had full-sized apartments. Red envied that it was on one level. She had to climb 10 stories to her shared dorm with Hannah Proctor. Basil Bansko's place was easy to spot with the crystal wind chimes hanging by the door. Once hiding as a fake shaman, the soulmancer still seemed to appreciate the aesthetic. The savory smell of shepherd's pie beckoned them. When Red stepped in, the volume of Hannah's excited hello made up for Vic's reticence on their walk. Basil stood at an island counter wearing a canary yellow apron. Faux British accent clipped. He shook a knife, tomato seeds streaking the blade. His sun-kissed skin had a healthy glow. Life in Vegas seemed to agree with him most of all. He said, "You're late. Sit. I'm almost done." "Dinner smells great," Red said. She circled around the table set between the kitchen and TV areas in the open concept apartment. Festively colored dinnerware surrounded a basket of cut French bread, the shepherd's pie, and an open bottle of red wine. Yanni played quietly in the background. "You've outdone yourself." Hannah Proctor grinned, busying herself with salad bowls. The teen witch hadn't looked so happy in weeks, not since her Bard's betrayal and Ezra Fox's death. "I helped. Even if peeling potatoes isn't exactly what I signed up for as his teacher's assistant. Did you find anything new about Emma?" Red sank into a chair, staring down at the orange plate. Now that was a loaded question. She wished she had something positive to say. The short, painful answer was no. Besides the remarkable resemblance, she had nothing that tied her to Emma or brought her closer to finding her real family. All she had found online was a small newspaper clipping about a community play. Emma had been a student in the charm school system since middle school, according to an age secretary, but all the Peterses' files were missing. The death of the last sheriff had left the local cops in chaos, so record requests, even from Christoph's connections via the Blood Alliance, languished in a backlog without word, if any even existed. Each direct angle to the truth had a roadblock. It left her delving into the town's history, trying to find something to explain what had happened that summer night in 2010, when Emma supposedly died. Basil brandished the knife at her again. I searched all of Vegas for that delightful Sangiovese airing out on the table, and we aren't spoiling it with Hunter talk. Red smiled, spared from confessing that her research had stalled. She didn't mind his annoyed tone. It was good to see him flourishing and setting down roots after everything that had happened in California. Oh, I finished watching Breaking Bad. Vic pumped his fist up. Finally, we can talk about this pillar in the golden age of television, the silver screen's most epic saga of a good man broken by circumstance and forced to the dark side. I don't know. Even in season 1, you could see that he wanted power. Hannah brought the side salads for the table. No spoilers. I just started. Vic blew a raspberry. We're ditching her after dinner to dissect the finale, you know. The teen sat catty corner to him, spearing one of her croutons roughly as if for emphasis. Hey! Smiling, Red poured the wine for the table, skipping over the youngest. Children, no fighting. Basil settled down at the table and raised his glass. I propose a toast, after a long, hard road full of treachery and despair. He paused like a thespian. I got this apartment together. It feels like a home. Vic laughed and took a sip. Where was the treachery? At the furniture store. The other man flapped his hand. You know how those salespeople are with their warranties. Red kept her smile pasted on for the soulmancer's benefit. She had grown fond of the academy, but it wasn't home. Letting the familiar melancholy pass, she filled her plate as the banter continued. The thought of home and family always saddened her. Even if she now had a name and location, the concept still felt far away. It could be another dead end like her inheritance through Smith and Reaper. The money was a consolation since the empty leather-bound book and silver necklace were a bust. She refocused on her friends instead of her disappointments. Soon enough, her smile felt genuine. The conversation lasted long after the leftovers were put away. There was always something going on in the hidden magical academy, even with the Circe Casino temporarily closed due to a public health order like the rest of the Strip. They were in their own bubble outside all the weirdness in the human world. After a long, funny story about his new class, Basil hugged them at the door and sent the three off, refusing help to clean up. In the pyramid hall, Hannah entwined her arm with Red's as she chatted about a young alchemist whom she swore she didn't have a crush on. The din of the night rush in the spacious atrium couldn't drown out her enthusiasm as the trio navigated between shoppers at the bazaar or the alchemists leaving the buffet. They walked into the shadow of the giant banyan toward the park in the center. Vic snorted. Should we start braiding hair since we're just going to talk boys? Red smiled behind her hand, betting he was put out that Hannah was losing her crush on him. Even unreciprocated, it was still flattering to his ego. Hannah reached for him. I would love to braid your hair. It was a joke, not an offer, Vic said. Guarding his mullet, he huddled by Red for protection. We'll tackle him later, Hannah. Consent, ladies. So, you said something about an attempted apocalypse in Charm? Was it the one by the Alaric Order? Quinn stopped those vamps in their tracks, Vic said. The usual tension in his brow softened as he spoke of his late mentor. Not for the first time, she wished Quinn were here to give Vic someone to confide in. Before, a demon duke was suspected of torching the town hall along with whatever documents they held there. I'm guessing it's why I can't find anything on Emma, Red said. She shouldn't have been surprised that her hometown might have been on a dimensional fault line where you count time by attempted apocalypse instead of season. Hannah frowned, then she brightened, an idea blooming in her big eyes. There has to be a trace of her, stuck in some dusty old pile waiting to be scanned and put online at the police station. I bet you could find it. Not sure if walking in there is the best idea after how I left town. Red tried not to talk to Hannah about how her last bard had died. Innocent of the death, she didn't stick around to tell the cops that. Trudy tried to make amends by revealing the actual name of her mysterious boss. She died before saying it after her own curse ricocheted off the werewolf's amulet. Red had raised his good luck charm as a last-ditch effort for life. She still couldn't explain how it had protected her or sent a boost of magic back into her system when it broke. Magic that felt like her own. Her amnesia didn't mean she had a lousy short-term memory. She still dreamed about the bard's last jagged breath trying to tell her who Mr. Gabriel was. To avoid the more unsettling topic of Trudy Fox, Red changed the subject to the current hero-defending charm and shared a bit more about the town. A half-fae named Stacy, and she doesn't have a bard? How'd she pull that off? Hannah asked. She leapt on the topic and started chattering. The teen witch was a designated hero in the Brotherhood, waiting on a new bard. Vic had been reinstated to the organization but passed over for the honor. Red knew the girl wasn't itching for another teacher after everything that's happened. Red caught the searching look in Vic's eyes. He'd noticed the conversation redirection. They had hunted together too long for him not to. As much as she had poked at him about LaShawn, he had done the same to her about going to Charm. Maybe they were both stubborn. He definitely was. Hannah stopped in her tracks and started fluffing her long brown hair. I just spotted Jeremy. How do I look? Like you, Vic said dryly. Great, Red said with more enthusiasm to cover for him as the girl bounded off, saying goodbye over her shoulder. He crossed his arms, staring at Red. She asked, Do I have something on my face? You're being a coward. Ouch. She punched his arm lightly. That's mean. You know it too. How much more can you learn online? Charm is run by demons. You think they really cared about digitizing their records? Even without the travel restrictions, I might have cops looking for me there. If they even found the dead assassins, and that's a big if, you know it would have looked like ghouls did 'em in. Not exactly the type of homicide that human cops like to follow up on. Red gritted her teeth, hating how right he sounded. She hauled out another sensible defense wrapped in their latest theory on her origins. I still must train more in witchcraft. I don't know what's waiting for me in Charm. Something stole more than half my magic before it threw me to a vampire who bit me and mesmerized away my memory. Yeah, I'm a good hunter, but as a mage, pretty meh. There's a reason Hannah is the first witch around here. You've meditated enough under the banyan tree, Vic said. The Brotherhood thinks you're dead. You're off Mr. Gabriel's radar. Time to put the books away. But you don't need to have a big wizard's duel and attract attention. Steal some county records to match fingerprints, then come back. Wash your hands along the way. I know you've been disappointed before, but it'll be an answer at least. What are you really afraid of? I've done this runaround so many times, she confessed. Seeing Emma's grave had seemed like the answer, but everything she had learned since made her wonder if this was going to be a taunt like her inheritance. She hadn't even found documentation of the Peters family. How many times could she keep putting her heart on the line? She had felt close before only to be crushed. Vic reached into his denim jacket pocket and fished out his keys. Take the Millennium Falcon. You'll have everything you need to kick supernatural butt in there. I'd go with you if it weren't for my little bro. In the meantime, I can use LaShawn's Prius. He said the brand name like it hurt. What? The Falcon is your baby. Fix whatever you break. Take the keys before I start missing my gun collection, he said gruffly. Red accepted the offering, breaking into a grateful smile. The dingy green alien on the keychain stared up at her. I don't know what to say. Then don't. Pack now, and we'll do breakfast tomorrow. Waffles. Bring Ziploc bags for the buffet, and we can swipe some lunch for the road, too. She hugged him. Hope fluttered in her heart. Thanks. I've trained you to be better than good, and you know it. You're a damn fine hunter. You faced Michel de Gramont, angry pixies, and a ghost warlock, all alone in the end. You got this. Promise me you won't chicken out. I won't. Red was less certain than she sounded, but destiny kept pointing to Oregon. The open road beckoned. Maybe this time it would lead home. 2. April 8th evening, the outskirts of Charm, Oregon. Over 30 hours later, the Millennium Falcon idled on the shoulder of the road to the small seaside town of Charm. The headlamps illuminated the shifting contours of the dense nighttime fog. Beyond the haze were answers that Red had been seeking for years. She sighed, tapping the steering wheel to the beat of the radio. Her nerves made her fall out of rhythm. She adjusted her messy bun again, still not used to her natural red tresses disguised with a magical black dye. The potion had tasted funny, but it would last for a few days. She wasn't sure if Mr. Gabriel or the cops would be on the lookout for a mysterious ginger here.
The trip without Veng in the Millennium Falcon was voodoo. She begrudged him staying behind. It was funny. It might have been the jitters from the last cup of coffee or the loneliness of the driver, but he could almost hear what the Constantine brothers would say if they were there.
Relax your jaw, maybe, LaShawn would suggest tentatively from the back seat. You're going home. That's a good thing, right? Vic would pause his air guitaring to turn down the classic rock on the radio. Yeah, I've never seen anyone look so tense listening to the boys are back in town. We can get there before Lily's diner closes. I already checked the website. Red would then play it off, saying it was late and they could go in the morning. She had been on the road for 9 hours after a stopover on the northern Nevada border. It would be logical to sleep off the drive, then hit the breakfast rush. Vic would have seen through her if he were there, knowing how much this meant. He let her borrow the van after all. Ever since she first left Charm, she'd pieced together a strange picture of the small town where she had found the empty grave of Emma Peters. Even after thinking the name for months, it was hard to think of it as possibly being hers. She realized she was grinding her teeth and tried to relax her jaw. It was a suggestion from a fake conversation in her head, but it was excellent advice. Once the fog thinned, exposing the darkened road, Red started the engine again, forcing herself to obey the speed limit. Time dragged as she ambled down the sleepy country road. Sea salt scented the air as the clouds cleared to reveal a thin moon in a black sky. It wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Magic was in the air. Third eye open, she hunched over the wheel. Her supernatural talent might be weak, but her ability to see mystical energy was stronger than most. She studied the old growth forest. It stretched around the village to the sea, according to the map. An ethereal shimmer wove between the tree trunks. The very landscape seemed to have a power of its own. Each slow mile brought her closer to the place that might be home. Reaching between the front seats for her purse resting on a closed weapons locker, she wasn't certain if she wanted to call Vic or Basil. Either would have given her perspective. Police sirens erupted behind the van. Her blood ran cold. She cursed and parked off the road again. Retrieving her license, registration, and the insurance document that listed her as a secondary driver, she could almost hear the Constantine brothers again. LaShawn would sputter. Were you speeding? My psycho brother keeps an arsenal in this van. You have 2 people of color in here, and only one of them is a model minority. Vic would retort, Hey, I defy stereotypes. Let's hope the cop doesn't realize that. Flipping off the radio, Red shifted out of her imagination and into the mindset to deal with human authorities. Fake LaShawn was right. The utility boxes stacked behind her seat were filled with supernatural stuff like alchemist-grade ghost flower oil to kill ghouls. It wouldn't attract more than confusion, but the guns and blades mixed in might set off an alarm. Rolling down the window, she was ready with the identification and a fake smile. She hoped it looked law-abiding. Good evening. Hello? Red did a double take at the approaching black officer, wondering if she was still imagining old friends for a second. Aisha, Detective Calloway? It's Sheriff now. Aisha Calloway leaned against the door, smiling. Still uniformed, she had switched her hairdo from relaxed waves to natural short twists. That wasn't the only change. A different ease lay on her shoulders. Country life seemed to suit her more than Los Angeles. She said, Why am I not surprised to see you? Red grinned. Some of that Vegas luck must have followed her. A friend on the force would make it easier to get into the records room. Aisha had helped her out of tough spots before, once arriving in a helicopter at the right time. I heard this town needed a new sheriff. Never thought it would be you. You must know this place's reputation. I thought you were looking for a quiet spot in the country. The cop shrugged with an enigmatic smile. Charm is in the country. Is it quiet, though? Not yet. She retrieved a small notepad from her breast pocket to jot an address. You got a taillight out. It's why I stopped you. Go see Dale, and he'll sort you out as a favor to me. Thanks. Red put the paper in her pocket, even though Vic had shown her how to make small repairs herself, back when they couldn't afford mechanics. It was still weird reminding herself that she had money now. The sheriff lifted her eyebrows at the windshield. That's an illegally dark tint job. Red held her breath. It was a gift from Christoph Novak after a werewolf shot out the last. Was the feature that distinctive? It could have been in the typically overcast region. Had the van been reported as fleeing weeks ago from the cemetery and the fresh corpses within? Must have made it easier to drive around with Quinn, Calloway said. She sighed as if remembering the private eye who had been an ally to any that fought the darkness. His trail of good deeds had even stretched here to fight against the Alaric Order to stop an apocalypse. She'd teamed up with them more than once to take down a baddie. Now that was the end of an era. Yeah, it was. In more ways than one, Red stopped herself from adding. He had been the linchpin keeping their crew together in Los Angeles. She'd never realized until he was gone. It's nice to see you manage to get out from under Cora Moon's thumb, too. That was a quagmire, even if I was able to spend a few weeks in Key West on my severance check. Considering the rumors about this town, you'll need another vacation soon. I'm just getting off duty. Tell me what you're hunting over coffee. We can go to Lily's Diner. It's up the road at the crossroads. I'll lead the way. Calloway patted the door, turning away. Sure, Red said, swallowing the apprehension tightening her throat. She wanted to enter the diner alone, but what if she chickened out like Vic told her not to? Meeting Aisha was accountability. Lily's Diner was like her Pandora's box. Would it jog long-buried memories or feel like a letdown? Don't build this up, she told herself. There could be plenty of demons in that box. The evidence was inconclusive on whether Charm was her real hometown at all. She followed the police car on the small two-lane road. Strange energies tickled her awareness like a feather on her earlobe. Slowing her speed, she scanned the forested highway with her third eye wide open. A spectral glow filtered from the trees, oak branches obscuring the source from non-magical eyes. It wasn't an aura, but residue left from a spell. It must have been major magic to leave a trace as bright as a lit-up billboard. She rolled down the windows, breathing in a whiff of decay. Long experience told her that the nauseating funk wasn't a skunk. Turning on the hazard lights to alert Calloway, she parked the van on the shoulder and moved her purse to open the wooden weapons locker, hand-carved by Vic's adopted father. She grabbed her small hunter's kit from inside and belted the pouches around her waist, then tugged on a leather jacket over her black shirt. The normal part of her road trip was officially over. She psychically touched the well of magic within her, tapping into a stream leading to bigger waters, a connection to the universe. Even with her potential partially missing, academy training had increased her control over her power. She refined her witchovision to detect any hint of an aura. Most living sentient creatures had one. Even some of the dead ones, like vampires, did too. It would stand out from the dark of the forest. Yet nothing hid in the oaks and firs. The sleepy night calls of owls and crickets assured her of the relative peace. Animals were smarter than humans when it came to the supernatural. They ran. Red got out of the Millennium Falcon, pocketing the keys before pulling out her snub-nosed revolver from the larger pocket of her hunter's kit. It was loaded with silver bullets, left over from her fight against the Lopes wolf pack. The silver would still give most supernaturals a bad day. She passed between two Douglas firs, up an embankment, to a break in an old barbed wire fence. The energy felt darker, more unsettling, as she approached the dimming glow. It rubbed against her aura, an unpleasant tactile experience like running nails over a chalkboard. The terrible smell intensified. She covered her nose with a sleeve, stopping at the edge of a small clearing. An unnatural green mist, lazily spiraling like dusty motes in a sunbeam, hovered over a ring of gray stones. The mist waned. If she had shot the shit longer with Calloway, it would have disappeared before she drove by. The rotten smell was heavier here, but where was the body? Red tried not to get too close, and not just because of the dark magic pollution. Usually she and Vic found a monster's rampage after crime techs scoured the scene. She knew enough from Vic's tutelage and reruns of the forensic files on how to cover her own tracks when they came upon a murder, but not do the CSI work herself. She didn't need to trample the evidence. The murderer could very well be a mortal mage with fingerprints and physical evidence that could be tracked and brought to justice by the human authorities. She took pictures with her phone, blinking against the bright flash. Flipping through the pictures, she cursed. Moonlight washed out the stones and fallen leaves in the center to a gray monotone to her eye, but the camera picked up rusty blood like a crimson flag. She looked up. The fog was thicker in the canopy. It took a beat for her to see through the mist. Then Red wanted to heave. Strung up between two trees, the bloated nude body had once been a Caucasian male, but now the skin was mottled purple. Dried blood streaked from the torn throat. Strange symbols, runes perhaps, were carved deep into the torso, already swelling from decomposition. Mystical energy outlined the dead man, fading as she watched it. A bright light beamed on the corpse. Calloway stepped forward with a raised flashlight. "Lord in heaven!" Red holstered the gun in her hunter's kit. "I don't think he had anything to do with this. I'll need a rain check on that coffee. I knew when you stopped that it must be for something god-awful. Looks like the victim has been hanging for a while." Red regarded the small area under the oaks. If it weren't for the dead man, it would be serene in the moonlight. The highway could barely be seen below. Private, yet a quick getaway back to a vehicle. Was this done by a non-local seeking a spot to do a dark ritual boosted by the mystical energy of the town? Calloway aimed her flashlight to inspect the high corpse. "We had another in a nearby canyon a few days ago. Not exactly like this, but the symbols. You're the supernatural investigator. What do you think?" Frowning, Red bit her tongue on her defensive knee-jerk clarification. She wasn't a real investigator. The Brotherhood might have taken back Vic, but they had left her out in the cold even before they thought she died. She hadn't earned bounties for solving crimes anyway. It was for killing demons. Trudy had thrown that blunt fact in Red's face when she had crossed the line between hunter and assassin, and showed how small the step could be. It wasn't Calloway's fault for the triggered memory landmine. Dark thoughts of mortality and legacy were easy around the grisly dead, old insecurities and fears closer to the surface. Red deflected. "I probably never finished high school. You're the one with a criminal science degree. I'm curious to know what you think." Calloway's nose wrinkled as she examined the victim. "I appreciate your value in my opinion, but we didn't cover magic at the police academy." Red conceded the point and focused on her spirit gaze, stalling to find a shifter paw print or monster claw to pinpoint something other than human. They had both dealt with the aftermath of Neve Morgan, Golden Globe winner and homicidal witch, last year, and no one wanted a repeat. The simple ritual in the clearing lacked the earmarks of voodoo, alchemy, and half a dozen other common ceremonial mage traditions. While she wasn't an expert, she doubted it was Wiccans gone wild either. There was something primal about the ritual, as if it were from a time before crystal grids and curse jars. Fading energy concentrated around the sacrifice. Only a sparkle, like dying embers, showed in the stone circle. It gave her the full body creeps. She might have been a witch novice, but she was experienced enough as a hunter to know you didn't poke at strange magics until you neutralized them. Red said, "It was a ritual sacrifice. An offering." What did the killer want, the Buffalo Bills, to win the Super Bowl? Red snorted, having forgotten that Calloway was a football nut. Plenty of gods will accept death as currency, but they all offer different things. Demeter gives a good harvest. Jizzo protects children. There's a god for everything if you hop through the pantheons. If they're runes, I only know Norse or Druidic. These don't look like either. Whatever the killer wanted, I need a translation. Is the magic active? Calloway asked. No, but it left a stain. Cold iron will cleanse the area of the bad juju, but the crime scene techs will find the particles. When I bring whoever did this to court, I won't let the DA make the particles the center of the prosecution's case. If it's a whatever, then it doesn't matter. You're the sheriff. Red scanned the ground for other footprints and stopped at the north side of the circle. She tugged out a small jar of dark powder from a pouch on her hunter's kit, then poured it on her palm to blow over the circle. The dark magic stain oozed toward her. Red stepped back, heart picking up. Visualizing a bright white light inside her, she kicked back against the corruption. She spread the last of the cold iron around the stones, keeping her psychic barriers up until the miasma disappeared. Retreating to the cop, she brushed her leather sleeves, willing away lingering traces of the dark energy. It's just a bunch of stones now. I can take over from here. Calloway didn't sound put out. Had country life been so boring after a career in the urban jungle? She called in the murder, turning away to talk to the police dispatcher. Red shivered in the hanging corpse's shadow. She walked along the broken wire fence on the edge of the clearing, failing to find footprints even as she was mindful of her own. Old leaves flattened under her boots. They were reasonably dry on the top layer, even if the mulch was damp below. She was lucky to have found the blood in the circle before the next rain shower washed it away. The weatherman reported all sunny skies for the last 4 days. She had checked the forecast before she left Vegas. Whatever had strung up the poor man, it must have done so recently. Undisturbed cobwebs laced a bent fence pole ahead of her. The old damage wasn't due to a recent struggling victim to the stone circle from the road. It was a clean scene, almost tidy. Most dark beings wouldn't leave a body uncovered, yet still hide their tracks. All sentient monsters shared at least one rule: secrecy from humanity. She hoped it was something demonic, harder to defeat but easier to sleep afterward. More likely, the jaded part of her thought, the killer had been a human making a sacrifice to a demon or dark god. Hopefully, the conjuring failed. Demon summoning rarely ended at the water park with fun had by all. Phone in hand, Red zoomed in on the chest of the body, snapping a few more grotesque photos to send to Vic later for his opinion, before putting it away and zipping up the pocket. The sheriff rejoined her. You have any last observations to share? There were symbols on the last body, but the decomp level made deciphering them impossible. I have access to online databases that might clue me in when I get to a laptop. Red peered into the ring of stones, then up to the gruesome canopy. It couldn't have been easy to get a struggling person up into the branches. Could it have been a demon, after all? A mage would have to use strong enchantments to overcome a man's survival instinct, even if he came willingly. Red asked, how did they get the body here? There are no tire tracks, not an ATV or a wheelbarrow, and he wasn't a small guy. You noticed how there isn't a sign of a struggle either? The fallen leaves are thick enough to hide footprints, maybe, but not a fight. Just like the first. The victim could have been bewitched into letting them cut his throat and string him up. That's something a witch, some vampires, or a demon, actually a few kinds of demon, could do. Calloway wrote out her cell phone number in her pocket notepad and tore out the page to hand it over. Text me tomorrow, and I'll tell you what we learn. Now head off before my deputies get here. I can't leave you alone. I'm not waiting in this eerie-ass haunted forest. Calloway ushered her away from the body, through the trees, and down the embankment to the road. She said, I'm going to stay right in my locked cruiser, nicely armed, until backup arrives. Red tucked the phone number in her pocket. Are you sure? I'd keep you with me, but I don't want to explain your profession in a police file or to my deputies on your first night here. Point taken. Red took that as another sign that no one had connected her to the deaths of the assassins. Vic had been right. The bastard was probably right about the rest of her worries, too. Fishing the van keys out of her pocket, stalling for time, she had something else to face that scared her more than the body that she left behind, Lily's diner and whatever she found there on Emma Peters. An evilly foul odor drifted in on the breeze. Slow-moving forms hobbled out of the forest, as if thinking of the dead summoned them. Stringy wet hair draped over their speckled, bloated faces that no longer looked human. Their eyes were as white and luminous as the moon. Silent as the graves that they crawled out of, the colony moved as one. Decayed limbs shuffled across the road as placidly as deer. Red tightened her fingers around the keys. She wasn't outfitted for this. Guns wouldn't help them even with silver bullets. These monsters didn't feel pain. Her hunter's kit had holy water, salt, wolfsbane, and a blessed cross. The ghost flowers were in the van. She calculated the risk of bolting for it versus waiting completely still in hopes that the rotting figures moved on without noticing them. Calloway asked, "What are those things, zombies?" "Worse, ghouls." 3. Sucker, uh, April 8th, evening. The outskirts of Charm, Oregon. Slow, dumb, and mute, over a dozen ghouls lumbered on the forested highway, blocking their way to Charm. The stench of putrefaction hit like a baseball bat even 30 yards away. Red had seen 2 in the local cemetery on her last visit, but this was a full-on infestation. She'd wanted a distraction from going to Lily's diner, but not like this. Even if they were faster and cannier, zombies were easier to contain after finding the source, the necromancer reanimating them. Ghouls were their own species, not merely dead humans. They didn't need speed or smarts. If their heads were attached, they could infect a human with a scratch of their blackened teeth. The victim would rot from the inside, swelling and rotting as if submerged in water. A lucky few died at that point. The rest fully transformed into something undead. Calloway stepped forward, reaching for her gun holster. "That won't help as much as you think. I have a sword you can use if it comes to it," Red said. Vic had squirt guns packed, but they needed time to fill them with a mix of water and ghost flower oil. Most powerful herbs intensified their strength when infused in sacred oils, and these were alchemist grade. It would hurt like a son of bitch on contact, and even a drop in the mouth of a ghoul could kill it. But that's too many to fight by ourselves. We only need to get bitten once to turn. You said they're worse than zombies. And we just leave them alone? Calloway asked. Exactly. Red had learned new tricks, but nothing to pierce a ghoul's preternaturally protected hide. Direct spells didn't stick to them. Don't tell me it's so boring here that you're looking for trouble. So, we're on the edge of the village limits, and there isn't a hell of a lot to this village. It's safer to go after a colony that size in the day when they're weaker, or at least when we can gather a posse of hunters. They might cross peacefully and go on their merry way. And do what? Stand in line for the new iPhone? It doesn't make me feel better if they have an appointment. The ghoul at the front of the colony turned, bulging white eyes directed at the van. He was less decayed than the rest. You could almost see a human in his moonlit profile. Maw opening in a silent hiss, he clicked his black jaws rapidly. He was communicating with the colony. Red frowned. She had never seen this, only read the theories. Something else struck her. The ghouls were moving away from the ritual sacrifice. The corpse might have been out of reach, but it should have attracted them. She knew from experience after baiting their kind with roadkill in Louisiana. Dead meat was their favorite. They only resorted to the fresh kind when desperate. She clicked the remote to open the side van door and waved Calloway inside. Get in! Let's barrel through them. It'd be like hitting a steer with those numbers. Once we slow, the rest will swarm us. Red pawed through a strapped-down case behind the driver's seat and plucked out a sword. Chipped in places, it wasn't Excalibur, but it still had a sharp enough edge for a ghoul. She handed it to Calloway. The sheriff arched a dubious eyebrow as she checked out the weapon. Can't I shoot them? They can walk anything off but losing their heads. Red wasn't crazy for swordplay either. She only knew which end to stick the bad guy with, even after Vic had attempted to teach her the basics. There were 2 things that killed ghouls: ghost flowers and decapitation. They were just lucky the foul things were slow enough that a rookie could get a decent chop. She grabbed an axe, setting it on the case between the seats before scrambling into the driver's side. We can't lead them into town, Calloway said, dropping her borrowed blade to get into the front seat. Judging by the size of that infestation, they've been in your town a while. We'll take a back road to meet up with your deputies or local hunters, whatever we find first. Calloway sighed and lifted her sword. It's been one hell of a first week on the job. I think this is going to be your new normal, Red said, cranking the engine on. We should find the town hero. Look! One ghoul galloped toward them quicker than any ghoul had the right to. The colony followed at impossible speeds. Red reversed the Millennium Falcon, tires squealing as it sped backward. Get out the ghost flower oil from between the seats. There are white petals infused in it. Calloway riffled through the wooden case, which contained the most common magic defenses. She pushed aside a canister of salt to palm a large vial. The ghouls gained on the vehicle. Red braced herself, stomping on the gas, checking the side mirror to navigate backwards. Dead, rotting flesh washed over the van. A ghoul fell under the tires. Another jumped on the hood, scrambling up the windshield, leaving gross streaks on the glass. More brushed against the doors. As soon as the impact rippled through the van, they were gone. Even the one stuck under the wheel dragged itself out. The colony shrunk in the side mirror, sprinting into the forest. Where are they going? Red asked, shifting the engine into park. She pressed her face against the window to watch them go. What the hell was that? Be happy they're running away. Unnerved, Red checked the side mirror again. A shockwave of energy slammed the van, forcing her against the seat. Her eyes flipped open as if by a blast of G-force, and she struggled to squint against the brilliance. White lighting hit the ground, darkening to an electric blue as it widened by a foot, melting the asphalt underneath. She'd seen a domesticated portal open before. It prepared her as much as playing with a fat tabby cat and then meeting a tiger in the jungle. A beautiful feminine face peered from a jagged window to another world. Southeast Asian by her features, there was something sad and terrible in her dark eyes. She lunged. The surface bulged like an iridescent cocoon around the head. Struggling to escape, she slipped into their reality inch by inch, pulling herself out of the crack with skeletal arms. Wings pumped furiously on her shoulders. The portal closed swiftly on her hips. She shrieked victoriously, flying free out of sight, leaving her legs behind. Her torn dress didn't hide the hanging entrails. The exposed intestines didn't freak Red out as much as the delighted wonder on the winged woman's exquisite face. Not pain or alarm to be missing her legs. There was only one creature that could be that happy split in half. Calloway grimaced, looking away. What the fuck is that? It's a manananggal, supposed to be in the Philippines, also extinct. Guess we can take it off the endangered list. How do we kill it? Pin it down. Add salt, garlic, or ash. Wait until dawn. Maybe fire. Red shrugged. The painful journey through the rift had completed one of the steps for them, separating the manananggal from its bottom half. I learned this cramming for a hunter test I never ended up taking. We'll need to track it. The manananggal, wings gently flapping, hovered in the headlamps. Tragically beautiful, an aching longing came over her face. Her beautiful face and beckoning motions were so sincere, you almost forgot the gore below. The illusion shattered as a fluted pink tongue jutted from her mouth, elongating horribly to lick at the van's hood, as if groping to get closer to them. Legend said the creature used the appendage to poke through open windows and drink the blood and viscera of her victims. Red believed every campfire rumor now. Calloway pointed to a cardboard canister in the case between the front seats. First one to pin it down gets to salt it. You're a little too excited about this. The Manananggal whipped her tongue like a club and broke the windshield. Red shielded herself with leather-clad arms, grainy edges of glass raining on them. At the academy, she had learned how to hone her focus, memorized magical correspondences to herbs, and created charms. High magic took patience and concentration. Emotions were discouraged as a distraction. Her instincts were more primal than the distinguished alchemists. She channeled the elements themselves. Instinct took control. Sinking awareness deep into her mystical self, she dove into a connection with the earth and universe that she still knew so little, even as it thrilled her. She evened her breathing as practiced under the banyan tree. Her focus spread outside herself, enveloping the air molecules, becoming one with the element, enticing it to her will, joining their power. Mortal terror fueled her. Visualizing her intention, she ignited it with magic to push a gust of wind at their attacker. The Manananggal blew sideways, tangling in the branches of a tree. Um, I think we need to take a beat, Red said. Winded from the magical exertion, she withdrew a rolled scrap of hide, embroidered with crystal beads in a grid, from the weapons case. She couldn't keep manipulating the elements without help. Magic drained the user. She unfurled the leather, tapping into the charm modified from a levitation spell. I'll pin it with. Calloway bolted from the van with a sword. Damn it! Red grabbed her axe and opened the door to go after the sheriff. She prodded her magic toward the elemental charm. The job would have been easier if she didn't have her attention split. Pausing, Calloway took aim, leaning on the hood, pumping bullets into the winged creature. You're exposed out here, Red yelled, ears ringing from the sound of the gunshots. She gestured at the cop. Come back. You're only pissing it off. The Manananggal shuddered and fell out of the sky, breaking oak branches as she fell and rolled onto the road. Calloway smirked, reloading as she approached the face-down monster. I guess guns do work. Red kept winding her magic through the levitation charm, even as she grabbed the salt canister and got out of the van. Don't get too close. The beast soared straight up. She might be killed by the sunset if not rejoined to her bottom half, but she could raise hell until then. I'll get it, Calloway said, firing at the creature. The Manananggal jetted down, dodging bullets. One hit the wing. She shrieked, long tongue unfurling. The cop dodged, crouching. Red reached out magically to her spell, levitating a fallen branch to fling it like a spear. The Manananggal dived under the branch and switched course, bearing down on her. Red fell back from the impact, air magic trooping to her aid. The blast sent them both rolling on the road. Gravel and grit cut at her cheek. The Manananggal yanked Red's hair, and her tongue flicked out like a switchblade. Red played her last card. I'm claimed by a vampire. The beast laughed. I care little for my cousin's claims. Redsucker punched her in mid-chuckle. The Manananggal shrieked. A branch suddenly jutted from her chest with Calloway behind her. She crawled away from the hunters. Red rolled to the side to grab the salt and pop the top. She flung it over the creature. The salt petrified the eerily beautiful face and wings. She pushed herself up, waiting for the Manananggal to move again. Calloway asked, Is it dead? Not yet, Red said. After cleaning her hands on her jeans, she removed her loosened ponytail holder, mindful of her stinging scalp. We can smear garlic on it for good measure. Contrary to myth, it doesn't do anything to regular bloodsuckers. How many kinds of undead are there? Technically, Manananggal aren't undead. They just drink blood. Like most Supremes, Cora Moon would have kept species like this out of LA. Buckle in. You have a whole supernatural animal kingdom to explore here. Goody for me, Calloway said, sounding half exasperated and half intrigued. Red walked back to the van, picking out a jar of minced garlic from the case between the front seats. The generic stuff from the grocery store worked fine. She called over her shoulder. We need to keep it from finding another portal and rejoining its lower half before dawn. I'll have to double check to see if we can burn it and save some time. I can put it in a shed behind the station, Calloway said, then scowled. It's going to make my patrol car stink in the meantime. We'll take it in my van. I'll burn it in the cemetery. You have your hands full already, Red said, and put herself into the busy work of cleaning up a case. The two worked quickly, dumping more garlic on the Manananggal, then wrapping it in a plastic tarp and into the van on top of multicolored beanbag chairs. Red voiced an unsettling theory. I can't be certain since the sacrifice looked days old, but this demon could have been attracted or summoned by the ritual. The first body might have been a dress rehearsal. Or that's where all those ghouls came from. We have to keep this off the news. I don't need to break the dark veil again. One vampire tribunal was enough for me. I'll help you off the record, Red said. She closed the side doors, her sense of time returning as the adrenaline faded. Shouldn't your deputies have arrived? Calloway tensed and turned away with her phone, barking out the question to dispatch. Red gave her privacy and moved back to the front of the van, gathering up more ghost flower oil from the weapons case between the seats. 3 vials were all she had. They could make it last against the ghoul colony in a future hunt if it were diluted in squirt guns with water. A quick drive to get grave dirt, and she could crank out ghoul hexes to outfit a whole gang of hunters. They'd need them. Calloway rejoined her, explaining with a grumble, "There was a car accident on Main Street. The team is tied up. I don't exactly have the same resources as I did in the LAPD. They still use typewriters at the station." "I was told this place was like Mayberry. I'm not seeing it yet." "Shit!" Calloway yelled, spinning away from her. Ghouls charged out of the trees toward the Millennium Falcon, their dead arms pumping as their legs covered the scant yards. Their jaws snapped as if anticipating biting into bleeding flesh. Calloway cursed again, firing in a rapid, noisy blast. A spray of bullets pierced dead flesh. The ghouls shuddered. Black ooze dribbled from the holes, but they kept coming. Red passed a sword to the cop. She tapped into her magic, reconnecting with the air spell embedded in the leather and crystals on the dashboard. It was for a distraction. This wasn't a fight for a duo, no matter how dynamic. All the ghouls had to do was nip one of them, and it was a death sentence. The front ghoul clicked his jaw. Despite the white eyes, a touch of humanity clung to his decaying countenance. He looked fresh enough for people to still grieve him, perhaps a family who deserved better than their loved one gnawing on roadkill and haunting graveyards. Pity moved her to ensure swift mercy for him. She channeled the air to rocket a vial of ghost flower oil at him. It plugged his mouth. He chomped on the glass and fell over. 1 down, a dozen to go. It was better than a Vegas casino, but Red didn't like her odds. She had worked hard at learning magic, boosting her will and control, but her energy was still finite. Crystals and charms helped, but she'd still tire. She wasn't operating at her full potential anyway. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she levitated the other 2 vials to twist the caps off in unison. Each small motion took great focus. She sent them rocketing forward, air molecules diffusing the ghost flower oil on the ghouls. 4 of them dropped into a heap, unlucky enough to have their mouths open at the wrong moment. Oil sizzled the next wave as they stomped over the fallen. Normal ghouls would have fled. Red slammed stiffened air at the decaying figures, frantically tracing power sigils with her fingers. The ghouls righted themselves too quickly. What was in the water around here? Why was this colony so agile? She yanked the axe out of the van. Fucking hell, they'd be on her in seconds. Calloway raised the sword, determination sharpening her features. Red stepped in front of the cop. She hacked the head off the first ghoul, kicking its body back into another. "I really hoped you'd find a quieter little town." Calloway slashed at a ghoul coming up behind Red. It seemed like a good idea at the time. A flash of fuchsia light beamed out of the forest, hitting them like a blast of UV rays, blinding radiance filling the rural highway. The energy wasn't chaotic like the dimensional break. It was peaceful and calming. The rotting creatures stilled, staring mutely at the source. Red blinked the spots out of her vision. A pink blur zoomed up to the van, spin-kicking a ghoul away, the glint of a blade and a cloud of dark curls visible for only a moment, moving to the next ghoul. Stopping in a shower of sparkles, the blur was a petite black woman, almost overwhelmingly pretty, with a fading magic glow on her cheeks. She held herself like a warrior. Red met her brown eyes from across the road, praying to the goddess that this was a friendly newcomer. The pink warrior covered her mouth as she stared at Red. Tears welled in her doe eyes. She looked like she'd seen a beloved ghost. "Hi," Red said, confusion replacing her adrenaline. A black-clad archer charged out of the tree line, modern hunting bow in hand. He paused to take aim. An arrowhead burst from a ghoul's forehead. The colony broke from their stupor to flee into the forest on the other side of the road. He slowed when he spotted Red, seemingly struck by the same very weird emotions as the pink one. His shock faded, and his eyes darted furiously away from Red. There was something familiar to them. Her doppelganger sense was tingling, that confused embarrassment Red associated with Juniper St. James. They recognized her, but she'd have to ask for their names. She dropped her dirty axe on the ground and stepped forward, smiling. Thanks for the save. Emma, 4. April 8th, evening. The outskirts of Charm, Oregon. Red had read Charm was a weird village, stuck between the Pacific Ocean and a crossroads between dimensions and multiverses, but she'd expected a hyped-up vortex. The library hadn't prepared her for this. She didn't know her rescuers' names, but she finally placed them. She had teleported into their booth at Lily's Diner while on the run in Dreamland last Christmas. That cameo in her subconscious finally made sense. It can't be her, the archer said, holding a high-tech bow that would make Vic drool. His black hair lay smoothed back on top, sides buzzed in a deep fade etched with lines. He moved closer like an experienced hunter that wasn't yet sure if he should attack. A swirling green heart chakra lit up like a road flare over his dark sweater. Red dropped her psychic barrier to reveal her aura as a sign of goodwill. She had plenty to hide, but a little transparency went a long way in their world, at least enough to prove that she was human. What was he? The warrior with model good looks had said Emma like she couldn't believe it. It wasn't just the rescue, but something in her face that made Red trust her. Sparkles fading, the other woman seemed even more petite now that she wasn't karate-kicking ghouls. Dressed in white go-go boots and a pink vinyl coat, she held a lowered katana. She wasn't a witch, but she was powerful. How did she know Emma? Red was in slack-jawed overload. She could only stare, shrugging and gesturing to herself, hoping the words would come. Um, er, well, my hair is dyed, you see. Calloway interrupted the stare-off. Her name is Red. I need you all out of here before my deputies arrive for the homicide we found off the road. Will those ghouls be back? Emma Peters, is that you? The mysterious woman repeated herself slowly, watery eyes boring into Red's. She had a slight English accent, smoothed as if after years in America. Red had tossed around the name with her friends, but she had never heard it spoken like that, as if there were years of knowledge behind it. A million questions raced through her mind so fast that she didn't choose the one that fought its way out of her mouth. Who are you? Calloway put her borrowed sword on the van hood before crossing her arms. That's a good question, since I keep seeing her at crime scenes. I thought you were just a waitress, Miss Bonner. Wait a second. Stacy Bonner? Red asked. She had read about her. The supernatural could be anywhere, but it was concentrated in what bards called window areas, where the lines between worlds were thinner, which attracted more supes than just ghosts and vamps. The Brotherhood stationed heroes on these mystical hotspots. Stacy Bonner had held her post for over a decade. Most lasted 3 years. The half-fey hero? Yes, I'm Stace. You don't know me. Red shook her head mutely, sympathizing with the other woman's sorrow, even if she didn't know the origins. A picture had been left at Emma Peters' grave with the inscription, "We'll never forget you." It was the truth, judging by her reception. A tear streaked down Stacy's cheek. The sheriff asked, "Is a hero like a hunter, Red? I need a glossary with you people." Think of them as super rare hunters with destinies, chosen by the Brotherhood. The man slung his bow over his shoulder and stomped to the sheriff. What the hell is this? Calloway lifted a stiff hand to block him. Back up, Sanchez. We just got jumped by ghouls. I don't need you in my face, too. He pointed at Red, unable to make eye contact. Tell me what she is. Zach, Stacy pulled him back. The situation was about to spiral out of control. Red could see it from their side. A long-dead woman appears on a dark and foggy night by a portal. That alone was a reason to break out the sage and holy water. Even if they asked around, the rumor mill would say she died. I'm just a garden variety human witch. I worked bounties with the bard Vic Constantine. The werewolf hunter? Stacy frowned and exchanged a long glance with Zack. Red nodded, unable to decipher the silent communication, but hoping it was headway in convincing them she wasn't from beyond the grave. I'm not a zombie or a ghost. Calloway put a hand on her hip. Why the hell would you be? Zack Sanchez gritted his teeth, turning away. Because Emma Peters died 10 years ago. Red shrugged, playing it cool even as her heart slammed against her rib cage. And I don't know if I'm her or it's another doppelganger situation. That's what I came here to find out. I've been looking for home for a long time. Stace stepped forward, bottom lip trembling. I think you made it. Not yet. Zack pushed past her, pulling a silver cross on a long chain out of his black sweater. He pressed it against Red's forehead. Red held herself still, meeting his gaze. The tough guy demeanor didn't fully hide the old grief churning in his brown eyes. She didn't blame him for the suspicion. Vic would have done the same. I have sage in the van if you want to use it. Zack dropped the cross and hugged her fiercely. You came back. I always knew you were out there, Emma. I never forgot. Red relaxed into the hug despite herself. This was what she'd wanted when she came to Charm, a homecoming. The problem was it could be tugged away. She knew from experience, having gone on a wild goose chase last year in Reno to research a missing woman with a striking resemblance. After bonding with the woman's blind father, she broke her own heart after discovering the truth. None of them should get invested yet. She drew back, telling herself to stay calm, to contain the wild hope. We still need to match prints to be certain. Calloway waved for attention. I am moved and confused by whatever is happening here, but we still have the upper half of a supposedly extinct Filipino demon in the van and a human sacrifice in the woods. Zack spoke at the same time as Stacy. A manananggal? Bingo, Red said, guessing from their confusion that it was odd even here. She appeared from a crack, like escaping from a demon realm. Might be related to the body, maybe a delayed reaction. Zack cursed. A riftquake. I knew it had been too long without one. That's what you call them? Red filed away the local lingo. If this was the first in a while, then the timing of the two ritual sacrifices could be coincidences. The deaths hadn't happened when the portal opened. She said, It lasted for nearly a minute. Is that normal, dude? Vortexes open sporadically, but for seconds, usually too quickly for anything to leap through. Well, this demon chick was looking to party and happy to leave her legs behind, Red said. I'm hoping we can burn her with the ghouls. The jury is out on whether the ritual sacrifice is connected. It's been a rowdy night, and I only just got here. Calloway asked, Was anyone going to tell me that this village opens into hell from time to time? He chuckled darkly. How do you think anyone can still afford a house here? Stacy frowned, her voice tightening in town pride. The doorways aren't always to hell either. Sometimes ghosts come out. One time a genuine demigoddess did too. She was nice. Police sirens rose in the distance. Calloway scowled. My deputies! You all need to go. Stacy said, We need to torch the ghouls. They burn up quick, Red said, grabbing the sword from the hood and jogging to the back doors of the van. She locked the weapon in a box away from the still unmoving demon and retrieved a squeeze bottle of lighter fluid. It took seconds to squirt the 5 prone ghouls with the fuel and spark a match. She turned from the thick smoke billowing from the bodies to pick up her axe. Stacy commented brightly, The smell should repel the colony. Calloway crossed her arms. You're going to tell me everything later. I'm the sheriff. I need to know what I'm protecting the people from. Stacy smiled and bobbed her head. Of course. We'll tell you when we need the cops, I promise. That's not what I mean. We need to split, Red said. She wiped her axe head clean and tossed the dirty rag on the fire behind her. The sirens are closer. I'll take care of the Manananggal, Stacy said. Come back to the house and we'll torch it in the backyard. We're not far. Red nodded. Someone's riding with the demon in the back, then. Fine, Zack said. Red got into the van, placing the axe into the wooden case between the seats. Hands trembling, she turned on the engine. She hit the gas once Stacy sat on the passenger side and Zack leaning between the front seats.
The sirens faded, leaving only silence behind as the Millennium Falcon noisily made its way down the highway. The wind whistled through the hole in the windshield. Red shyly studied the strangely familiar hunters in the rearview mirror. I read about you, Stacy Bonner, born in London, trained in Tokyo. You're like a legend, the guardian of charm.
On my good days, Stacy said. She brushed glass off the seat with her sleeve. Too bad about your van. I'm borrowing it from Vic. We call it the Millennium Falcon. He's somewhere between my Yoda and Han Solo. In this simile, I'm Luke Skywalker. Stacy asked, Have you been with him this whole time, Emma? Nah, just a few years. Red swallowed her urge to explain where she had been. She said, You folks seem like good people. I don't want to get your hopes up that I'm her. I've dealt with mistaken identity before. It's disappointing enough for me. Can't imagine what it would be like for you. Stacy frowned. You don't remember us at all. Zack asked. Not camping on the ridge. Yelling at me for smoking. High school classes, nothing? No. Red looked away from his crushed expression in the rearview mirror. She felt terrible, but it was the truth. It killed the conversation. The van rolled through a growing fog as the ocean scent grew stronger. Lily's diner, surrounded by a gravel parking lot and old firs, stood at a crossroad with a single street lamp at the stoplights. It was far from alone. The dead walked the earth and rested below it. Trees hid an expansive cemetery where she had nearly died. Unseen on the other side of the boneyard was Christoph Novak's country home. If she took a left, she'd be there in minutes. Stace pointed to the right. Gravestones and mausoleums were visible between patches of old-growth woodland as the Falcon zoomed past, briefly hugging the edges of the charm cemetery. It was far larger than a village should have. Eventually, the road curved away and the tombs shrank from sight. Stacy said, I'd take you to the diner for something to eat, Emma, but I think if we came in without warning, Maudette would have a heart attack. Who? Stacy frowned at Red as if the lack of recognition pained her. She works there. She was always good to you. Zack patted his friend's shoulder and took up the role of navigator. The next left by the sports park, Sycamore Row. The street had the illusion of a rural lane, sandwiched between empty soccer fields and a quarter-mile of open meadow. The homes were separated by large yards. She parked in the driveway of a stout Queen Anne-style farmhouse. It looked like the place was built never expecting that the village would grow to meet it. Stace led them to the back steps, flipping on the lights to reveal a kitchen. Zack set his bow and quiver on a butcher block countertop. The place had a cozy, eclectic vibe with international curios on the windowsill and cutesy labeled mason jars on an open-faced shelf. A dusty round clock above the exit, colored with pink hearts by a child, falsely claimed it was 2. Unusual jackets with wild patterns and bright fake fur hung by the door over a low rack of sheathed blades soon joined by the half-phase katana. Make yourself at home, Stacy said. Don't worry about roommates in this big old house. Zack's my only one. Red sat at the kitchen table, trying to figure the two out. Stace wore retro go-go boots and her heart on her sleeve, while Zack held his tongue even if hope showed in his eyes. The visual contrasts were stark, as if Blade decided to hunt with Buffy. There was an old companionship to their movements. She asked, So, you're not together? He snorted. I know her too well for that. I saw her fairy teeth come in. He's like my cousin. Making a face, Stace filled up an electric kettle and readied a hamster-shaped mug. Tea? Any kind is fine, thanks. Red took another stab at conversation, deciding against asking what fairy teeth looked like. I can be the first to say how freaky this is. Zach sat across from her, examining her face again like they had the whole car ride, as if looking for a telltale mole or something. I can't believe you're here. Me neither. I have a lot of questions for you guys about Emma, but I want to get that demon out of the van sooner than later. Then we've got the ghouls still running around too, Red said. She jerked her thumb over her shoulder. Plus, I think it would be more sensible to get the facts straight before we jump to conclusions. Stacy said, I wish Aunt Gina could be here to see you. You look just like Emma. Older, but the eyes. Even if your hair is dyed, who else could you be? That's what I've been trying to find out, with a lot of dead ends along the way. Zach stood. Aunt Gina researched the case extensively. There might be an old file here. We can see if there's something in there to verify you. In the meantime, Emma, I can help you burn that thing while Stace looks. Red is fine for now, she corrected quickly. Emma wasn't her name yet. What about the ghouls? You're home, Stacy said. They can wait. You need to know that you're... Zach nudged his friend into the dark living room for a chat. His whispers were indistinct except at the end. Don't dump everything on her at once. She's freaked. You could tell that then? Red asked from the table. Zach stepped back into the kitchen. Empath, here. Red lifted her eyebrows, surprised even after spying his bright chakras. Empaths held sway over emotions, reading and manipulating them like a soul-mancer might souls. She had only met a few, and they weren't the battle-happy type, more likely to be pensive and withdrawn, even with weak abilities. I wouldn't have guessed that with the archery. It's easier to aim when you can feel your target. We can burn the body in the fire pit, he said bluntly and moved to the back door. Yeah, I'll see what I can dig up, Stacy said before disappearing into a room off the kitchen. Red mentally told herself to focus on the job, walking with Zach out into the driveway. It hurt how much she wanted this to be home, how lucky Emma Peters was to have had friends and heroes. They worked quickly to carry the Manananggal into the backyard, to a large brick fire pit by an old gazebo. Unfurled from the tarp and doused in fuel, it ignited like newsprint. Red went to the fence to escape the smoke. A square peephole was cut into one of the boards. The dark cemetery stood opposite the backyard. The empty field between them felt like a no-man's land, even with the wildflowers. Identifying street names on the drive from her research, she calculated that they were within walking distance to Main Street, too. You guys are in the center of the action, aren't you? I didn't want to commute, Zach said dryly. Plus, my Nana lives next door. Movement stirred on the horizon. Red squinted. Ghouls. The colony is returning to the graveyard. Stace hit them with a magical buckshot. Wears her out, but it'll be enough to make them lick their wounds. They'll be hungry tomorrow night. So she's half fae, you're an empath. Are you both heroes in the Brotherhood? Red asked, attempting small talk. She wasn't a fan of it as a rule, and it was more awkward now considering their possible history. I wasn't chosen as a champion, only grew up next door to one. Stacy said, It's weird to hear you call her Stacy, he said like he couldn't stop the observation. I bet. She mentioned her Aunt Gina. Is that Gina McGregor? I read about her. Red felt bad when he nodded sadly. Gina had been listed in the tiny record for Stacy in Bardnet, the Brotherhood database. Active hero files were highly redacted to protect their missions, but the late Bard had been mentioned as passing recently of natural causes. She said, I'm sorry for your loss. We should go inside, it's already burning itself out. She tilted her head back when he turned around, repressing a sigh. Great job on the small talk. Bum him out about a treasured mentor's death. She should have gone to finishing school instead of a magic academy. Vic hadn't taught social graces in her internship. Once inside, Zach led her to a room clearly intended by the architect to be for dining. Now, it looked like a mix between a study and a war room. Bookshelves lined the walls around the long table with breaks for maps of Charm and the surrounding areas. Crystals and scrolls bookended the mismatched tomes of leather texts and bound computer printouts. A closed typewriter desk sat in a corner next to a drab-colored weapons chest. Energetic traces lingered over a dark armoire painted with a protection sigil. Vinyl jacket draped over her chair. Stacy hunched over a spiral-bound binder at the center of a long table. She was startlingly pink in a knit mini dress compared to the scholarly environment. Books piled by her elbow. She twisted in her chair as they approached, lifting the binder to show a laminated incident report. You could always trust my Aunt Gina to be a pack rat. This isn't your only time as an outlaw, gotta tell ya. Not surprised? Red leaned over the table, peering at the document before she realized her feet had moved. It looked official. She recognized the county seal from being arrested in nearby Cannon Beach last year while tracking the bandage man. Vic gave her a picture of them taken on that hunt for Christmas. It was so strange how close she had been to Charm without knowing. She scanned the typewritten details of a fight in the school gymnasium. Zach huddled with them. This brings me back. I stole that one after we staked the gym teacher. Stacy flipped to the next page, revealing a sheet of black fingerprints. She unhinged the binder to pull it out, then repeated the motion on another set from a different incident report. You can check them both out. Zach set an ink pad and scrap of paper in front of Red. She pressed her thumb to the pad and then made the imprint, arrested enough to know how. Slowly and carefully, she rolled her digit to make a copy, then squinted at the prints. Hers looked identical to the ones in the file. She gulped, slumping into a chair. Oh, fuck. Stacy pushed the paper toward Zach. I knew it. Red had expected closure or comfort when she found out who she had been. Instead, she felt overwhelmed and lightheaded. Her thoughts bounced around like bumper cars. Vic's voice rang in her head. Don't chicken out. She tried to play it cool. So, I'm Emma Peters. Who was she? I mean, me? Stacy took her hand and squeezed it. Our best friend. You were wonderful, brave, and kind. We missed you so much. Zach turned a chair around and settled next to her. Emma, you want us to call you Red, right? She nodded, uncomfortable with the old name like wearing a shirt that was too small. Please, it's what everyone calls me. When Vic found me, they listed me as a Jane Doe. He named me. You could almost say he raised me, considering I didn't know anything. She faltered, confused on what was the least convoluted way to explain her long, strange road to Charm. Stace looked at Zach. I don't know how to start. He tugged on his ear, his face blank. I'm an empath, not a supernatural therapist. Red smiled ruefully. I see one of those, and I stump even her sometimes. You want to know where the hell I've been? Me too. I can give you the long version of what I know, or the short one. Stace squeezed her hand again. We got time now. What I remember first is laying by a creek outside Eugene, an airplane flying overhead, Red said. She launched into waking up without memories, but knowing the supernatural. Like the theme song to The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, it was something that even amnesia couldn't shake. She added, I didn't even know I was a witch then. Hell, I thought Obama was still president like it was 2010. Stacy said, Why, that's when we lost you. That's why I think you can tell me more than I can tell you. I attempted rituals to get my memory back, but all I got were dreams. Some of them were of a past life, so not exactly the most useful. Red stopped before confessing the whole reincarnation business with Juniper St. James. That was a baggage dump for another day. She only wanted to know about her life as Emma Peters. He asked, But what have you been doing? I've been hunting as Vic's intern, drifting through small towns like this. Spent time last year in Los Angeles. I don't know anything about Emma, just her gravesite. Maybe the birth and death certificates were lost in the old town hall fire. But what about the rest? None of my contacts could even find school files. I felt like I was crazy after seeing that picture on the grave and then finding nothing. Zach looked sheepish. I stole the school files too, senior year after you died. I did my own digging. Stacy patted the binder. He handed them over to Aunt Gina. All her notes on the deaths are in here, too. She kept them separate from her regular bar journals. Red couldn't concentrate after the word deaths. She had been avoiding a question since she first arrived at Stace's house. Why had they taken her here and not to family? The only person they had mentioned her seeing was another waitress. Ears ringing, she shook her head to clear the sound. What happened to me the night that I died? Disappeared? It's a lot to take in at once, Zach said. You might not. Tell me. The half-face stood, head bowed. It was a house fire. You live next door. I can explain, but you might want to see. Zach snapped. We can do this later. Emma, she came here to know. Red met Stacy in the doorway. This was the mother of all old Band-Aids, and she needed to just rip it off. She's right. Stacy led the trio out of the study and through the kitchen, rambling like a woman afraid to get to the meat of the story. We were waiting for you to come back from a dress rehearsal, a Christmas carol. We ran lines for you all month for that Christmas in July gimmick at the community theater. That night we were going to hang out, but you were running late. You needed time to change. We went across the street to the park because Zach stole a cigarette from his uncle. You didn't approve. It's why we weren't inside when it happened. He interrupted the tale as they tramped into the backyard to a spot in the fence missing 2 planks. I wanted to smoke it before you saw me. Never had another one since. Red felt déjà vu crawl over her as she slipped through the fence after Stacy. She stepped aside for Zach as she studied the empty lot. It looked overdue for a mow. Dandelions peeked from the grass, but someone had taken care of it through the years. Wind feathered across her brow like the cold fingers of a ghost. Your house was here, Stace said, choked with tears. Red tried to control her emotion like they taught her at the academy, breathing through her nose. The exhale came out with the urgency of a tea kettle, like a TV dinner that needed more time in the microwave. She was hot and cold in shifting spots. My family was inside with me when the fire started, weren't they? Stace's crumpled expression told the truth she couldn't say. Zach touched Red's arm. I'm so sorry. Your mother was home. Red exhaled sharply, winded like the empath had sucker punched her in the gut. Grief choked her. He steadied her, palms light on her shoulders. He said, Brooke died that night. Your dad passed before you moved to town. She was the only family we knew of. I'm sorry. Red felt the tingle of his empath magic, soothing her, easing the pain. A lucid observation bubbled up in the calm's wake. She was surprised about her mom, but not on a subconscious level. About her father. It was like her body held an understanding that her mind couldn't grasp. A peace came over her that she had some closure. They were in a better place. It was an illusion. Red shoved Zach away and stomped him. She didn't even want to look at any of them. If she had kept driving, she'd never know. Maybe it wasn't blissful ignorance, but shit, she had felt in her bones that her mother was alive. Her intuition said that they'd met again. She had opened Pandora's box, and it was filled with shit. Stop it! Sorry, couldn't help it. You're hurting. These were emotions Red had to face, even if sorrow sucked the warmth from her bones. Hating the fat tears running down her cheeks, she muffled her sniffles in her jacket cuff, grateful for the simple sting of her smearing mascara. It felt easier to focus on, not like the confusing grief for someone she didn't remember but yearned to see even one last time. What happened? It was... Stacy muffled another sob, overcome by old memories. Zach brought the petite woman into his arms, rubbing her back in platonic comfort. The fire started in the attic, then rolled down. I saw a green light in the room where your mother kept her grimoire. We told the cops. They said I was high and handcuffed me, then searched my fucking bag while your house burned. Lightheadedness hit Red as the empty lot doubled in her vision. She grabbed onto one last thread of hope, even knowing it would burn. Her power had reacted from subconscious instinct to save her before, like when it flung her away from a motorcycle accident. Why wouldn't her mother's? I was told that my mom was a witch, from a line of witches. Couldn't she have survived? She didn't make it, Zack said gently. I got out. My magic might have thrown me free. How can you be sure that she didn't? Her question came out a plea. I saw her, Stacy whispered. I was fast enough across the street to get to your front door. I ripped it open. She was running up the stairs, maybe to go to you. I stepped inside to help, then the fire must have hit a gas line in the kitchen. I was flung back, but I saw it. I saw her go to her death. We found the bones. Later, we spread her ashes on the coast. The crickets sounded too loud as time seemed to slow. Red replayed the words over and over in her head. Her lungs fought her as she struggled for breath. Who did this? Fire department thinks it was a gas line explosion, Stacy said. Nothing panned out with the supernatural. Red asked, You never concretely found out why? No, but let's get you a cup of tea and talk about it. Zack nodded. I have so many questions. Red shook her head, already moving on restless feet. She didn't want to be Emma. She wanted to be someone who had a family. This is a lot. I gotta go. Stacy said, You don't have to. You can stay the night here. We have a guest room. If this is too much, we can give you space, but the local motel is usually haunted by something. Red hugged herself, hating that her eyes wouldn't stop watering. I need to think. I came here to find my family, my mom. This changes everything. I'm sorry I stopped looking, Zack said, as if bitterly angry at himself. It's not that. I don't blame you. Thank you for telling me. Caring so much even after all this time, Red said. They looked at her like she was a long-lost best friend, but she couldn't have a meltdown in front of strangers. She wanted to leave, but a question popped from her. Did my mom like the musician Tom Petty? Zack nodded. He was her favorite. It felt like more of a confirmation than her fingerprints. Vic, considering himself an elder millennial, had once remarked that her fondness for the classic rock singer was strange for her age. Now she knew why she couldn't help but sing along to Mary Jane's Last Dance. She tried to yank herself together, composure slipping under her grip. Stacy offered, Stay at least until you're calm enough to drive. I'll be back tomorrow, Red said. Her own grief was reflected on their faces. She couldn't think while looking at them. Stumbling over her own boots, she slipped through the break in the fence and jogged to the Millennium Falcon. She started the van, peeled out of the driveway, and raced down the quiet street. Tears and snot leaked from her face as she ugly cried. Wind whipped through the broken windshield, chilling her wet cheeks. She stopped for a red light at an empty crossroad by the diner and mopped herself up. Her breathing had calmed enough for her to speak. She found her phone, scrolling to Vic in her address book. It wasn't fair. He was already dealing with so much with LaShawn. She'd avoided bogging him down with her anxieties on the drive from Nevada, but she needed someone to stop her from driving straight out of town. His phone transferred to voicemail. Red cursed, both at him and the long stoplight. Going back up her contacts list, her thumb stilled at Kristoff and Lucas, side by side, forced together by the alphabet and immortality. Even though he had broken up with her months ago, her first instinct was to reach out to Lucas. His handsome face and always tousled black hair flashed in her mind as she imagined what he'd say. He'd comfort her with all the sensitivity of a souled vampire, then suggest rejoining the private investigation agency where he continued Quinn's mission. He'd help her process her grief and anger through fighting the good fight. She could put this behind her and pick up where she had left off in LA. She didn't want this anymore. Learning more about her mother would twist the knife in her heart and amp up the curiosity about how she had died. Lucas would warn her about traipsing around Charm, seeking old skeletons and secrets. Kristoff would offer help to investigate the truth of whatever killed her mother. The choice took less than a second to make. Kristoff answered on the second ring. Did you know I'm currently bored in Charm? Tell me that you're doing something more interesting. A small sob scattered her fragile calm. She said, I'm 11 minutes away. Can I come over? 5. April 8th, late evening. Charm, Oregon, Kristoff's cottage. Red hadn't even been in Charm for 5 hours, and she was already a mess. Wiping the smeared mascara under her eyes, she drove one-handed up the secluded driveway. The sight of the cemetery peeped between the trees. Her grief felt physical as her lungs shuddered in her chest with each slow, trembling breath. She was wrung out as if she had cried her supply of tears. For now. The headlamps illuminated a two-story cottage so covered in vines it seemed to disappear into the forest. As a real estate mogul with investments dotting the west coast, Kristoff had more layers than the usual vampire. His place in Charm was cozy and well-appointed, but it was surprisingly unassuming for a vampire who hobnobbed with celebrities at his nightclub openings. They had sheltered here before her showdown with Trudy Fox and Frank Lopes. After a night like that, it was a hard place to forget. Parking in front of the garage, she unbelted herself and reached for her small hunter's kit on the other seat. She had ripped it off, uncomfortable with it around her waist during the teary trek. Her hand hesitated. It was overkill, considering Kristoff no doubt had weapons secreted inside in case of trouble. Tossing her keys into her purse, Red hopped out of the van, locking it. He met her at the front door before she knocked. Soft light glinted off his blonde hair. He kissed her knuckles, a serious blue gaze caressing her face. Wrapping an arm around her shoulders, he guided her to the living room couch. "I didn't know where else to go," she said, leaning against his unbreathing chest. Their relationship was beyond complicated, even without the Juniper St. James connection. He had claimed her, she had fought him. They were enemies until fate kept bringing them together as allies. They hadn't even really talked about what had happened in Vegas when they kissed. He was the last one she should turn to for comfort. Right now, it didn't matter. Bone weary, all she could do was accept the silent solace. He stroked her hair, ignoring how her quiet tears wet his black shirt. His finger twirled a lock fallen loose from her low ponytail. Even lacking a soul, he consoled her as if he did. "I'm too late to meet my mom," Red whispered, burying her face in his neck, now warmed by her own skin. Her name was Brooke. "I'm sorry. I remember what it was like to lose mine." "But I don't. Not the way that you did. I know her name, and even that hurts so much." Red took a shaking breath, not trusting herself to finish the thought. She didn't know what she was missing. How hard would it be if she did? Shifting in his arms, she rested against his shoulder. Kristoff said, "Not knowing will hurt differently." "I met some people tonight who can tell me nearly everything I want to know. I wish to find my family, but I should have been specific." Red sighed and drew away from him to wipe her cheeks. Embarrassment warmed them suddenly. She said sheepishly, "If you have other plans, I can buzz off." "Please don't. Tell me about your homecoming. I can get you water first." Kristoff stood and went to the kitchen. Red took the moment alone to compose herself. She might start crying again when she got into the story, but somehow the thought didn't bother her as much as usual. Removing her jacket and laying it on the arm of the leather sectional couch, she glanced around the living room. The closed entertainment center concealed a large TV. Black and white photography hung on the walls, Kristoff's work. Photography was his hobby, but after a century of practice, he had the skill of a professional. Only one picture had him in it, a small sepia picture with his brother Arno taken during the Roaring Twenties, judging by their clothes. She wondered if it was in Portland, his home territory, or New York City, where he first landed as an immigrant after leaving the Alaric Order in Europe. He returned to the living room, setting the water glass on the table. She had seen him shirtless, but there was something intimate about seeing him barefooted in jeans and a plain t-shirt. Usually, he preferred suits tailored in Italy. "Sorry if I dropped in on a staycation. I pretty much invited myself over to cry on you," Red said, as he settled in beside her. "What are you doing in Charm anyway?" "Collecting tithes for Prince Merrick. It's tax season for everyone. This is one of his satellite territories. You have the delightful habit of dropping in when I am bored." He leaned his arm on the couch back behind her. "I'm not much of a distraction. I like seeing you happy, but I know humans get sad." She raised an eyebrow at him as she sipped at the water. The difference between unsouled and souled vampires, according to the Brotherhood, was much like that of a normal person and a homicidal psychopath, remorseless killers without empathy. She had seen the bodies left behind for sport. Kristoff was harder to classify. She said, "You don't exactly have emotions in Technicolor, but you still feel. You're not above the human condition, even if you moved up the food chain." "Some feelings are a hard habit to break," he said, shrugging. "Your stomach is growling." Red covered her belly. "Heard that? I had to use my witch foo tonight." Using magic depleted a witch, unbalancing her, and probably burned a lot of calories too. She had gotten better at regulating her energy, avoiding a bout of mystical flu symptoms, but spells still left her hungry. Centering herself was a little more complicated, but a long sleep, if she could manage it, would help. Self-care, like meditating, or physical exertion like dancing, was beyond her frayed nerves now. It would take enough willpower to act normally when she booked a motel room later. "I don't want to promise, but I might have one of those frozen TV dinners. Keep talking while I pop it in," Kristoff said. He disappeared again to play host, calling from the kitchen. "What spell did you do?" "You know me. I winged it mostly. I used an air charm since the other elements are beyond me. I still ended up fighting with an axe anyway," Red said. She could have whispered, and he still would have heard in the other room. "We were lucky when Stacy and Zach found us." "The local white hats? You were fighting beside them?" Kristoff asked, prepping the meal. She suspected it was something he had ordered weeks ago for her aborted last visit to Charm. "Yeah, and Aisha Calloway is the new sheriff. Didn't even get a chance to catch up before finding a body. That wasn't even the weirdest." She launched into the tale of her exciting welcome into town. She added, "It's been one thing after another all night." He sighed, returning to her side. "An infestation? That makes my work here more complicated." "I took out some, if that helps." Red propped her knee up on the couch as she twisted to face him. She didn't bother prefacing her request. "I don't want you calling me Emma. I was her, but I'm not anymore. At least, don't call me that yet." Kristoff tipped her chin up. "You finally found yourself. How does it feel?" Red bit her lip, tears heating up behind her eyeballs. She blinked them away. "I looked for so long. Sounds stupid since I got a mysterious inheritance after all, but I thought I'd find my parents alive. Otherwise, why care about some old life that obviously ended shitty? I remember the scars, even if I had them lasered off. Now I know. It'd be smarter to leave and never come back." He cupped her cheek. "You won't." She leaned into his touch. "Why is that?" Thumb stroking her jaw, he considered her thoughtfully. "You're too curious. It's not a surprise you have as many lives as a cat." The timer dinged in the kitchen. Red jumped at the sound. He withdrew to the kitchen. "I make no promises about having spices in my cupboards." "I figured it was a showroom." Walking out of the living room with him, she made a beeline for the microwave. A fork waited for her on the island counter. Slipping onto a high stool, she thanked him quickly, then dug into the pad thai bowl. She wasn't shy about chowing down. After dating Lucas, she was used to a dead guy watching her eat. Kristoff poured them both a glass of wine. His kind were apathetic toward solids, with varying degrees of intolerance for human food depending on age, but they still enjoyed booze even if the effects were dulled. This was the polite vampire's version of joining her for a meal. He might see himself as above the human condition, but he was wise enough to not interrupt a hungry witch. After a sip or two, he busied himself, opening the fridge and microwave. He rejoined her at the counter with a white mug, warmed up blood inside. It made her realize something strange. She had never seen Lucas drink blood in front of her. Quinn had, usually in some ridiculous novelty mug that Vic forced upon him, but never Lucas. Kristoff caught her look. "Does it bother you? Be honest." "Everyone needs to eat," Red said. He must have misinterpreted her expression. She preferred him drinking the bagged stuff to the alternative, but it'd be too awkward to share her observation about his maker. They didn't exactly put the fun in dysfunctional sire-child relationships. She twirled her fork around a noodle, changing the subject. This is a fancy bowl. Stick with me, and it's brand name everything. He chuckled. Amusement dimming, he sipped his blood. I wish my connections at the Dark Veil Assurance had been as satisfying. It might have spared you the nasty shock tonight. They did have Emma Peters listed as being Asian, but the mix-up might not be their fault considering how they keep records around here. Red shared more about what she'd learned from Stace and Zach, finishing her meal as she revealed how it felt to be on the spot where she had lost everything and possibly herself. I told them I'd be back tomorrow. What about sleep? You could go to a motel, but I have a spare bed upstairs. Red considered the offer, remembering that she hadn't brought her hunter's kit inside with her. The first time she had met him alone, she had come armed to the teeth. It was strange to trust him. He suggested delicately, "And a shower, perchance?" Red looked down at her black tank top and jeans, dirty from fighting ghouls. She sniffed herself discreetly to find the smell of smoke from a burning Mananangal still clinging to her. The wardrobe distress had taken a back seat to the emotional kind. I guess I am a bit of a hot mess, and you let me hug you. Christoph leaned closer, a half grin on his handsome face. I like you, I guess. She blushed, turning away from him, standing to take her glass and fork to the sink. You're not too bad either. After she grabbed her bag from the van, Christoph showed her a spare bedroom with an attached shower. She expected him to say something about what happened in Vegas. Instead, he wished her good night and left. She shampooed her hair, fishing out the remnants of the shattered windshield, then cried again instead of applying conditioner. Water wrinkled and too drained to blow dry her hair, she wrapped a towel around her head and opened her laptop. She logged into the Brotherhood's database with Vic's password, then braced herself for what she might find on her mother. Would it be nefarious? Nothing came up. She did a regular internet search on Brooke Peters, finding 3 articles on excavating relics from medieval witch trials on digs sponsored by a private women's college. Smiling, she picked through the archaeology articles until she found one with pictures. She teared up when she spotted Brooke in a crew photo, zooming in on the wild red hair framing brown eyes and a crooked smile. Red didn't know what time it was when she finally slept, dreaming of a farmhouse kitchen where her mother made breakfast and sang old Tom Petty songs. In the morning, she walked down the stairs to the living room, uncertain where Christoph had gone to sleep. She didn't want to disturb him, but she was heading out. Vampire lairs usually had a hidden basement cubby or light-sealed room, not coffins, for their owners to rest safely in. She wouldn't open his door even if she knew where it was. It wasn't smart to wake a sleeping vampire at close range unexpectedly. Christoph, Red called out as she trod into the kitchen. Shirtless and mussed with bedhead, he appeared on the threshold to the living room. Black silk pajama pants hung low over his hips. He rubbed his eyes. Morning, I think. I'm heading off. Red tried not to focus on his muscled chest and broad shoulders. Eyes up, girl. She put her duffel bag on the counter and walked over to him. Thank you for letting me crash last night. And listening to me. I needed both, I think. Anytime. Red took his hand for a shake, but impulsively kissed his cheek. I'll let you know how it goes today. You can handle the truth wherever it leads. You know that, right? It might piss you off, but it'll set you free. Someone else told me that once, Red said, remembering the dead pilgrim ghost who had given her the first clue about her mother. John Proctor would have been a whole lot more helpful if he had brought Brooke Peters onto the spirit hotline. Ever since Oklahoma City, maybe even before, the road had led here. Leaving the cozy cottage felt like leaving a cocoon. The sun glinted off the unexpectedly repaired Millennium Falcon, another gift from Christoph. That took the first item off her to-do list. There was nowhere else to go but the diner. He was right. She couldn't back down now. 6. April 9th morning. Charm, Oregon, Lily's Diner. The first time Red had come to the diner, she hadn't gotten farther than the gravel parking lot. Maybe a part of her knew that she'd discover a tragedy inside. Hopefully, the food was good. She parked in the front lot. The rough-looking Millennium Falcon blended in with the few battered work trucks and old sedans. Squat and long, the building seemed to hunker down amid the trees. A seagull lay on the sagging, shingled roof next to a neon sign above the door. Her feet trotted inside before her mind could stall. It looked exactly as it had in the dreamland, down to the pendants for the Oregon Ducks football team and the picture of Marilyn Monroe on the ladies' room door.
Listeners played stream catchers and carved signs with drinking mottos clamoring for attention on the white walls. Pop songs bubbled near, covered with stickers for local radio stations. Neon flyers on a popular community board advertised job openings, bands looking for drummers, and a high school reunion. In that awkward middle ground between weekday breakfast and lunch, was emptier than it should be. Two regulars at the counter, and the waitress, a voluptuous older brunette in a tight blue t-shirt and little shorts.
Red wanted to gawk at the completely normal surroundings, but she forced her jaw off the floor and went over to the booth she'd dreamed so much about. She ran a trembling hand over the tabletop and sat on the fading crimson cushion.
"What can I get you, honey?" the waitress asked, setting down a glass of water. Her name tag read Maudette. "The special is Holy Ghost, you're Emma." "Yeah, hi. I came for coffee." Red shrugged, the motion halfway between an apology and an awkward fidget. She attempted a reassuring, "I promise I'm not a zombie" smile. "You look great, Maudette." Maudette shrieked, muffling herself with a server's notepad. Looking over at the regulars, she covered for her shock at seeing a supposedly dead woman order coffee. A spider. "I can guess what you're thinking, but I'm still human. I'm meeting Stacy here. She can explain." "It's great to see you, kid, even if you gave me a heart attack." Backing away, Maudette clutched her chest, fanning herself with the pad. "You still like peppers and onions in your eggs, Em?" "Sure, thanks," Red said, not bothering to correct the kindly woman on the name. She had certainly collected a few in her time: Red, Juniper, and now Emma, not including all the fake IDs. It was hard to keep these different versions of herself straight in her own head sometimes. Red sipped her water, fingers itching to give herself something to do after taking a picture to send to Vic with the caption, "Not a chicken." A consolation on her trip to Charm so far was that she could throw his words in his face. Her phone buzzed with his reply. She ignored it to look over her shoulder at the opening diner door. Stacy walked inside, two bumblebee barrettes in her dark curls, wearing a lacy, bright yellow top with cute patches on her jeans. Zach marched behind her like a shadow in black. The two were met by a burly man with thick, dark hair. He kissed Stacy, pulling her in for a hug. The half-fae was even more pixie-like in his muscular arms. In the diner's blue uniform shirt, he looked like he should have been a lumberjack instead. He whispered to the other two, clearly asking about Red. Red gamely waved at them, trying to kill the awkwardness before it began. Stacy sat next to her. "You found our booth." Zach smiled, sitting across from them. "Is Maudette okay? Are you, Red?" "I think you know, Mr. Empath. I'm wigged out for sure. I'm sorry for bailing last night. It was just more than I expected from my first night in town." "I'm glad you called us," Stacy said. "Did you stay at a motel?" Red shook her head, distracted by the smell of food. "No, with a friend." Maudette arrived with a tray of omelets, setting them out in front of the three. The orders must have been from memory for the newcomers. "I'm glad you're back, honey. The new hair suits you. Did you fall out of a portal or something?" "That's what we're going to find out," Zach said, then thanked her for the offered hot sauce. "You mean you don't know?" Maudette gasped. She called out to a coworker, the one who had greeted Stacy before. "Jackson, did you hear that?" Jackson left the bar counter and approached the table. More rugged than handsome, his eyes twinkled when he looked at the Fey heroine. His aura was different, with wild stripes in it. He was a werewolf. No wonder Stacy had recognized Vic's name. Red wasn't like her mentor. She didn't rage out at the sight of wolves, especially one that had a hero's kiss of approval. Maybe that was something that she needed to specify to her new, yet old friends. Jackson came up behind the waitress, nodding toward a patron at the counter. Maybe you should let them catch up and get Herman a refill. Maudette nodded, looking at Red with a mix of concern and happiness before moving away. Jackson shook Red's hand. He said warmly, "Pleasure to meet you. Stace told me a lot about you." "Thanks, honey," Stacy said. She grinned up at him, then sighed dreamily as he got back to work. "He's my boyfriend." Zach explained, "Gonzalez is my general manager until 7 tonight. I own the place." Red tried to make sense of the black-clad hunter owning a restaurant with a poodle's name. "Who's Lily, then?" "The lady I bought it from. I'm sentimental, I guess. We worked here as kids. Even when we did upgrades, I couldn't change much." He gestured to look under the table, pointing out the scrawl of different signatures. Zach Sanchez, Stace Bonner, and Emma Peters were here. Stacy said, "We were like the Three Musketeers if they were going through magical puberty." He added, "She was the hero and you acted like a little bard in training." Red popped back up from under the table. "I was training for the Brotherhood?" Stacy shook her head. "Not really, but if your mom let you, would have left for the Brotherhood University after graduation officially, and Gina was my bard. But when she found two mystical youths next door, what could she do? She was always sorry and couldn't help but both too." He smiled. "I'm glad you kept up the good fight as a hunter, Red." "The supernatural was all I remembered when I woke up." Stacy tapped her finger on the table. "Why did you choose this booth?" "It's a weird story, especially if you don't know what the dreamland is." Zach sighed, leaning back in the booth, arm over the seat top. "We've been there, the limbo between our dreams and the spirit realm. It sucks." "I had fun," Stacy said between bites of her omelet. "I rode a unicorn." "My trip wasn't the fun kind of whimsical," Red said. "Ghost warlock on my tail, I wished myself somewhere. I didn't have a location in mind. I just wanted to be safe. I landed in this booth and you both were there. It was close to Christmas." Zach asked, "Really?" Red realized what that meant now. Her subconscious hadn't been seeking the diner. She said, "I guess a part of me was still looking for you guys." Zach bowed his head in shame. "You were so close. I should have known." Red took his hand. "I thought it was the diner that made me feel safe, but it was you two." Stacy put her hand on theirs. Red pulled the other woman into a side hug. "I know you both have questions, and I bailed on them all." Zach said, "We called old Chuck in LA last night. We got a few answers. You can eat your eggs first." Stacy smiled. "Then you can tell us how you found us again." "I think we got up to Vic taking you in. That reminds me, I want to send him a gift for taking care of my bestie. Would he like an edible fruit arrangement or pie?" Red chuckled. "He'd prefer a good whiskey, so this is where I've been." She laid out the broad strokes of her journey, starting with the scattered hunting jobs. It felt awkward in the beginning, summarizing her life, but the friendly questions and easy repartee loosened her tongue. Except for Juniper St. James. She simply said that she'd learned about a past life. Being the reincarnation of a dark witch wasn't exactly something she was proud of. She also glossed over some of the drama in Los Angeles that she'd been forbidden by the Blood Alliance to reveal. Not sure how to explain Christoph, since his secret maneuvers as ambassador of Portland were classified, and his healing blood was something she'd never confess. She mentioned she had been claimed by a vamp, but not by who. She left out that she had dated Lucas, only that she worked with him, still heartsore from how it ended. She stuck to the highlights of taking out master vampires and meeting the immortal alchemist. Even with the edits, it felt like a long story. Parched, Red stalled trying to piece together the most coherent version of events, It was like catching up with old college friends, except they had a lifetime to cover. She said, "You two must have met Lucas and Quinn when they stopped Alaric's apocalypse here." Zack exchanged a glance with Stacy and snorted. He said, "That's a stretch, isn't it, Stace?" "They helped, but it was us who vanquished that creepy priest. I got the last hit, and you closed the door on him," Stacy said. "Alaric opened the blood realm, and monsters were streaming out like manananggal. It was chaos. The seer said it would be you first, but then she retracted, saying it was me. It was super confusing. Either way, we got there at the same time, but..." "Wait a second." Red waved her hands. This didn't make any sense. Stunned, she had to process this new and surprising fact. The specter of the Alaric Order had haunted her life in L.A. Michel de Gramont's coup had been a byproduct of wanting revenge on it. Led by one of the most gruesome and powerful vampires ever, its members included the Bloody Burnses, Quinn, Delilah, Celine, and Lucas. Red had learned so much about the Order, but she hadn't really retained much about its founder beyond his death 10 years before, writing him off as a piece of trivia. She never had a reason to connect a direct line between them. If Emma Peters had helped fulfill a prophecy, even a misinterpreted one, and took out Alaric, why had she not found an entry on this in the Bard net? She had wondered how she'd redeem herself for a past life as Juniper St. James. Now she realized that Emma already had. Alaric's downfall dwarfed anything that Red had accomplished on her hit jobs and bounties for the Brotherhood. Pride mingled with confusion as she calculated the timeline. She asked, "Why didn't Lucas recognize me in L.A. if he had met me before?" "You wore a glamour," Zack said. "Your mother's orders. I remember because you complained so much about the fake acne that she gave you." Red thought back to the sparse information she had gotten from Kristoff's Blood Alliance contacts on Emma. Did she make me look like another race? Stacy shrugged. The glamour wasn't targeted to humans, so I saw you as normal, but she made you look as different as possible. I think it might have shifted and changed sometimes too. Your mother was clever like that. Once she heard the prediction, she tried to get you out of town. You two compromised. Brooke didn't even want my Aunt Gina to relay to the Brotherhood that you made a killing blow. I guess she worried about retaliation. Zack stared into the distance, thick eyelashes framing the jaded edge to his melancholy gaze. I still think she was right to be paranoid. Even the bards have leaks. Red knew that from hard experience. The Rogue Brotherhood burn notice had come seemingly from the outside. She assumed that it was about Juniper St. James. What if it wasn't? She whispered to them how she'd foiled her own assassination in the local cemetery weeks ago and let the bards believe she had perished. Neither recognized the name Mr. Gabriel. Stacy reassured her that they hadn't heard of any bodies found in the pond either. Speaking of ghouls, we were going to patrol. See if we can pick off any early risers from the colony. Want to come? Red nodded, smiling. As the noisy small lunch rush filled a lull in the conversation, she was full of more than food. The grief for her parents still panged her, but she could handle the truth now. She might not have found family, but she'd found friends and a past to be proud of. Red, hatchet hooked onto her belt, walked beside Stacy and Zack. The trio had left their vehicles at the diner and departed to the nearby graveyard after breakfast. Light broke through the lazy clouds, dappling the rolling hills. A white church steeple rose on a ridge to the north. The weak spring sun dialed down the creep factor of the expansive boneyard. If she didn't think about the ghouls that lived there, it seemed peaceful. Red listened eagerly to the half-phase life story. Stacy had been the Brotherhood version of a military brat for years, following her Aunt Gina's career from London to Tokyo until they were stationed in Charm. That was when Emma and Zack entered the tale. With a katana on her hip, Stacy pointed out spots like an old family mausoleum. Aunt Gina was married to a McGregor, my Uncle Robin. We lost him in high school. Then a tree. I'm pretty sure you had your first kiss there. Every couple of yards, she found a memory. It sounded like they had spent more time in the expansive, multi-denominational cemetery than in class. Zach remained watchful, volunteering only a few comments. A bow and quiver rested on his back. Red asked, "So I got the rundown on how he ended up with Lily's, but what about you, Stace? What happened after school?" "Do I start with my semester abroad returning to Tokyo, or the fact that I moved back here because my hamster cafe failed in Portland?" Red expected to hear the unexpected, but hamsters? "Japan sounds lovely, but tell me about this cafe." "Hamsterdam," Zach said, a smile cracking his serious demeanor. Stacy said, "I thought it was a winning concept. Have delicious pastries and play with foster hamsters looking for good homes. But if it couldn't work in Portland, of all places..." "You're a hero," Red replied. "I'm impressed you had time to even start a cafe. Do you still have the hamsters?" "No," the archer said gruffly, arms crossed. "They were all adopted out, so we didn't have a hoarding situation. Except Cocoa Puff. I tried to walk away from charm. I fulfilled my destiny in high school anyway," Stacy said, then launched into the story of vanquishing a demonic duke. She added, "Retirement lasted about a year and a half. I wish we still had all our videos. Zach practically slept with a camera in hand. We could have shown you so many high school adventures, like the first time we fought a Manananggal." "We haven't seen one of those for 10 years, he said quietly. "Where did it come from?" Red asked. Vampires had driven Manananggal to extinction in the 1960s. Containing lesser bloodsuckers was one of their traditional responsibilities in maintaining the Dark Veil. "Blood Realm, probably, but honestly, there are more hells than you'd think," Stacy said, bounced on her heels. She sounded unconcerned that this little village was a transit station to Hades if you had a ticket. Red had heard the theories on different supernatural realms split off from their own, like the Fey world. There were other towns like this. Human scientists speculated on different dimensions, and cryptozoologists had long noted that UFOs and Bigfoot sightings happened in the same places, as if passing through worlds. And yet, even after all she'd seen, it still seemed fantastical.
Zach said, "The barriers between dimensions are like Swiss cheese around here."
"I think the bottomless pit on the ghost beach goes somewhere gnarly too," Stacy chipped in. She rolled her eyes, tapping her head at Red's confused look. "Oh, duh. You wouldn't know yet. Sorry. That's the one next to the cemetery. I keep forgetting you're new in town. You were the one who showed me around when I moved here. You might need to grow up here to understand it. I spent the last few weeks researching, but it didn't prepare me at all." Red didn't know if anything could have. She rolled her shoulders, trying to shake off how surreal it was to do a walking tour of a life she didn't remember. She said, "That sacrifice last night, it was something dark. The sheriff made it sound like the first one was just as grisly. Who are the dark mages in town?" "I'd say old Magda, but she's been in New Orleans with her voodoo priest boyfriend since New Year's," Stacy said, pixie-ish features drawing together in a scowl. "The murders started around the time Olivia and her sorority witches started coming to town for the reunion." Zach added somberly, "It wouldn't be the first time someone died in one of their rituals." Stacy grinned sneakily, waggling her eyebrows as if vanquishing this Olivia in her mind already. "We'll get the hot gossip at the dinner rush." Red chuckled at the enthusiasm, imagining her friend wielding idle chatter like a katana as she bustled between tables. They'd said Emma had picked up a few shifts at the diner, but she couldn't have been as good at it as the friendly half-fae. "I'll text you all the photos. Maybe you might recognize the handiwork. I think..." She suddenly realized where they were going next. The conversation hushed as they approached the grave of Emma Peters. "It's not empty," Stacy said. "There's a few bones in there, but I guess the old coroner was wrong." "He was a drunk coward," Zach spat out bitterly. Red kept her distance from the headstone. She was tough enough, but the sight still unsettled her. If Trudy had succeeded, she'd have ended up buried here. You cremated my mom. Why did you put up a stone for me? Stacy replied, Aunt Gina made the arrangements based on Brooke's will, but there was nothing about you dying naturally. I guess my aunt wanted us to have somewhere to go to grieve. You don't know where my dad was buried? Zach shook his head. Your mom was private. Why would anyone do that to me, to my mom? How many enemies could I have made between school and drama club? I was a kid. She was an archaeologist. Why did she die? Red's voice broke at the last word. Stacy wrapped an arm around her, guiding them from the grave. We don't know, but why don't we tell you about your mother's life instead? She was brilliant, always digging something up in France or England. She'd come back with crazy souvenirs from her trips like Roman amulets. Red smiled. The image of her mother as Indiana Jones was a sudden delight breaking through her grief. Really? Your mom was cool. She told us to call her Brooke. In some ways, she could be a total hippie. One time.
Red struggled to shake the meal from her skin, even with the sunlight and Stace's animated stories. Her heebie-jeebies returned. They investigated the memorial for ghoul tracks. Pretty Fox and Frank Lopes had been dragged beneath depths by the creature. A ghost thing stirred when the half-baked showed sparkles at the surface.
Zach said, We can check the older tombs. Soups are always breaking into them. Stacy chattered on the way to the historical section. Once we found a Skylosh demon squatting in the Alpert crypt, and he had faster Wi-Fi than us. The clouds gathered as they walked back to the McGregor family mausoleum on a hill. He tested the intact door chains as the women scanned the cemetery sprawled below them for the telltale clue of a disturbed grave where a dead thing could hide from the weakening rays of the sun. Decay wafted on the shifting breeze. Red pointed to the ghoul as it lumbered around the tomb. She grabbed the axe hanging on her belted hunter's kit. I smell incoming. Stacy grinned, unsheathing the katana on her back. Soften him up for me, Zach. He unstrapped his bow from his back harness and drew an arrow from the attached quiver. Knocking the arrow, he released, sending it deep into the undead heart, and fired again. The ghoul staggered back against the mausoleum, impaled in the forehead, an arrow embedded to the feathers. It gnashed its jaws and hobbled forward. Stacy sprinted forward, blade glinting in the weak sun, arms too quick to see. She paused, posed with her katana raised. Gray goop dripped from the edge. The ghoul slumped over, the demonic energy fueling its movements, cutting out like a blown fuse. Its headless torso caved in on itself, oozing from the neck. Zach pivoted, scanning the hill with a fresh arrow ready. They're getting bolder, guarding territory. Stacy wiped her sword on the grass before fishing a handkerchief from her pocket and gently cleaning it. That one seemed normal. Red said, The ones last night definitely weren't. They made the ghouls in Louisiana seem tame. Stacy frowned. Must have been stirred up by the riftquake.
Crouching, Archer retrieved a coiled length of thin plastic rope from a pocket in his cargo pants. If we burn this one, the ghouls will scatter at dusk from the smell. We'll lug it out of sight.
Red walked around the crypt, finding a hole in front of a crooked old headstone. Ghouls were too stupid to hide their burrows from humans. She said, It went to ground over here. Stacy followed, sheathing her sword. Whatever caused the infestation, we need to deal with it ourselves. Don't want hunters coming to town? Zach shook his head, dragging the dead ghoul at the end of the rope. That's not the worst that could come. Stacy sighed. And we have the new cop butting into everything. Red knew that cops were about as popular as heartburn among demon hunters, but she had to defend her buddy. Aisha comes through in a pinch, I promise. Give her some humans to run background checks on at least. I'm more used to calling her Detective Calloway, but I have no doubt she'll be a good sheriff. Zack kicked the headless ghoul into the hole. Good sheriffs don't last long here. 7. They say. April 9th, afternoon. Charm, Oregon. Charm Cemetery. Red brushed off her hands after vanquishing a second ghoul in the old section of the cemetery. Hungry and sweaty, she trekked back toward her car with her friends. A strange feeling of being watched settled over her. She glanced around for a watcher. A hint of a blue aura by the old McGregor mausoleum lurked in her peripheral vision, but it was gone when she squinted at it. The clouds cleared, and the sun shined brighter than she'd seen all week. Her disquiet didn't leave her until they left the boneyard, and she finished some chicken wings and fries with Stace and Zack in their kitchen. Red felt herself relaxing more and more with them. A demon hunt was her kind of social icebreaker. She started to call the heroic champion by the nickname Stace aloud and in her thoughts. Her nervousness and awe of the down-to-earth half-fae and the stoic archer empath had finally settled. Zack said, "You haven't seen the best part of the house." Red followed him into a cozy living room with overstuffed green furniture. An elaborate happy trail of cages and plastic tubing stretched along the wall between the couch and the TV. He reached inside. An adorable little fuzzball scampered to his hand. Zack dressed like a gothic movie assassin, but he turned into a cinnamon bun as he showed Red the white spot on the brown hamster's belly. "It's shaped like a hammer." Red petted the docile creature, wondering if it was just well socialized, or if he used his empath abilities to suppress its prey fear instincts. "Fess up, you loved Hamsterdam, didn't you?" "No. If I had time for a pet, it would be a Rottweiler," Zack said gruffly as he snuggled the hamster against his chest. Cocoa Puff climbed to perch on his shoulder. He fed it a green pellet. "This is Stace's rodent." "You're calming Cocoa Puff, aren't you?" "He trusts me now, don't really need to." "Can you do your empath thing on supernatural creatures like vampires?" The archer in black considered the question, thoughtfully stroking the hamster. "Yes and no. I only can push so many buttons on the unsouled. Anger and fear mostly. It's more useful to sense their emotions to bargain with them, or when I need to take aim." Red said. That clarified something more personal than she wanted to share with him. Both man and hamster analyzed her face. Zack asked, "Did you win a bet? You're suddenly chipper." How could she explain? It proved that Kristoff did have real feelings. She wasn't even sure why she'd asked the question, or why it felt so important in the moment. Stace appeared in the doorway from the kitchen. "Hey, Red, I want to show you something." She stood, patting the hamster one last time, and walked with her through the kitchen and into the dining room turned study. "What's up, Stace?" The half-fae gestured to a thick black binder on the desk. "It's Aunt Gina's report on the house fire. You should read it for yourself." "Thank you." Red touched the cover, tapping as if it would disappear. The book delivered from her inheritance was supposed to have all the answers. It hadn't, but this one would have plenty. "This is everything I've wanted to know for so long. I don't know how to tell you what your kindness has meant to me." "You don't have to." Stace hugged her, patting her back as she pulled away. She said, "I know how much it hurts to lose a mom. Nothing makes it better, really. Last night, I didn't know the best way to tell you everything that happened. I still don't, but my late auntie might. I can leave you alone with it." Red nodded, gratitude tightening her throat, wordlessly trying to thank Stace again with her eyes. This was a gift beyond price. It would probably hurt too. Sinking into the chair in front of the 3-ring binder, she heard the door close behind her but couldn't look away from the thick dossier. Gina McGregor had been a bard, worthy of mentoring a hero. Red wasn't surprised that the report had an orderly table of contents for its stuffed contents. Sections had names like "The Fire on Sycamore Row," "Coroner's Report," and "Who was Brooke Peters?" There was even a bibliography and index. She flipped to the first page and began to read. "I wanted to begin my opening summary with the bittersweet celebration of discovering the evildoer and avenging my dearly missed friends. This dossier will be a testament to futile efforts and unverified hunches. Some facts have been corroborated, however. On July 22, 2010, at 8:54 p.m., the Peters home was engulfed in flames. Firemen battled the inferno to pull out the remains of Brooke Peters, 41 years old, at 9:27 p.m. It took 2 days to collect 13 bone fragments identified as Emma Peters, only a few weeks from her 18th birthday. All the concrete evidence indicates the mundane: a gas line leak in an old house soon ignited by candles in the attic. In the beginning, I expected it to be a riftquake or even retaliation for defeating the Alaric Order, as Zach insisted. As of this writing, I am still left wondering why the Peters women died and, moreover, who they were. Red turned the page with shaking hands. She had picked up enough to wonder about her mother arriving in town as a widow, leaving her own past behind. Her mom seemed to be a paradox, cautious enough to put a glamour on her daughter, but still allowing her to be mentored by a bard. She had come to Charm to find out about Emma Peters, but the real question mark seemed to be around Brooke Peters. Continuing the summary, she learned her father's name: Russell. She told herself not to tear up again. What did he look like? He hadn't come up when she had searched for her mom on the internet. She supposed family photos were another casualty of the fire. Exhaustively detailed witness accounts and records filled the section on the house fire. She itched to go get her own journal to take notes, but was too riveted to move. Then she found the coroner's photos. A charred skeletal face stared back at her. Red slapped the binder shut, steadying herself on the table even though she was sitting. The torched bones, seen only for a second, were imprinted on her eyeballs. She saw them even with her eyes closed. Bile rose in her throat. Gagging, she darted out of the study into the hallway bathroom. Later, mopping her sweating face, she gargled mouthwash and trod shakily back to Aunt Gina's dossier. She hadn't been physically sick at the sight of a corpse in a long time. A stranger was worlds away from seeing her mother. She couldn't make herself sit and open the binder. Stace opened the door, peering tentatively inside. "Hey, it's sunset. I can leave you here, but I thought that I'd ask if you want to come ghoul hunting with me and Zach." "Yeah, I could use a fight," Red said. Her mind still swam with the sight of the coroner's photos. The thick report of an expert bard's failure to fully explain her mother's death conjured her helpless outrage like a hex. Gearing up in silence, she accepted the rising anger. It was easier than the grief. She took bagged ghoul hexes from Stace and set them in her hunter's kit. Gripping an axe, she trotted down the back steps and followed the others through a back gate. They tramped through the meadow, separating the lonely strip of old houses from the Charm Cemetery. Sunset was 30 minutes before, giving the ghouls enough time to wake and smell their fallen brethren. The heads were left out after the earlier hunt as a lure for the colony which should swarm the rotted meat, even if it was their own kind. Stace led their crew. She could have been mistaken for an Instagram street fashion influencer in her black and gray houndstooth patterned coat and a small fascinator hat pinned amid her luxurious dark curls, except for the katana in her hand. Zach held a black painted super soaker filled with ghost flower infused water. A bow and quiver waited on his back. He stalked through the field like a marine through no man's land, leading them toward the narrow strip of woodland fringing the boneyard. He'd be the first assault to soften the colony. A figure darted from the trees, then another. Red only had a moment to lift the axe, wondering how ghouls had gotten faster when they stopped. The figures were far from decayed. It was the Novak brothers in immaculate suits and their gang. 24 vampires in black camouflage with sheathed swords at their sides followed the brothers at a distance. Kristoff's reserved expression, tinged with arrogance, cracked at the sight of her. He recovered swiftly and raised his fist lazily. The warriors behind him halted. A bat dived from the sky, transforming into a man who joined the backup squad. Dark-haired Arno had the easy Novak confidence and cleft chin. Turned in his early 20s, he looked fresh-faced in undeath, but had been Kristoff's right hand for the last century. He whispered to his brother. Red had only met him briefly in L.A. He had been the one to let her inside Club Voltava, vetoing the bouncer's call to deny them entry because his brother liked redheads. Had he ever regretted that decision? Zack glanced between her and the vampires, stepping closer as if to shield her. Kristoff approached them, hands clasped behind his back. The Prince of Portland sends his regards and warriors to take out this pesky infestation. Stace peeked around him at the waiting cronies. You didn't need to bring the whole gang. We had this covered. Arno chuckled sardonically, scanning the hunters. His gaze lingered on Red. Yes, you have quite the illustrious hunting party. It's a pleasure to see you again, Red, even if you did ruin my Halloween ball. At Kristoff's frown, he crossed his arms as if to say, well, she did. Red matched his body language. That coup wasn't my fault. Zack stepped to block her from their view. For an empath, he wasn't hiding his feelings well. He looked like he wanted to drop his water gun and grab his bow. Kristoff shot his brother with a side-eye and seemingly a silent command. I'll go do the hard work then. Again, Arno said. He sprinted into the cemetery with the uniformed men. Zack asked Red, You know them? Long story, she said, looking away from Kristoff's grin. Her traitorous cheeks warmed as the archer analyzed them. Hopefully she wasn't blushing. Stace glanced at the other lurking vampires. Who else is watching us, Novak? The few vamps in civilian clothes stood out in the shadows of the trees. One male perched in the high branches apart from the rest. The weak moonlight caught the icy blonde color of his long hair. He disappeared, as if becoming one with the gloom. Kristoff reached into his pocket for a phone as he said, Those are locals wanting to see their tax dollars at work on this ghoul colony. Mainly Yuki and his nest. They aren't too fond of you, Bonner. It's a good thing my prince is. Red leaned closer as Kristoff held up his phone. Prince Marek appeared on the screen, seemingly a 10-year-old dressed as an undertaker. His dark hair was parted and smoothed over as if ready for church. No supernatural would have overlooked him, even in a video call. Red couldn't imagine how an unsuspecting human could have taken him for a child with the centuries haunting his eyes. Unlike at the tribunal in L.A., he didn't have a glass of blood wine with him now. He said, Has it been a year, Bonner? I expect that we can keep up our little agreement without a physical handshake. Stace crossed her arms. Tax season again. You usually don't send troops along with your enforcer. I earn my tributes. Ghoul hunts are under a supreme master's duties. I am cleaning up our community for the sake of the Dark Veil. In the spirit of neighborliness, what else can we improve in this fair little village? Besides the ghoul infestation, nothing that concerns you. Ignoring the bite in the woman's tone, the prince smiled. Don't look glum. I know you prefer a supreme keeping the local vampires in line from afar. And I prefer a sensible hero who stays at their post, defending the good people of Charm against portal hoppers. It was hell on the Dark Veil Assurance muting the paranormal rumors without you. I'm staying put if that's what you're asking. See you again in a year. She turned to leave. I am sorry about Hamsterdam. I do so love a good pun. Stace stiffened, glaring back at the video. I bet. Chuckles all around. Don't be sore. Prince Marek paused, the glow of the screen on his eyeballs as he leaned closer to his camera. Even pixelated from the lagging connection, Red couldn't look away. His presence could fill a room even without him in it. My man Novak here will leave once the tithes are fully collected. Of course, that is if he can tear himself away from his claimed hunter. Red stiffened, locking eyes with Kristoff, who uncharacteristically fumbled with the phone as he said goodbye to his liege. Zack dropped his water gun and glared at the vampire. This is the one who claimed you? The enforcer? Kristoff regained his trademark cool and shrugged. Guilty as charged. Red set her axe in a loop on her hunter's kit as she tried not to die of social awkwardness. I didn't realize it would be relevant. Put the weapons away, okay, guys? Stace gripped her katana handle, unsheathing 2 inches of the blade. We have 2 ways of going about this, Novak. You leave my friend alone and enjoy immortality, or, well, you can fill in the blanks. Red stepped between Kristoff and the others. He looked more surprised than anyone when she said, "No fighting. He's a friend." Zack asked, "The friend you stayed over with last night instead of us? Why didn't you say anything earlier? We talked about everything." Stace looked away, too slow to hide her shock and worry. "It's a plot twist, but it's totally cool, and we can talk about it later. Alone." Red put up her hands. "Whoa, we're all jumping to conclusions. I didn't sleep over like that. Don't freak out over, essentially, a hunting buddy. We worked together in LA, and he helped me out with the assassins in Vegas, Zack." "Vampires, cops, who else do you work with?" The archer winced as Stace slapped his arm for the comment. Kristoff rolled his eyes. "She's not a double agent. My prince doesn't care enough to infiltrate you, Sanchez." "I didn't mean it like that, dead man. What do you have on her? I know how you operate." Red tried to ignore the implication. She said, "Nothing. I take allies as they come to get the job done." "We're not doing this here," Stace said. She nudged Zack's shoulder, whispering into his ear. Red wished she could go back in time and break the news her own way. It wasn't like she could blame them for being concerned. Most humans claimed by an unsold vampire died horribly. She had seen what happened with Trey and Donnell firsthand. An honesty policy and boundaries weren't exactly common. In their shoes, she'd have already been planning on how to vanquish Kristoff and get away with it. She had staked the previous dead man who had claimed her after all. Stace tugged Zack away. "We're going home, and you're going to take care of this ghoul thing, Novak." Kristoff ignored her as if waiting for Red to speak. His bearing was as straight as usual, but the remote arrogance slipped, revealing the uncertainty. Was he worried about her, too? "I'll be fine," Red said, repressing the strange desire to smooth the tension in his brow. "Just go. I'll text you later." He straightened his cuffs, casting an unimpressed, askew glance at her companions. The next second, he disappeared in that peculiar vampire way. Red wished he could have jogged a bit instead of underscoring his abilities. Stace whispered to Red as if afraid he could hear, worry lines appearing around her mouth. "Does he make you check in with him?" "It's not what you think. I'm not his servant. I barely see him. I hold more of the cards than you'd guess," Red said. It was a hard sell. They hadn't been there to see Kristoff earn karma points helping the good guys, nor were they privy to the leverage she had over him. "The claim has come in handy since he's an ambassador. Scares most soups off." "Is that what he said he was?" Stace asked, as if she was preparing herself to break bad news like it was Red's wedding day and her groom had a secret baby mama. Zack beat her to the punch. "He's one of the top capos in Merrick's mafia. The tithing is a shakedown. He's here to collect cash or fangs. We don't stop him because he usually stakes one or two of them. Don't be naive." Red balled up her fists. "I've read the Brotherhood reports. I know what he is." Paler than usual, Zack gestured back toward the cemetery. "I know men and their feelings. I don't like what I'm reading off Novak. He doesn't want to stay in the friend zone." Embarrassment heated Red's cheeks. The empath was a little too perceptive. "It's a work relationship, but even if it weren't, it's none of your business." Stace squeezed his shoulder. "Hey." Zack stomped away. "I don't want to bury Emma again. I can't." Red watched him go, shaking her head. "I'm lost. What's up with the blaze of protectiveness? You guys talked to Chuck, so you know I can handle a master vampire when I want to." "We know Novak differently, I guess. It's a bit of a shock." Stace took off her little hat and frowned at it. She said, "I was going to tell you to think about it from Zack's point of view, but that's not fair. You weren't there. How could you know what it was like after you disappeared?" "It must have been hard." "We stopped being kids that night. Neither of us handled it well. After spending most of high school saving people and solving mysteries, we couldn't do either for our best friend. Demon hunting was like a game before that. We were a trio chopped down to two, but it was different for him. You were his oldest friend. the only one for a long time. He never gave up on you. Everyone else did. The cops, the bards, me, but not him. He kept watch for a sign that you were alive. For years. I didn't know, Red said, glancing for Zack in the gloom of the cemetery. When they had swapped life stories earlier, she wasn't the only one who had left out the darker times. We didn't want to dump on you. I guess it was mutual. I was just so happy to see you. This is what we always wanted, but it wasn't an easy road back home, I can see. It makes me want to cry when I think of what you might have suffered. Red forced herself not to tear up as she hugged Stace, squeezing tight before releasing her. It's okay. Your amnesia makes you vulnerable in a town like this, the hero said, eyes darting around to the tree line where the vampires had once been. Even if he didn't work for that prince, Novak is unsold. You hung around with Quinn. They aren't all like that. I'm not saying he's a Boy Scout, but killing me would rock his boss's truce with you. Even if he wanted me dead, he'll keep the peace because it fits his agenda. You two looked comfortable with each other, Stace said delicately. There's a lot of reasons for that which have nothing to do with sleeping together, Red said before sighing. She sounded defensive and needed to cool it. He's earned the benefit of the doubt with me. Why didn't you tell us about him? You describe Emma as being a fantastic witch and hero. I'm just some chick in over my head most of the time. In this life and others, I've done things I'm not proud of, and it's not due to him. It's more like he's adjacent to it. We've all done stuff. Neither of us expect you to be an angel. Red sighed and gestured for Stace to lead the way. Before I learned about Emma Peters, I discovered Juniper St. James. It's a saga, so we might as well walk back with Zack as I tell it. After catching up with him, Red took a deep breath to explain the past life that had caused so much trouble in her present. She laid out the good, helped Father Matthew with the soul curse, the bad, vampires familiar, and the ugly, homicidal vendetta. There were details too intimate to share, like the warlock's revelations about Juniper's aborted destiny, but she told the truth of her past life, even adding a few of her own slides into the moral ambiguity. The story didn't end until they were on their third cup of tea back in the kitchen. She said, I told you the good first, to ease you into it before the evil past life stuff and the credit card fraud in this one. Zack fed a pellet thoughtfully to the hamster on his shoulder. Don't you realize that in 2 different lives, you struck a blow against the Alaric Order? If the Blood Alliance knew... Stace swirled her teacup. Sorrow lay heavy over her delicate features. They all assumed that I killed Alaric alone. We got a confusing vision and didn't know who was destined to get him, so we killed him together. I felt bad taking all the responsibility. Red said, It might have kept me safe for a bit. Stace sighed. Zack, I think I'm a believer. You might have been right about that blood realm theory. I didn't want to be right, he said fervently. The hamster skittered down his arm to the tabletop. Red strained to reconcile the idea with what she thought she knew. You think I was wrenched into another dimension? Alaric wanted to release the original vampires. The door was open when you slammed it on him. The vampires in our world might not have seen, but what about the ones on the other side? I don't understand, Red said. Vic had half joked once that she had been kidnapped by dark fairies, but the idea of another dimension had been too fantastic to consider. Stace rushed to explain. The original 7 bloodsuckers were banished from this world. At least that's what the vampire version of Genesis says. The gods did it, but who knows which one sent the 7 and their unholy children packing into the blood realm. Alaric wanted to bring vamps back to the old ways before the soul curse and the blood alliance. I know the lore, but that's too out there. Zack counted off on his fingers. Aunt Gina thought it might have been a rift quake that ruptured the gas line. The cops found 1 1/4 skeletons in the rubble and called it a day. Then years later, you appeared as if out of thin air, covered in scars and bite marks, looking like you fought for your life. Going through worlds can fuck you up, especially escaping a hellish one. Maybe it could erase your memory if the portal was unstable. It all fits. The question is why. I think the Order did a hit on you for what you did to Alaric. The Blood Alliance hadn't finished eradicating all his minions until after you disappeared. Red confessed the fear she couldn't contain. My mother died because of me then. No, she didn't, Stace said, squeezing her hand. If someone killed her, it's their fault, not yours. We don't know any of this for sure. Whatever you've done since then, you did to survive. Survive? Yeah. Zack handed her Cocoa Puff solemnly. You did a great thing when you killed Alaric. Don't tarnish that. The soft hamster nuzzled her palm. Red frowned despite the cuteness. I'm not Emma anymore, you know, even if I get my memories back. Too much has happened. Stace smiled sadly. We all get older, and life happens. Zack said, I don't want you to remember our school days if you could remember 8 years in a hell dimension, too. We can make new memories. The heavy thought paused Red's internal dialogue of questions and theories. She yearned to know the truth, but could she handle the terror? How much would she want to forget after she learned it? It's late, Stace said. Why don't we nibble on something, take a breather? Red, you could stay here tonight, or would you rather go with your, friend? I was going to find a hotel. You guys have no obligation to invite me in after everything you've done. I popped in out of the blue on you. Stace said, Not at all. It's nice having you around until you go back to Vegas. You don't mind, Zack? He smiled. I figured we'd end up in a threes company set up in college, so this is making up for it. We'll give you the security system code later. Red said, You made it sound like I practically had a room here in high school. Stace nodded. The mattress is new, but it looks the same. Now, what do we have in the fridge? Hours later, Red curled up under the blankets in the guest room. Her phone illuminated the Japanese fan above the bed, a souvenir from Aunt Gina's time teaching at the Bard's University in Tokyo. Red had sent the summary of her trip to Vic, texting back and forth, but her eyes were swimming. She rubbed them, stalling for those extra seconds before trying to sleep again. Sharing so much about herself and learning more about her teenage years had brought the two lives into sharp relief. She had been ashamed of Juniper. Learning the truth about Emma should have made her proud. And it did, but there was a lingering thread of imposter syndrome. She wrinkled her nose. That wasn't the right term. It was inadequacy. Emma had been sweet, bookish, and should have been a hero with a capital H. Red had been a glorified hit woman for the Bards, running credit card scams with Vic when the bounties went dry, then worked with demons after the Brotherhood rejected her. What would the girl she'd once been think of the woman she had become? 8! April 10th morning, Charm, Oregon, Stace and Zack's house. Red hadn't been up for long when delicious smells drew her downstairs to the kitchen. An elderly Hispanic woman in a floral dress brought tamales out of the microwave. They looked homemade, frozen to last after the Christmas tamale season. Stace sat at the table, chatting with Jackson. Zack flipped eggs on the stovetop. The group called out a friendly hello as the radio played Motown classics softly. It felt like all the cheerful mornings Red wished she remembered. The old woman rushed forward surprisingly quick and pulled her in for a hug. Ya has vuelto, it's me, Lord Sanchez. Estoy aquí, Red said, returning the Spanish. Some of me, at least. I thought you didn't remember anything, mija, not even your Nana Sanchez, let alone anything that I taught you. I guess the Spanish stuck. Fluency had snapped into place when Red was in L.A., but she thought it was another amnesia quirk. Knowing the source made her heart smile. After putting on a friendly show of polite resistance to being fussed over, she happily surrendered to the insistent Nana, who piled a tamale and egg on her plate. Your Mama Brooke, Nana Sanchez crossed herself, would be pleased that you kept up with your studies.
Zack said, I remember how she wanted you to learn Spanish badly in school, that she told us not to speak English to you when you stayed over during her work trips. We mostly just watched telenovelas when Nana babysat.
Martin Rivas was my favorite. They don't make them like that anymore, classy. Nana smiled, moving around the table to fuss over her grandson. You thought the main guy was a hottie, Nana? Fess up, Stace said. She giggled at Zach's mock disgusted expression. Red chewed her homemade tamale, smiling at the light, breezy conversation. She had gone to sleep thinking she had missed her chance at a family homecoming. In the cozy kitchen, she had a taste of it. After the dishes had been washed and Nana left to watch soap operas, Zach gave the girls a hug before heading off to Lily's diner. Red retreated into the study to start again with Aunt Gina's binder and take notes. It was the grimmest scrapbook she had ever seen. Lost in the details, time slipped by until she had to brace herself to turn the page to the coroner's report. A crash disturbed the quiet from outside. She jumped up, already on edge, and scurried into the quiet kitchen. Was that a raccoon getting into the trash can or something? Stace had left a note in bubbly script on the fridge about going to the store and leaving her man here. Did she hit something pulling in? Red ran outside as masculine curses broke the silence, echoing from the yard. In the driveway, Jackson stood with beefy shoulders hunched, ready to tackle. He shook his fist toward the street. "You get the fuck out of here!" She followed his line of sight, readying herself to whip out her magic for a fight. It wasn't a demon, just Vic. What had he done now? Vic held his hands up. He wore a green hat backwards on his wind-tangled mullet. Coffee stained his jean jacket. His brown eyes looked red-rimmed and tired from the road. "Easy, Gonzalez. We're friendlies." Jackson spat into the dirt. "You're a werewolf hunter." At the curb, LaShawn leaned against the open driver's side of a Prius, as if he were expecting to use it for cover. His clothes were usually neatly pressed, but his shirt was wrinkled and unbuttoned at the top. A fresh scar peeked from his dark chest. He cajoled in a weary tone. "Get back in the car, Vic. Mr. Gonzalez doesn't want to see us." "No, I don't," Jackson growled. LaShawn waved tentatively at her. "Red, can you help?" "Hey, I know them, Jackson. No one is here to hunt you," she said to the burly wolf, then turned to the Constantine brothers. "Right?" Vic lifted his hat, wiping his brow. "Yes, geez, I wouldn't have said hello if I was going to shank him by taking out the trash. This isn't easy, but I'm here to ask the wolf mage for help, for my little bro." Red crossed her arms, studying Jackson Gonzalez in his slouchy jeans and white tank top, casual on a day off from being a restaurant manager. She hadn't realized he had other skills on his resume. Legends claimed there were werewolves with magic, but the packs held those secrets from outsiders. Even the alchemists had little information on the mysterious loners who wandered between packs regarded somewhere between a shaman and a madman. He didn't look like either. He did look ready to throttle her boss, however. "Go!" Jackson yelled. A vein jumped in his thick neck. He turned away. "Showing up at my girlfriend's door isn't making me any more sympathetic to your cause?" Vic stomped after him. "You gotta help. Your brother said you could." "I told Jorge, no. You're lucky I'm not killing you where you stand, Wolf Slayer." "I told you not to come, Vic," LaShawn muttered, as he beckoned his brother away from the bigger shifter. Vic hissed out of the corner of his mouth. "We can make this work, I promise." LaShawn said, "I'll manage with it. I'm making ground." Vic jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Jackson, who was walking away. Vic," Red said, rubbing the back of her neck, unable to look away from the train wreck. "I got this, in turn." "You can't ever listen," LaShawn said. Shaking his head, he got into the Prius and slammed the door. He called out the open window. "I'll leave you to it so I can finally sleep." Vic's face fell as his brother reversed and sped out of sight. He looked exhausted. They both did. She didn't imagine it was a fun, spontaneous 16-hour drive. It explained why he'd had the time to text with her so much last night. He was on the road. The sneak didn't even tell her. Vic plodded after Jackson. His voice came out tiny. LaShawn can't shift. The moon calls, and he can't. His body tries, muscles shifting, skin cracking, the works. All night, he's stuck. He convulses and contorts until morning releases him. For 3 nights, I gotta watch him in fucking agony. Jackson faced the hunter, brow furrowing. I heard you take a tooth from each wolf you killed. Years ago. Vic kept eye contact, his gaze inscrutable. Was he thinking of shooting Gloria and Nuno Lopez in their magic cage at point-blank range after their father bit LaShawn? He hadn't taken a tooth from them, but his hate for werewolves had been sharpened long before. He said, "My little bro had nothing to do with it. Remember Brady Mather?" Vic froze at the name, growing grim-faced. Whatever the reason that Red hadn't heard Brady before in one of his stories, it hadn't been good. Jackson flashed gritted teeth. Voice low and gravelly, he demanded again. "Remember Brady, skinny white guy with the pelt to match? Can't imagine he put up much of a fight." Vic blinked in the staring match. "I remember more than you think." "This is your karma, then." Jackson sneered and marched into the kitchen. Red asked, "What is he talking?" A car engine rumbled behind them. "LaShawn?" Vic spun around and frowned at who came out of the arriving car instead. Stace smiled, expression growing confused as she stepped closer, holding a tote bag of groceries. "Hey, who's this?" Red.
"Oh shit, okay," Stace said. She hustled toward the kitchen, then paused. "Do you mind staying out here? Zach's uncle is a handyman, but he's out of town, so if there's a fight..."
"Property damage. I get it," Red said, keeping a sheepish smile up for Stace as the other woman went into the house. She dropped the act when she addressed Vic. "Again I ask, what the hell? I don't know what history you two got, but you really pissed off Jackson by sneaking up here." "Never met the guy before, I swear. I'm not here to fight. Why doesn't anyone believe me?" She walked away from the house to lean against the Millennium Falcon. "You know why? It's not like you haven't bragged about your reputation. I could have helped if you'd told me. How'd you find us since you didn't text me?" "A hot waitress at the diner told me where I could find him." "So, what was the play here, boss?" Vic removed his hat and ruffled an indent out of his black mullet. He slapped the cap against his knee. This was supposed to be the Hail Mary to fix it. "LaShawn's furry problems, or your relationship with him?" "Both," Vic admitted, crotchety like an old cat. "I was the one who told the alchemist to pump him full of silver, to get the contagion out. Now the guy can't even shift right. If I had left him alone, he wouldn't be on the werewolf short bus. He's handicapped. He came after the Lopeses to help me after I got on Frank's shit list, and I keep fucking things up for him. He was better off without me." Red nudged his shoulder with her own, derailing that train of thought. "You two are the only family you have, and there's a lot of love there. He knows that. I ruined his life. I need to make it up to him. Why didn't you tell me about this desperate road trip last night?" "You have your own thing going on, and I didn't think you could help. The Vegas Alpha didn't tell me who his lone wolf brother was dating. I expected celibacy in a hut, not a dude who looks like he could be Mr. August in a fireman calendar with a fairy babe girlfriend." As if conjured by Vic's grumblings, Stace bounded down the back steps with Jackson glowering behind her. She said, "We have something to say, don't we?" "I'll do what I can for your brother. Get him here tomorrow at 9 a.m., Jackson said begrudgingly. He spun away, turning away from the house to stalk to the street and hop into an old truck. Stace rubbed her arms, watching him go. "That's about as good as I can do," Vic said. "Thank you. I mean it." "Yeah, thanks," Red said, guilt pricking at her. Stace had been so sweet to take her in, and now she was arguing with her boyfriend. It didn't seem like the best time for proper introductions. "I can get Vic to a motel. He's had a long drive." "I'll show you. It's near Lily's." "How's the Millennium Falcon, Red?" Vic asked, opening the back doors. He made a seat on the bean bags under the Tibetan prayer flags. "The usual. Got you a new windshield. I didn't touch your stuff," Red said. She got into the driver's seat and belted herself in sync with Stace on the passenger side. Silence reigned in the van as she drove from the house. Stace turned in her seat to look at Vic. Did you really collect werewolf teeth? Red watched him in the rearview mirror. It had happened before she met him. He'd dropped out of college after his adopted father's death and been a mess until he became an intern for Quinn Investigations. She had asked him once why he had done it. He'd changed the subject. He nodded slowly, sprawled on an orange beanbag, hat brim hiding his eyes. They were ferals, killers. It wasn't for kicks. Stace tilted her head, studying him. Jackson says they called you the dentist. I didn't create the nickname, Vic said. He removed his hat as her stare lingered. There wasn't any fey magic in it, but he shifted under its weight, sitting up. You don't know what they did, sister? Yeah, I made mistakes with Brady. The intel was bad, but the Packs weren't doing shit about some murders because they feared the wolf mages. I didn't think about the tooth thing. I was young and pissed off. I don't know. Stace looked away from him. I just wondered because Jackson mentioned his friend. You don't need to explain yourself to me. He sank back down on the beanbag, looking like he wished he hadn't said anything. So, do I take a right up ahead? Red asked, deeply uncomfortable, grateful for the silence for the rest of the trip to the long one-story motel surrounded by forest. She waited with Stace outside in the van as Vic checked in. Stace said, 2 years hunting beside a guy like that. Wow. Red had heard that before. Her best buddy was an acquired taste with a dubious reputation to match. Hey, he has a good heart. You're just seeing him on a bad day, running on no sleep. Stace put a horrified hand on her chest. No, I don't mean it like that, I swear. It must have been rough, thrown into the deep end of the pool without memories. He doesn't go for easy jobs, I hear. Say what you want. He's not a quitter, Red said, and touched the other woman's shoulder. It was a kind thing that you did for LaShawn's sake. He's a genuinely good guy, as mild as soy milk. Jackson isn't going to be happy for a bit, so ignore him if he's growly. He's a teddy bear, usually. Stace sighed, glancing over to the forest around the hotel. Speaking of, I need to find him. He's probably sulking in the woods over having to play nice. I'll find my own way home. I know you said you could get a hotel, but we're cool with you staying with us. Just text if you won't be around after dinner. Sure, she smiled, waving goodbye as the half-fae walked away into the trees, then sprinted at impossible speeds, once obscured by the forest. Red looked around for Vic until she found a motel room with its front door cracked open to the parking lot. He sat on a sagging mattress in a room that hadn't been redecorated since the 1980s. Staring into space, he looked like he had no idea what to do. It was unsettling. He always knew what to do, even if it was just a hunch or a shitty idea. She took over the situation when she came inside. You're going to call for food. Get something in you besides coffee. Lily's does delivery. I bet you have clothes in the van. I'll get them. Sure, yeah. At his surprisingly meek acceptance, she jogged back to the van to riffle through it for his spare go-bag. Later, Red pulled out her buzzing phone, cranking her shoulder up to keep the old backpack steady as she locked up the vehicle. Calloway had texted new details on the ritual sacrifice. With everything else that had happened, the latest murder had been pushed from her mind. Red went back to Vic's room, hoping to distract him with the news that the sheriff wanted their help. Hopping onto his laptop, she used his password to get into BardNet. She updated him on the case and uploaded her crime scene photos from her phone. They weren't easy to look at. The victim had been strung up by the wrists between two oaks for 61 hours before he had been found. She paused her research only when the food delivery came. Chomping on a burger, Vic read over her shoulder, pointing at the symbols on the swollen torso in the crime photo. He chewed loudly before swallowing. Those druidic? Nudging him away from her ear, Red scanned through an entry on Egyptian hieroglyphics on another internet browser beside the photos. That's what I am trying to find out. The Brotherhood has a reference guide to different runes, but whatever these are, they aren't on it. I'm shooting for ancient alphabets now. That ritual was not New Age for sure. She tapped onto the next entry, Etruscan. The angular marks in the fuzzy picture made her squint, looking back and forth between the torso and the barred net. I think we have a possible match. And you're ready to sleep, mister. Vic flopped on the bed. Even if Lashon doesn't talk to me tomorrow, make sure he meets Jackson. Red promised, hating how forlorn he looked, and left to work more at her usual booth at the diner. Hiding her laptop's more disturbing screen contents, she wrote out the symbols from the crime scene photos into her hunter's journal. A perky pop song was a curious soundtrack to the morbid sight. On the far less graphic BardNet browser, she tried to match the marks from the ritual sacrifice to the Etruscan. I'm glad you texted me back at least, Aisha Calloway said by way of greeting as she sat in the diner booth. I haven't heard from your friends. We were supposed to have coffee, weren't we? I don't know who the sacrifice was for yet, but Red boiled down the supernatural lore to regular human speak, then name-dropped the local mages that Stace and Zach found suspicious. She added, There's also a coven in town for a reunion. The police station should have a file on a murder at their sorority house years ago. Calloway shook her head, sipping her coffee. Is this just another Tuesday here? It would be nice if Bonner could fill me in on this stuff. Doesn't seem like they had the best relationship with law enforcement in the past, Red said, before filling Calloway in on the secret history of charm. If you wondered how a village had so many amenities, college, seaport, unusually large blood bank, it was built for demons to feed on. Prince Merrick is the longest-lasting supernatural power in the area since Stace fulfilled her destiny, probably because he lives out of town. He stays out of her way if she stays out of his business. So, the mayor is almost certainly a demon's pawn. I came here to get away from that life. This job is never simple. Hunting never is. Not exactly what I mean, the sheriff said as she stood. I'll look into those witches. If you find anything more, let me know. Red said her goodbyes and returned to her laptop, educating herself on the ancient Etruscans before the culture had been consumed by the Romans. BardNet chronicled its seer priests who worshipped veiled gods, bargaining for favor with offerings. She had cracked some of the code, but she still didn't know who the sacrifice was for or why he died. 9. April 10th, afternoon, Charm, Oregon, Lily's Diner. Zach tempted Red from the crime scene photos with French fries. She closed her laptop and gave him the highlights on her findings. It took the duration of the fry basket to brainstorm what her research could mean. She said, The ritual had a simple setup, but a mage would still need to prepare themselves or cleanse afterwards. Might need special ingredients. Suddenly, he tapped his forehead. You just reminded me. I haven't taken you to your favorite place yet. The magic shop. When you said you fought against having magic, I couldn't believe it. You loved this place when we were kids. We can ask around there about any unusual purchases. Can you play hooky? I'm the boss, he said as he ushered her to the parking lot. In his old SUV, dented on the side by what looked like curled Skylosh demon horns, they drove into the village over a small river bridge and past the brick high school. He parked in front of a stately library with white pillars and a wide lawn. The sun peeked through the clouds. He gestured to an Irish pub, the Winded Whaler, between a florist and a hair salon. That's my competition. They tried to do a Taco Tuesday once. I was embarrassed for them. Red chuckled as he took her down Main Street, which was maintained in its historical pre-World War II glory. It looked like a Norman Rockwell painting of the good old days. In the sunlight, it was hard to believe its secret reputation. Ducker chimes drifted on the breeze as people bustled about the shops. An elderly couple walking with fluffy Pomeranians chatted with a teenager who changed the black sign letters in an Art Deco-style theater. Charm was lively, unlike some small towns Red had passed through where everything was closed besides the vape shop and post office. The death count, coupled with low profit margins, probably convinced big box store executives to keep out of town. Zach nodded to a wide window where a bearded clerk in a Spider-Man shirt waved at him from a comic shop. I saved Josh once from a literal manic pixie dream girl, wings and all. She was a hair puller. Hey dude, this is my friend Red. Hey, Josh came out, drawing first Zach and then her into an excited, sweaty hug. Good to meet you. I'd ask if you're a Marvel or DC fan, but I should probably welcome you to town first. Thanks, so many people are out today. His cheerful smile flickered. Folks like to get their shopping done by sunset in a town like this. What kind of town is it? Red asked, unable to stop herself. What did the civilians know about this place? The weirdness had started at the village limits for her. I'd tell you, but I spotted bad seeds. Josh gestured to 3 teenage skater boys slinking into his shop with shifty glances. He waved goodbye. Were we the kids sneaking in to read comics for free? Red asked Zach, thinking about Vic and his Millennium Falcon. It wasn't hard to imagine always finding her way to the fanboys, or had that been a coincidence? It was strange to think of the differences between herself and who she had been. Basil had used her as an example of how souls, how people, were affected by their experiences. As Emma, she had been raised by an archaeologist. As Red, she'd had Vic for guidance. And he was more of a wacky older brother. She'd be a great case study for nature versus nurture. Zach said, we were geeky misfits, the nerdy girl and the goth boy, but we couldn't be kids like everyone else. It's why we got along. You knew what it was like. What do you mean? Losing a parent. I wasn't the last, but I was the first in our class. I lost both in one go. You moved to town, and I finally had someone to talk to. Not just that. I had someone who believed me about all the weird shit in this town. Middle school would have been hell without you. I wish I still had my old tapes. Did I tell you that your mom gave me the camera? He smiled, wistful. Why don't you make movies anymore? I stopped after high school. How come? Fidgeting, Zach wouldn't say more. He turned a corner at the town hall, rebuilt like a perfect replica of the original Edwardian construction she had seen from old photos. We're almost there. Letting him deflect for now, Red filed another question away for later. How did an empathic goth boy become a hardened hunter? They entered a side street between a bowling alley called Pinheads and the back lot of the government building. A glowing hand, outlined in red neon, was the only sign on the fire-scorched brick storefront. Damage from the town hall fire 10 years before, Red guessed. The windows were painted black, and wooden beads obscured the open door. Zach brought her inside. Fluorescent lights flickered in the long, narrow room, lined with mismatched shelves and tables. Rabbit's feet and children's grow-your-own crystal kits crowded the front tables. Porcelain unicorn figurines twirled in motorized cases. Clattering bowling pins echoed through the thin walls. We got a special on dream catchers, the shopkeeper said, as she watched a small TV at an oval counter in the center of the shop. Draped in black tourmaline necklaces, she reclined back in an office chair. Someone had painted a warning line on the floor behind her with a message. Don't cross unless you know what you're doing. I'm good on that, Wendy. Whirling her chair around, Wendy muted the low volume but didn't stand up. Oh, it's you, Zach. What you need? The usual. Any string purchases or stringer buyers? Nothing besides being backed up with orders for ghost flowers. That problem has been taken care of, he said confidently. Don't spread that around, or people will want refunds. Red wandered away from the conversation, confident that Zach would get more out of a townie than she could. She stepped over the line into the back area. Thin tables ran between the shelves to create 2 narrow aisles. Despite the cramped space, the merchandise was better organized than in the front section. It was full of the good stuff, too. Shelves of wide-mouthed potion jars and baskets of herbs filled the left wall. A white name card reading Ghost Flowers sat on an empty space. There had been a run on rose oil, too, with only 1 bottle left. Other white placeholders were labeled Hawthorn Berry and Moonlit Harvested Ginseng. Both were great for blessing and healing. Round tins of herb-flecked salts crowded a plastic bag dispenser and a measuring scale on a sagging plastic table. The Dead Sea salt and rosemary blend, a powerful detoxifier, was empty while the other salts were still more than half full. This store must have done swift business. It had rarer items than you'd expect from a no-Starbucks town. Red passed by the crystal collection, doubling back when she noticed what else was missing. A wide blank spot for selenite pyramids made its out of stock card look tiny in comparison. The stock shortages assembled into a suspicious pattern in her head. She trotted across the warning line. Hey, who bought out all your supplies for a major purification ceremony? Zack put his hand on the counter. Wendy, I thought you didn't have anything unusual. The shopkeeper shrugged, leaning back in her chair. In a town like this, that kind of stuff runs out. Red said. Obviously versed in the supernatural, Wendy uttered the phrase in a town like this with resigned implications, much like the comic book guy. It probably made it easier to live in charm when you left all the terrifying stuff unsaid. No wonder Zack had felt like he was crazy before he met the young witch Emma Peters. Red lifted an eyebrow. That's enough to cleanse the auras of everyone on the block. Those crystal pyramids aren't cheap. Not at all. I think it was Olivia Benston and her friends a few days ago. They said something about a spa day. I haven't seen her since, but we're connected on social media. She's blowing up my feed today with 1,000,000 selfies on a vineyard day trip out of town. Zack asked, Can you bring up her order? Wendy spun in her office chair to a laptop and logged into a cash register program. She paid with a card. Red pulled Zack aside and leaned in to whisper to him. Dark magic takes a toll on a witch. She'd need more than a spa day to cleanse herself of a human sacrifice. He nodded. Check if anything else is missing. Red did another loop through the Baccaria, finding only one more blank spot amid a line of stone busts and figures, curiously without an out-of-stock sign. She came back to ask the shopkeeper, Did you sell Olivia a statue too? There's one without a label. Wendy, in the middle of writing a list on a notepad, set down her pen. I always put a card. I believe, Zack said, before he stopped as if shocked to see Wendy leave her chair and TV. She walked from behind the counter to the emptied shelf. Red asked, What is it? There should be a statue of Janus here. Nodding grimly, Red wasn't surprised. Janus was the god of beginnings, doorways, transitions, and time. He appeared in pantheons across the Mediterranean. According to the Etruscans, he was one of Orcus's pals in the underworld. If you find anything else missing, let me know, Zack said before thanking the shopkeeper. He took the note and walked outside with Red. She said, Magic and bowling in one building. I can see why I like that place. It's always good for a lead or two. We'll be able to pick up more at the diner rush tonight. He led the way out of the alley to walk back to the SUV. We might not have to wait. Where's Olivia staying? We can get a look around while she is out with the girls. With her mom, Claudia, who is also a witch. The Benstons are an old family in charm. I don't know what kind of warding they might have. Yeah, I think I read about them in my research. They own all the trees or something, Red said. Weighing the risks in her head, she crossed the street to his vehicle in front of the library. Let's do a drive-by, and I can see if my spider sense picks anything up. Dark juju from a ritual sacrifice leaves a mark. Smiling, Zack opened the driver's side and got behind the wheel. Sure. What's that face for? It feels like old times, he said, before he started the engine and merged into the mellow Main Street traffic. A view of the sun-drenched river peeped between the storefronts. The commercial buildings gave way to a neighborhood where each house was statelier than the last. Grand oaks and trimmed hedges gave privacy to the homes built on money from the timber and fishing industries at the turn of the last century, testaments to the winners of the Industrial Revolution. The success of their descendants was indicated by the amount of peeling paint on the elegant architecture. Zack turned right on a street named Benston Court and pointed to a well-kept neoclassical mansion behind a black wrought iron gate. A smooth asphalt driveway curved to a carriage house and looped around a wide fountain. He asked, Can you sense anything? Yes, she said. Buried crystals channeled a protection ward stronger than the fence. Sigils, invisible to human eyes, glittered on the distant windows. Housing generations of mages gave the mansion a faint shine to her spirit gaze. She struggled to pierce through the layers of spell work. The yard is huge. I can barely sense anything besides they're magically rich and fortified. He drove around the block behind the house before parking in a side road, obviously used for the trucks of the landscapers and not the BMUs of the homeowners. Trees blocked the sight from the house. He said, "We'll take it on foot. The driveway is long enough that they'll see us even if we go through the gate." A fresh burst of magic entered her awareness. She hopped out of the car, following the trace out to the sidewalk. It had an earthy essence. The yard itself felt magic. Even compared to the high-class neighbors, the expansive lawn was vividly green, without a single weed or dirt spot. Flowering rose bushes were evenly spaced 2 yards apart along the iron fence posts, as if the gardener used measuring tape to be sure. There was more at work than fertilizer and an irrigation system. Zach walked beside her, but she didn't notice him, lost in seeking the energy. The word growth popped into her mind as she found it, looking down at the source of the magic. A middle-aged woman. Crouching at the base of a rose bush, she stared back at them from under a floppy sun hat. She was a socialite who graced the local paper frequently for her parties and prize-winning garden. In a weather-beaten hat and gloves, her tight jeans and white blouse were designer. She wore lipstick and an heirloom pearl necklace for yard work. Spotting Zach, she stood and murmured to herself, "I knew Olivia shouldn't have come back to town." Red took a stab at guessing that this was the Benston matriarch. "Why's that, Claudia?" The other woman attempted to arch her eyebrow, but her forehead barely moved from the magic of Botox. A poker face and an injection. Red hoped Zach was getting something off the other woman, because she wasn't sensing anything beyond an enchantment to make the roses bloom. "Hi, Mrs. Benston. Is Olivia home?" Zach asked, radiating calm with his empath magic. It was subtle. Red only felt it because she was already on guard for magic. He continued, pulling a story out of his butt without missing a beat. "I heard that the venue for the reunion was canceled at the last minute. I was going to offer Lily's as a substitute. I'll tell her when she returns." The elegant woman nodded stiffly, feet shifting to point toward the house. The rest of her didn't seem to want to go. She asked, "Something happened last night, didn't it?" "How'd you guess?" Claudia tossed a suspicious glance at Red. "Because the dead are walking. What other ghosts will come back? Is Barbara next?" "In a town like this, you never know," he said, turning to walk away, gesturing for Red to follow. "Thanks for passing the message along." "Wait." Claudia lowered her voice, brows furrowed as much as her plastic surgery would allow. She asked, "What should I be on guard for? I felt the barriers thinning for weeks. It's not natural. Last night, I haven't felt anything like that in 10 years. I assume that's why little Emma Peters is back and fully grown." Red forced herself not to react. "Unrelated," he said shortly. "Be careful who you invite inside, Mrs. Benston. We have more pale tourists in town. It's why I'm offering my diner and all the protection that comes with it." Claudia nodded. "I'll tell Olivia." Leaving the witch with her roses, Red and Zach returned to the dented SUV and drove away. She waited until the mansion disappeared from the rearview mirror to dish about the encounter. "I'm new to town, so I didn't catch all that subtext. Who's Barbara? What else happened 10 years ago?" Barbara Benston was her mother-in-law, killed by Alaric right in front of Olivia during his last stand. That wasn't a good year for anyone. Did you feel something off Claudia? "Nothing dark. She cheats in those gardening competitions, though. Maybe she knows something about Olivia, but she wasn't involved in the ritual. It definitely spooked her." Red fell silent. Was it because vampires were in town or because her wayward daughter returned? As they waited at a stop sign, he asked suddenly, "Hey, do you want to go bowling? I can't stop thinking about it since we passed Pinheads." She grinned. "Sure, we got an hour or two to kill until you gather gossip at the dinner rush. The whole thing is on me, from the rented shoes to whatever fried delight is best there. Don't argue since I've been crashing at your place. Don't worry about it. After a month, we'll start charging back rent, he said, chuckling. After they got to Pinhead's, she reassured him that she could go to a hotel that night. It was fun staying with them, but she had dropped in on their lives. Again, he said that their home was hers for as long as she was in town. They traded case theories and jokes easily, yet both skirted around the harder edges of the week's events with Vic and Christoph. She stood for a turn, wondering how her new and old lives could coexist, and absently lobbed her scuffed bowling ball. Smashing into the pins, it took out the middle ones, leaving a 7-10 split. She waited by the ball return, hoping it wasn't an omen. Red wasn't a good enough bowler to get both pins. She'd have to choose. 10. Ein Saitium. April 11th, morning. Charm, Oregon. Stace and Zach's house. Red sat on the front porch steps, wishing Jackson would lighten up. His face was frosty in the bright morning sunshine. She said, "LaShawn will be here, I promise." Leaning against the rail, the big werewolf grunted and looked at his watch. He might have broken away from his brother Jorge's pack in Las Vegas, but he still dressed like them. In a gray sweatsuit, he looked more like a personal trainer than a shaman. Great. Her attempts at small talk were first met with single sentences, but as time passed, his replies had dwindled to one-word statements. Now they were grunts. Where was LaShawn? He was late. Red let her smile wilt, wishing Zach and Stace were here instead of working in the restaurant today, preparing for the 10-year high school reunion organized by Olivia Benston. It was for a class ahead of them, but some might recognize her, even with the dyed black hair. The invitation would have wigged her out if she didn't have Vic's drama distracting her. A Prius zoomed into the driveway, narrowly missing a trash can as it parked. In the driver's seat, LaShawn pushed his brother away from the steering wheel. He popped out of the car. Vic trailed behind him, shoulders slumped like he already needed a lifeline. Jackson barked, "You're late." "Sorry. I can send him away, too," LaShawn said, face screwed up in embarrassment under his black glasses. Dressed in a colorette shirt, he smoothed down the large drain coffee stain on the white fabric in fastidious irritation. A green tea man, it wouldn't have been his drink. Someone else must have spilled it on him. She didn't need more than one guess as to whom. Jackson hopped the porch rail and stomped around the house. Glaring at his brother, LaShawn trotted after the wolf mage. They disappeared into the backyard. Red fell into step beside Vic, gesturing to the car in a silent question. He dejectedly shrugged in reply. She prompted him again. "What happened?" "I thought I'd surprise him with to-go breakfast. In hindsight, I shouldn't have popped up in the back seat. He's not a defensive driver. Swerved all over the road, spilled the drinks everywhere." "I'm not surprised. Who wouldn't?" "Is this the town where I'm the asshole because everyone is treating me that way?" Red patted his arm. Sorry for the poor guy. It wasn't only a rough morning, it hadn't been his week. "I know, everyone else is at work, so we can go inside the house and relax. You can meet Cocoa Puff. I need to know what he's going to do with my little brother." 5 minutes. Tops. "Keep quiet this time," Red said as they approached the wolves in the backyard gazebo. It would have been smarter to take him far away, even to the diner, but she was curious too. What was wolf magic like? Each mystical tradition had its own spells and ceremonies. Wolf mages were even more secretive than alchemists. LaShawn pulled a phone out of his pocket, a note-taking app already on the screen. "You won't need that." Jackson set it on a bench by a rusted metal toolbox. He opened the box, fishing out a dried herb bundle, rosemary wrapped in braided sweetgrass, and lit it with a copper Zippo. Waving the burning herbs around LaShawn lazily, he looked at a notification on his smartwatch. There were no pretensions in this man's ritual. He handed the bundle to the smaller wolf. "Hold." LaShawn obeyed and wrinkled his nose as if holding back a sneeze. "Okay." Red assumed the smoke was for purification. She sniffed again, trying to figure out what else was in the cloying fragrance. Jackson examined the empty air around the other man's head, eyes shifting silver. He took back the herb bundle, stubbing out the smoking ends, and dropped it into the toolbox. Like a mechanic sussing out the engine problem, he grunted and wiped his hands on an old bandana. Found the trouble? Vic asked. What is it? Lashon glared at his brother, shushing him. Jackson ignored both to pull a chipped juice glass from the toolbox. He unwrapped a blue and brown raven's egg from a scrap of fox fur and touched it to the top of Lashon's head. The other wolf stiffened like a robot on contact. Jackson ran the egg down the back of Lashon's neck and his left arm. It killed Red not to ask questions, but not as much as Vic, who had developed a facial tic, as if broadcasting his queries in Morse code. Jackson wasn't a showy shaman, each motion utilitarian and without explanation. Finished with the raven's egg, he set it gently on the fur. He lifted the empty juice glass. Spit. Lashon was a classy guy. Hawking up loogies wasn't his thing, but he spat with as much dignity as one could. Jackson cracked the shell on the glass, plopping the viscous fluid inside. He peered at the concoction, disappointed as if it were supposed to look like something other than a spit and egg yolk. Huh, didn't expect that. Vic, face purpling from repressing his commentary, tapped his brother's arm. Lashon batted him away with another shush. Jackson set the glass on the bench and gestured to the other wolf. Let me see you shift then. But pardon? Yes, I'll try. Vic stepped forward, hands crossed for a time out. Do that egg thing again, you missed spots. Besides, it's not even a full moon. It's going to be harder for him. He's new at this. Jackson said, Was I talking to you, wolf killer? Red tugged at Vic, guiding him backward. Nope, you weren't, and we'll be quiet now. Stop. This is his last chance, she whispered. Vic settled his shit and shut his mouth. She loved the guy, but he was his worst enemy right now. Lashon placed his glasses on the bench before he glanced back at them. Do I have to do it in front of everyone? You ain't something to be ashamed of, Jackson said gruffly, even as he waved the others off. Give us space. We're going next door. She stepped beside Vic, ready to block him if he made a run to join his brother. The wolves squeezed through the broken section of the fence to the yard where her family home had once stood. Now the empty lot was completely fenced in from the street. Vic said, That's the place, huh? Red knew what he meant, but they weren't making small talk about the house fire now. She kept a stiff upper lip, shaking off her unease. Yep, we can eavesdrop, then buzz off. They leaned on either side of a wide crack in the old fence, peeping through. Jackson and Lashon huddled in the center of the yard. Tall and lanky, the Constantine brother still seemed dwarfed by the muscular werewolf. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the extent of the discolored scars left by Frank Lopes, and carefully folded it to lay on a clean patch of grass. The wolf mage crossed his arms. We're wasting daylight. Lashon nodded with the grim acceptance of a man on the gallows. Minutes passed as he furrowed his brow, shaking his hands and stamping his feet, visibly rallying his body to comply. He looked more like a guy trying to wake up a sleeping limb. Come on, kid, show me what you got. Are you going to turn into a wolf or stay some yuppie? Red nodded back to the house. Maybe we... A pained moan ripped through the quiet yard. Lashon contorted, back spasming, his face screwed up like in gastric distress. Gnashing his teeth, he couldn't muffle his whimpers, falling to his knees. His dark skin rippled, the beast within fighting for freedom from his human form. She had watched other werewolves turn, their skins literally reversed, human flesh peeling back as the limbs shrunk. It sounded painful as the joints ground together. Alphas could shift seamlessly, modifying the transformation if they wanted to merely grow claws. The weaker the wolf, the weaker the control. They suffered as the change drew on. She had seen an Omega take 15 minutes. This was worse. Vic had never let her see. Now she knew why. 15 minutes came and left as Lashon thrashed in the dirt, torn between two beasts. His ribs were distorted. The skin peeled on his forehead. Vic gripped the fence, hiding his pale face. God damn it, Jackson should do a spell or shake a fucking didgeridoo. Red put a warning hand on his arm. Be cool. Lashon cried out, face elongating. She thought he almost had it, but he was stuck, banging his head against the ground as if he were going to release the wolf by cracking his skull open. The rapid thuds made her cringe, looking away. Vic pushed past her through the gap in the fence and ran to his brother. Stop it! Jackson pushed him away from Lashon. How the hell am I going to help if I don't see what he's going through? The two men faced off. Nostrils flaring, Jackson towered a head taller over Vic. Most men would have run, but the wiry hunter stared the wolf in the eyes. His fingers twitched as if fighting instinct to reach for a weapon. It's torture on him, and it's not even a full moon night. I don't want you hanging around that long, Jackson said, like I want to be here with you either. If you want to dick with me, then do it. Don't fuck with my innocent brother over whatever hurt feelings you got over that other wolf mage, Brady. Don't say his name. That's not for you. I'm done here. Jackson stomped away into the other yard. Lashon picked himself off the ground with a groan, body shifting back into its original shape. He wiped at his wrinkled khakis, caked with grass stains. As he reached for his shirt, he stumbled. Vic reached for him. He brushed off his brother's help and regained his balance. You've done enough. Vic kicked the dirt, eyes narrowing as Lashon disappeared through the fence. You're being a helicopter mom, Red said, ignoring his glare. It wasn't the first time she had been in the middle of a Constantine family argument. She had an idea where Lashon was coming from, even if she wished the two could get along when they needed each other more than ever. You're the expert on wolves. Think about it. You're making him look weak to a more powerful wolf, one that's supposed to mentor him, accept him into his territory. He's already been rejected from one pack. You saw how much pain he was in. And he'll live that hell every full moon until he dies if he doesn't learn how to control this. I should find him. No, you handle Jackson and promise him you'll back off. I can go after your brother. Shit, okay, he said. They split up after he handed over Lashon's abandoned glasses by the gazebo. Red exited the open gate in the back fence and found the werewolf sitting in the meadow. Lashon picked at the grass without looking at the pile of clippings he was accumulating in front of him. He squinted at the tree-lined cemetery. Well, that went terrible, don't you agree? She sat next to him and handed him his glasses. It was time for a break. I have to go back, he said. Putting them on, he lifted his head high, a thoughtful expression on his weary countenance. He squared his shoulders. I left my phone. I heard a rumor that Jackson is a teddy bear. His lenses magnified a dour stare. So, he'll take pity on me after watching me flop in the dirt? That wasn't quite what she'd meant, but she tried to look on the bright side. Or for having Vic as a devoted big brother. You always find the good in him, even when he's being annoying. Give him time and he'll be offensive too, but he loves you. I know, but this is why Jorge Gonzalez sent us off. It wasn't even Vic's rep, it was all the butting in. He didn't have time for a runt anyway, not with a pack that size. I'm worse than an Omega. Do you want to be higher on the wolf totem pole? Lashon rested his chin on his fist, hunched over his crossed legs. I want to not spend 3 nights a month in a seizure while my bones twist and my skin peels. I want to go back to my life in Seattle, even the office. I'm on medical leave, working remotely, but how long will that last? This paranormal bullshit never ends. To be more correct, it will never end. Not now. Red kept silent. Lashon was Henry Constantine's biological son, inheriting his blue-gray eyes and height. But he hadn't wanted the brotherhood legacy or the supernatural complications that came with it. He even went professionally by his late mother's last name. The job against the Lopes pack was supposed to be his last. She didn't need to rub the irony in his face by trying to give him an optimistic pep talk. He wasn't wrong, and he said, if I can control this, I can go back without worrying that I'll accidentally wolf out on my homeowners association. When will that happen? It's day 1. Jackson is testing you. He doesn't expect you to shift today, or he wouldn't have you try in the backyard. He wasn't only testing me, and we both failed. LaShawn plucked sadly at the grass again. It's day one, she said. The comfort felt as thin as the fog over the cemetery. She tried again with something useful. I can help get Vic off your back, distract him. Please, I can't concentrate with him staring at me like that. Yeah, it was like he got punched in the nuts while seeing a puppy get run over. Jackson called out from the back gate. We're supposed to be working, not weeding. Red noticed LaShawn's unsteady wobble, but didn't help him up, giving him the space and dignity to walk. He needed to project strength. Vic might be annoying, but his brother could still win over the wolf mage. Her fingers were crossed for it. Leaving the wolves alone, she found Vic by the Millennium Falcon. She fished the keys from her back pocket and handed them over. You look like you could use a drive. Do you want company? Nah, only the Falcon. This was a shit day, but at least you're thinking straight. What you gonna do? Vic opened the driver's door. Think about all the things I can't laugh off. Red nodded, not knowing what to say. Trudy Fox had warned him once that he'd made a mistake that he couldn't laugh off. It was a curse in hindsight. They had set up an elaborate trap for the Laupus pack in Nevada, designed to keep them away from civilians and their mysterious benefactors. Then Frank said words as powerful as a spell, claiming to know who killed Vic's biological parents, the Parksies. The hunter had confronted Frank, and as he told the story, everything went to shit, and there they were. Tell me if he needs me. I will. Vic backed out of the driveway, and the van soon disappeared down the street. Red wandered into the living room and then the kitchen. She puttered around, wiping the counters and washing a few dishes to settle her nerves. Stace and Zach were tidy housekeepers, so there was little for her to do. She had already finished her to-do list on the ritual murders last night, emailing a bard in London for verification on her translation to avoid building a plan around a mistranslated symbol. One was the name of the Etruscan underworld god Orcus, a bearded giant who liked to punish oathbreakers. Was it a clue to the killer's motives? Revenge on a betrayer? The purpose of the ritual offering was unclear. It was common in antiquity to ask the underworld for curses, whether carved on tablets thrown into wells or with fresh bodies in tombs. Even the ancients would have been unnerved by writing a curse on a body, but the killer obviously wanted the dark god's attention. Whether you called him Hades, Pluto, or Orcus, he answered darker prayers. It wasn't his only trick. A yelp of pain drifted in from the backyard. LaShawn. It didn't sound like the lesson was getting any easier. Red needed a better distraction than cleaning. She grabbed Aunt Gina's binder on the Peters deaths and went into the living room and closed the door behind her to muffle the sounds from outside. Compared to the recent murders, this dossier was an ice-cold case. One might argue that it had been solved. Either it was a true mundane accident or a riftquake destroyed the house. She had seen a portal's energy melt asphalt. It could spark a gas line. Was she gobbled up into the blood realm? Less fantastically and more likely, she could have been flung free from the fire by magical instinct, and an opportunist demon found her. The rest, until the moment Vic came along, would be better left forgotten in both theories. Red sat on the couch next to Cocoa Puff's habby trail and cooed at the little hamster. She knew she was stalling. Usually work engrossed her more than daytime TV, but she was tempted to turn it on and catch up on the human news. She was out of touch after weeks burrowed in a supernatural library. The human world seemed like a dumpster fire, even from her brief check-ins. Cocoa Puff twitched his whiskers in judgment and scampered into his wheel run. I saw that face, she huffed, slumping back on the couch cushions. Gina McGregor's clinical notes on the house fire had been harder to read than she expected, but she couldn't stall anymore. She flipped to the coroner's report on Brooke Peters and forced herself to face it. Her hands trembled when she reached the pictures, but she didn't stop from analyzing them closely and taking notes. The image of her mother's body, incinerated to bones, was beyond words as it burrowed into the darkest recesses of her brain. Once she had reached the end of that tightly typed section, she calmly stood up and walked to the hallway bathroom and threw up. The next pages were easier, less gruesome than the part on the house fire, yet they still raised unsettling questions. Gina recounted moving with Stace to Charm, striking up a friendship with the whip-sharp academic Brooke next door, brought together because they were raising girls alone. Their relationship grew rocky when Emma started sneaking out on supernatural patrols. Gina described their lively debates held away from the children as Brooke slowly conceded that a bard's mentorship could help her daughter survive in the dangerous town. The entry filled in some of the blanks surrounding Brooke, crafting a study of contrasts. Then the bard's observant eye turned to describing the girl Red had been. Emma Peters was the sort of child that could be ordered into a corner with a book and would remain there for hours, happy in the pages. Independent, she seemed like a little adult, long used to taking care of herself on her mother's work trips. It wasn't until Lord Sanchez pointed out how lonely Emma was that I saw it. Much like my own Stacy, she was a little girl who walked with a big burden on her shoulders. She held her secrets better. Supposedly moving from upstate New York to Oregon, I never found a record of an Emma Peters in the Utica school system. I never found a record of her anywhere but Charm. Her phone chimed, announcing a confirmation email about her Etruscan translation from the ironically nicknamed Fat Crispin, the only one in the Brotherhood headquarters who knew she lived. If he was chubby in his youth, old Jacob was rail thin and ailing now. His work ethic couldn't be denied. He had verified the language and recognized the name of an underworld demoness, Kulsu. She seemed to have served all the Etruscan bad boys like Orcus and Janus as a guardian of doorways. She tapped on his link to the Bardnet entry on the demon and realized she needed to enter Vika's long-past warg again. A laptop would be better for this job. She walked into the kitchen on a detour for a cup of coffee and set the binder on the table, overcome by the abrupt allure of an afternoon nap. Stace walked in wearing a smile and a blue Lily's Diner shirt. "Hey, I came back on my lunch break to see how the boys are getting on." "Better now," Red said brightly, avoiding the snafu of the morning. She didn't want to worry her or re-emphasize Vic's first impression. "Heavy reading, huh?" Stace nodded to the binder on the table. "I figured I might as well while I waited for verification that the ritual victim had been killed in an Etruscan ceremony. It just came back. The ritual isn't in the Brotherhood databases, so it could be someone's family recipe. If you have any more leads on those practicing the old stuff, we can start there. Aisha Calloway can help. It'll be better if we handle that by ourselves. I already have a plan for scoping out witches at the reunion tonight. Olivia is at the top of the list. The sheriff can save us time. There were only a few days between the last victims. The killer could be trying again tonight. I can tell she cares, but she's safer chasing human criminals. I'll keep her in the loop if we find that the killer is something in her jurisdiction. I've heard about who she worked for in LA. I don't want her to pass it on." Stace added quickly, "Accidentally, of course. She's definitely not working for demons now. Had her fill." Red made a note to tell Aisha anyway. Stace was gun-shy to trust, since the last sheriff would get on the pay of whatever supernatural warlord passed through town. Aisha Calloway wasn't like that. She hadn't worked with Cora Moon for the money, but to shield people from the monsters. Red changed the subject to what had been bothering her. It wasn't her mother's death this time. It was her life. "Can I ask you something before you go? What was my mom really like? You've told me about the archaeology career, the highlights, but it was more complicated between us, wasn't it? Maybe more complicated than you'd tell your Aunt Gina for her report." Stace sat at the kitchen table with her. "You were a teenager. You two didn't always get along. When she was out of town, you were a latchkey kid. Then she'd come back and she was... I don't know how to say it." "Was she strict?" Red asked, reflecting on Gina's note about the emphasis on education, both academic and magical, in the Peters household. Brooke had been training her before the bard had moved to town, mostly on control and concealment of her talent. Emma had been advanced for her age by all accounts. All that mystical knowledge would have been great to keep instead of a wealth of song lyrics and movie trivia. Scared, Stace said after a long pause. Your mother could be so much fun. We'd have poker tournaments and squirt gun fights in the house. Then sometimes it was like she remembered that she had to look over her shoulder. Did she say anything about leaving a coven? I got intel from the other side about it. Ghost rumor has it that my grandma wasn't pleased. No, but the thought did cross my mind when she died. She didn't use her magic much, even if she taught you about yours. Are you sure? Red asked. Covens ranged along the evil good scale, but a few practiced the old tradition of killing those who tried to leave, some stitching the mouths of the dead to prevent them sharing secrets even in the afterlife. Charm was an ideal place to hide. The energies from the dimensional fault line could camouflage any accidental magic traces from a young witch. She was more afraid for you than for herself. She pushed you to get good grades and take self-defense classes, but she wouldn't let you go to a spelling bee championship because you'd have to fly to Philadelphia alone. You once joked that she had forbidden you to try out for a play because then people would see you. I think she was simply scared to lose you. Red sipped her coffee, thinking it through. Aunt Gina did wonder what my mother was hiding in her past. I think it's simpler than a vengeful coven. Brooke could be dramatic. Somehow your mother was both the person who kept a detailed agenda and would still decide to join a dig in Morocco on a whim. I think she was heartbroken over your dad and wanted a fresh start. That was an angle that Red had never considered. Her father, Russell, was as much of a mystery as he'd even been. Did I talk about him? Not even your Aunt Gina could find anything on him. You and Zach bonded more over that, but I know he wasn't a mage like your mom. Just a normal Jewish guy from New York, you said. I'm half Jewish? Huh. Didn't really practice it here, but you had a bat mitzvah along with whatever the pagan equivalent is. You lost him soon after that, I think. It's not like you were over it in high school, even with your mom forcing you to therapy. You didn't really talk about him in your life before Charm. I was hurt by that, because I told you everything. But after Aunt Gina, I get it now. You were hurting too. To lose someone so young, I think it was natural causes, though. Why? I didn't get the full story because you were sobbing drunk at a party on the Ghost Beach. It was like the first time you drank, and then you started puking by the bottomless pit. So, I was busy, Stace said as she strained to remember. It was hereditary or something, but your mother blamed herself and your grandma for not stopping it. Sounded like the two were estranged even then. I always figured that she wanted to cure him, but there's only so much you can do with magical medicine. So when he died, she left the coven with you. Red bowed her head, holding back the sniffles, as her friend squeezed her hand and gave her a tissue to wipe her eyes. I couldn't sleep last night, so I puttered around in the study. I found something for you. Stace motioned for Red to stay and left the kitchen. She came back holding a ring. This was your mom's. We found it in the ashes before the police could. Brooke did elemental magic like you. Red took the ring, an oval blue sapphire, Celtic symbols etched in the gold band. Power tickled her fingertips. It had been imbued with enchantment. Most witch families had heirlooms like this, sealed with the best spell in the family grimoire. It certainly was an antique. She slipped it on, and it felt like a hug to her magic, as if her mother were with her again. What did it do? I saw her hosing a back patio with that once. She'd want you to have it. I gotta go back to my day job. Have fun taking that ring for a test drive. Stace smiled and headed out the door. Red smoothed a thumb over the ring. So, her mother favored water spells? Elemental witches had an affinity for the raw building blocks of magic themselves: earth, air, water, and fire. She'd never had any luck with water or earth. Only once had fire come to her call, and she still had no idea how she had summoned it. Air was the friendliest. She drew on her power and tapped it gently on the ring, half expecting water to shoot from it. Instead, the ring honed her focus on the air, coaxing it to her will. It wasn't charmed for a specific spell, but for increased mastery over the elements. Her magic wound out like on a well-oiled pulley, like her mother had made it for her. It didn't fight her as she levitated a hamster-shaped mug. Laughing with delight, she made it dance, then plucked the cup out of the air to savor the coffee within and set it down. She tried controlling water next, sweating as the coffee resisted her. Even with the ring, her energy lagged. She returned to a friendlier element, wanting to play around more with her control over the bespelled heirloom. Manipulating the air molecules, she pushed the binder open, wanting to know what Aunt Gina had observed about Brooke's magic. The lag between her will and the ring decreased as she flipped the papers with the ring. It felt like a game, yet it wasn't easy, honing her will so precisely. But it was as if her mother was with her. She teared up at the idea. Then she landed on the pictures in the coroner's report. A gust blew through the kitchen. Pages flapped, curtains ruffled. Her emotions broke her control over the magic. She ripped the ring off, slapping it on the table. The chaos died down. Jumping up, she righted the toppled knickknacks on the windowsill and snapped the fridge magnets back on the fallen pictures. Red checked to make sure the binder was okay. Many pages were laminated, but not the handwritten reflections from Gina's private journals. They were fragile. She smoothed a bent page. It was the middle of a section on Alaric's aborted apocalypse. Intrigued, she flipped back to read more. Claudia Benston had mentioned that the recent riftquake was like something she had felt 10 years ago. Red had been tempted before to call Lucas to ask him, but he had a worse memory than her. His soul could make him broody, yet his instinct was to live in the moment and forget the details. She scanned through the section, knowing she could pick it clean for her journal later in a second read-through. She smiled, seeing a note on Kristoff leading the Portland vampires against Alaric. She'd have to rub it in his face later that they had already met. Her smile turned thoughtful as she read Gina's observations on Quinn Burns, his soul stolen to force him to rejoin the Order. It had grieved Gina, who saw him as a stalwart ally. She flipped ahead to read about Emma's showdown with the head vampire. She stopped at an academic passage about dimensions and gods when a name jumped out at her, Kulsu. Gina was describing Alaric's ritual. Multi-talented, he could mesmerize, but he also studied blood magic. All vampires drew on the blood as fuel, weakening without it, but a few could harness that energy for magic. Leading his minions to a secluded summer camp, Alaric tried to summon the original vampires from their hell prison. The cabins full of high school students were to be their first meal in our realm. He gorged himself as well to power his magic. He held the witches of the town, including the Peterses and the Benstons, hostage. In a ring of plain stones alternating with selenite, Alaric slit the throat of Barbara Benston as Venus retrograded in the sky above. The conjured portal sparked a wildfire that ripped through the forest. He carved his prayer to Orcus's servant, the Etruscan underworld goddess of doorways, on his sacrifice. It was eerily familiar to the latest murders. Fuck. Red trotted back to the living room for her phone to text her findings. Instinct made her text Vic first. Then she forwarded it on to Stace. A fresh cup of coffee later, with Cocoa Puff rolling around her feet in a plastic ball, she dove back into the binder. Who was trying to recreate Alaric's ritual to open the door to the blood realm? The curse carved on the victims, both past and present, was the same. A coincidence was impossible. It appeared to be a detailed homage, perhaps modified for a different species to do a vampiric ritual. Were they trying to summon something specific from the blood realm, or was it an open invitation? The gods might not have been appeased, but it had triggered a riftquake anyway, releasing a Mananangal and stirring up the ghouls. How long did they have before the killer found the right sacrifice? 11. April 11th afternoon, Charm, Oregon, Stace and Zach's house. Red paced in a sunbeam on the front porch and thumbed her way through her contacts list to Lucas. It wasn't exactly fun to phone her ex, even if they parted on good terms, the burden of being the dumped. Calling about a murder made it weirdly easier. It was early for a vampire, but the apocalypse with Alaric was Lucas's family's business. Hopefully, he had insights for her. She tapped his name, waiting for him to pick up. Red, Lucas asked blearily, British accent softened from sleep. Sorry about the wake-up call. She smiled despite her awkwardness, imagining him wrapped around pillows and blankets, his hair wild and sticking up. He wasn't the suave Dracula rising majestically from a coffin at sunset. It's always good to hear your voice. What's the latest in Vegas? That kid in trouble again? No, I'm in charm, and I found a case I wasn't expecting. Someone's trying to recreate Alaric's last stand, or at least a ritual that he did. Bloody hell. The swish of shifting fabric muffled the line as if he jumped out of bed. I'm supposed to be guarding a sodding oracle tonight, but I can be there in 2 days, kitten. 3 tops. You don't need to put on pants. I know LA needs you. I'm just asking for information. Who could have known his ritual enough to repeat it 10 years later? Not me. It wasn't a happy family reunion. Alaric wanted the Bloody Burnses back together, but he didn't trust us, or anyone, by the end. The Blood Alliance hunted the rest of his vampire followers when the fairy girl killed him. Selena's vision was off for once. You didn't see him die? Red asked, surprised that the fib about the old vampire's death had been given to even their allies. It was doubly weird that Selene had been the seer, but somehow that didn't surprise her. Her past life had been entwined with his family, and the echoes still played out in this one. I wish. We were in the forest protecting screaming teens from wildfire and minions on all sides. There were mages helping the good fight that night, some on the other side too. I was in the thick of it. He rattled off a few more details, like Delilah double-crossing her sire, before he asked tentatively, Are you still there? You're not peppering me with questions. I was at the summer camp that night, she finally said. You said you didn't know the name Emma Peters, but do you remember Stace and Zach hanging out with a witch girl with acne? I saved her a few times. Celine fumbled the prediction about that one. Oh. It was stupid, but a part of her was hurt because he hadn't recognized her. They'd felt connected on a soul level when she came to Los Angeles. She had seen him in dreams before they met. Now she knew why. It was a buried memory. That was me. My mom put me under a glamour. Lucas was quiet long enough for Red to worry that the call had cut out. His voice came out unsteady. That was wise of her. If Soulless Quinn had found you, I don't know what would have happened. Nothing good. Alaric might have recognized you too. Who'd want to carry on his work? There aren't many of us left besides the ones smart enough to defect early. Even before Alaric's defeat, that Pillock Michelle had been hunting the Order for years. The ritual would have been stamped out by the Blood Alliance on our side. They didn't waste time with tribunals for the rebels. They chopped them down on the battlefield to the last one, then hunted the rest. Out of all of Alaric's direct children, only Delilah is left. We have a lead on the witches that were there, but could you do me a favor and ask around about who might still be alive and shifty in your old club? It sounds like the inner circle was decimated, but I want to be sure. I could come up to help. I know, but don't pack your bag yet. I'm working with Stace Bonner and Zach Sanchez. There's a few wolves in the mix, and Vic too. We have a dream team here. The City of Angels needs you more. After all of this Oracle business here, I'll make some calls, smash some heads, and tell you what I find. He muffled a yawn. You can go back to sleep. She thanked him and hung up. Her heart panged, but less than when he had broken up with her and ripped it out. She had thought they could be fated once upon a time. It was a bittersweet comfort, knowing that he hadn't recognized her on a mystical level when they first met. She hadn't been dumped by her soulmate after all. It was better this way. In this life, whether as Emma or Red, she wasn't repeating Juniper's path. Putting her phone away, an old text message notification from Christoph caught her eye. When can I see you next? Maybe she spoke too soon. Hips swaying, Red hummed along to an old pop song between applying lipstick and blotting the crimson with a tissue. Her mother's gold ring flashed in the bright bathroom lights. Stace had let her borrow earrings to match. The half-fae sang into a hairbrush, shimming her shoulders, finishing the final lyrics. Magic in me. With her dark curls and two high space buns, Stace looked ready for a rave. She sighed happily, swapping the brush for mascara. I have a whole playlist for you. You'll both love and cringe at our high school faves. Red grinned. I'm so down. We can bribe the DJ to play it. They were going to a party, but the spontaneous sing along felt like the real fun of the night. After a brainstorm session with Zach over speakerphone earlier, Stace had returned to dress up for the high school reunion. She was officially off the clock as a waitress, but they were still working their real gigs, hunting. Red had talked to Calloway earlier, too. Their short list of other local witches had resulted in watertight alibis for the nights of the murders, except for Olivia Benston and her crew. In their glory days, they called themselves Persephone's daughters, so rituals to Etruscan gods shouldn't be a stretch for them, and the murders had started when they filtered into town for the reunion. It all fit, but Red still didn't understand their motivations. Why would Olivia emulate the vampire who killed her grandmother? And to what end? Stace insisted that the sorority alum had committed ritual murder before. The reunion was a perfect setup to get all the mage suspects together if they showed. The venue had moved to Lily's Diner, so Claudia Benston had passed the message on to her daughter. But what else did the older witch say about Zach's visit? She'd recognized Red, despite the years and black hair. Are you sure the sorority girls will come tonight? Stace touched up her eye makeup. There's not much to do in this town. But won't they totally know we will be there? Olivia will make them come. She organized the reunion. I saw the flyer. Is there a reason why you scribbled on her face? She made herself the head of the committee and probably designed that flyer. Not much has changed since she left town, I guess, Stace said, snapping her mascara wand back in the tube and cracking it. She chuckled awkwardly, setting the cosmetics on the counter. She's a grade A witch and made our lives hell when we were in school, so yeah, I'm her biggest fan, obviously. You said they were all there the night that Alaric died, on our side. It wasn't out of altruism. The town would have been a bloodbath once the portal opened anyway. She dabbled in the dark side even in high school. I haven't seen her since she transferred to a college back east. She told me she had gotten in too deep with dark magic and wanted out. I guess she lied. I'll sense if they still have rift traces in their aura, Red said. Intense ritual work left signs on a mage's aura, and a ritual this powerful and dark required a lot of cardio, or another physical activity, to center their energies. Meditation and sleep wouldn't cut it. Witches with a romantic partner had a more fun outlet to take the edge off. A ritual strong enough to open a dimensional doorway would leave a mark that few mages could cloak even with the purification supplies bought at the magic shop. It would require Red squinting her third eye, so she ran the risk of looking spacey, but it was a relief to have a job besides mingling with strangers who might recognize her. She hoped the dyed black hair would be enough of a disguise. No doubts here. You were always our number one witch, Stace said. Flashing a cover-girl smile, she adjusted her sweater. It was a baggy shape that only flattered models and apparently fairies. Feeling rather basic in her little black dress, Red studied her friend's outfit. The striped pants shouldn't have worked with the wild patterned top. She wouldn't have been able to carry the ensemble, but Stace worked it like she was on the cover of Vogue. Moving in freshman year, the heroine maintained an international street fashion flair even after years in charm when she wasn't in her diner uniform. Why do you work as a waitress? The Brotherhood pays heroes. I officially retired. My savings went toward Amsterdam, Stace said ruefully. Plus, I have a boss that won't fire me if I have to run out on a shift to kill a demon. I get to keep up with normal friends, have a routine. It's easy to go off the deep end fighting the shadows, staying in a supernatural bubble. You need to stay connected to humanity to want to sacrifice for it. With a life on the road, the only time Red had had that kind of stability was during her short stint with Quinn Investigations. As for normal friends, she couldn't think of one, or a single conversation outside an investigation with anyone who wasn't a hunter or some kind of supernatural for months. She said, "It keeps you grounded. I could use a bit of that." The tips aren't great. But Aunt Gina gave me the house, and I still get paid for my field reports to the bards. Oh, Red fidgeted, playing with her hair. Her kill order had been unofficial, decried by the Brotherhood as a renegade action. She had still decided they were better off not knowing she had survived for now. The mysterious Mr. Gabriel had the clout and reach to manipulate top bards. She didn't need another assassin on her tail, especially since she still didn't know why the first two had been sent. A mention in a solitary field report wouldn't usually attract much notice, but she had thought the same of her aborted application to take the hunter's challenge. Stace put an arm around Red's shoulder. I haven't said anything about you to the big guys. I had a feeling your mom wouldn't want me to either. Besides, I never liked telling authority figures too much. Keeps them off my back. That much hasn't changed since high school. Walking up to Lily's diner, Red and Stace giggled, trying to remember the lyrics to an old Destiny's Child song. They seemed like any other young women out on the town unless you looked in their purses. Salt, cold iron, and crosses lay under the lipstick and wallets. The front parking lot was transformed for the party. Charm's entire 20-30-something demographic had shown up by the looks of it. There was almost no one older than 40 except possibly Maudette, and an old-timer by the bar stand. Of course, looks were deceiving, in a town controlled from afar by an immortal fourth grader. Stringed lights and citronella torches illuminated tables spaced according to a new health ordinance. Focused more on the undead than the living, she hadn't flipped on the local news after Calloway had told her that the mechanisms of the Dark Veil were covering up the ritual murders. Red didn't think a plague or a serial killer on the loose would have fazed this town anyway. Zach waved from the grill as he passed out sizzling chicken breasts into waiting styrofoam cartons. The smoke curled over the buffet line. It blew into the trees that surrounded the diner, shielding them from view of the cemetery. Jackson came up to Stace, kissing her. With his big arm over his petite girlfriend's shoulder, he turned to Red. She braced herself for a stink eye, considering their morning. His smile seemed genuine as he said, "Good to see you. You both look great." Stace asked, "Is LaShawn here too?" "I sent him off. He's going to sleep well tonight, I guarantee it." "He's tougher than he looks," Red said, hiding her worry. It had been agonizing to watch him try to shift. She couldn't imagine how it felt to be clawed up by a wolf from the inside. Maudette flounced over to them, work shirt tight over her generous curves, hair piled up in big Aquanet sprayed curls. Red, glad to see you, honey." "Hey." After catching up with Maudette and Jackson, Stace took Red her on a tour of the party. She did a good job at explaining the little jokes and backstories as they mingled. Most offered their appreciation for Stace cryptically. "Thanks for last Halloween," or "You saved my bacon in high school," with town secrets on the tip of their tongues. How much they knew about the hero's real identity, Red couldn't say, but a thread of gratitude ran through the conversations. Some people recognized Red as much as she did them, not at all. Others regarded her more thoughtfully, greetings sounding more like welcome backs even as they introduced themselves. Maybe she wasn't the first to seemingly return from the dead. She was about to ask if her friend wanted anything when she sensed other witches approaching them at the bar stand. Stace muttered, "Ghost of Versace, give me strength. If I start sparking fey dust, pull me away. I'm allergic to plastic people." "Sure," Red said. "OMG, Stacy? Stacy Bonner? Hello?" A slim blonde in designer jeans and stilettos heels stepped into their path as if straight from the reunion flyer, Olivia Benston. With a razor smile and a beige blazer, she waved at them. Her needle-straight blonde hair brushed her chest, framing gray eyes and an elegant bone structure inherited from her mother like her magic. She was flanked by 3 women with noses designed by surgeons, distinguishable from another only by their different-toned blonde highlights and pastel dress colors. "You remember the Ashleys?" "Of course, how could I forget?" Stace said like she wanted another drink. "It's great to see you, especially having fun, not waiting tables. You still dress so uniquely, too. I would never have thought to put those vintage thrift shop pieces together." The backhanded compliment oozed with condescension. Stace's smile froze. Red, controlling an instant reaction to say that her friend looked awesome, held her hand out for a shake to the snake. Her greeting forced through her teeth. Hi, I'm Red. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Olivia had an unusually strong grip, yet her soft palms lacked the spectral residue of nefarious magic. Something else tingled in her touch, but she withdrew her hand too quickly to determine what. She said, You just blend right in, don't you? I'm Olivia, the head of the reunion committee. Yeah, you're on the flyer. Red ignored the obvious slight and checked out the small gold Greek letters pinned to the other witch's tailored blazer. Is that a sorority pin? Guilty. I'm a Theta Nu Tau, class of 2015, and all my girls are here to bring a little TNT to the proceedings. Olivia paused for her joke to sink in. Her minions tittered. Red gave it a short courtesy laugh as she scanned the other witches. Only Olivia had an active magic vibe wafting off her, slight like a glamour. Was it to hide a blemish? She'd bought rose oil, a common beauty spell ingredient, at the magic shop. Vanity couldn't be the only motivation. Her aura and chakras were hidden too. All that Dead Sea salt and selenite must not have cleansed her after all. She was concealing more than acne. Stace laughed uproariously and put her arm around Olivia. I need to introduce you to the DJ. He's the new mayor's son. He plays in Portland all the time. Red didn't know the Fae well enough yet to know if she was really good at undercover or the sorority witch was subtly manipulating her. The faint tendrils of a spell curled around them, easing her suspicions. As an anxious overthinker at parties, the sudden contentment felt foreign. Immediately, she raised her psychic barriers. Maybe we should find Zach instead. Olivia narrowed her eyes. The Ashleys mimicked her stiffened pose. Who are you again? You're named after a primary color, right? Red. It's not in big letters on a flyer with my picture, but try to remember. The other witch spun on her heel to Stace. I need to ask the DJ about the mic that I'm using later. Hey, ladies. Aisha Calloway stepped into their circle, holding a diet soda can. She looked softer out of uniform in a yellow sundress. That's a cute hairstyle, Stacy. Thanks! Flashing a bright smile, Stace let Olivia and the Ashleys pull her away to the DJ booth, leaving Red with the sheriff. Be right back, promise! Calloway sipped her soda, fingers denting the can. Don't take the quick exit personally, Red said, texting a quick warning to Zach to separate their friend from the coven discreetly until they figured out what was wrong with her. The Ashleys were clean of dark magic, but Olivia was definitely shifty. The spell felt low level, barely above hedge witchery and folk magic, but dark mages weren't above simple tricks. I think she's mildly bewitched right now. Nah, she's always like that with me. Makes the other waitress take my orders. I'm used to it. It's cool. Oh, Red hemmed and hawed for a second because it didn't sound like it was cool between the two black women. It wasn't really her business, so she filled Aisha in on their newest break. In the corner of her eye, she watched Zach lure Stace away from Olivia. Aisha said, You could have said something earlier, saved us from having to shave our legs and dress up. The techs found a fingerprint. It took me forever to comb through the paper filing system, but it doesn't match any living locals associated with weird cases. Did you find the sorority murder case? Stace has a theory. I saw it, but we got prints on nearly all those girls. None matched. I wanted to tell Bonner about it, but she scurried away with the woman who didn't give a print. Family lawyered up, and the old sheriff closed the investigation. Calloway's lips puckered with disdain at her predecessor. Shit. Red shot another warning text to Zach, asking him what the next step of the plan was now. There were too many people around for them to provoke Olivia with suspicions yet. She was giving a speech on behalf of the reunion committee tonight. Her old coven sisters would notice if they hauled her away. She's cloaking herself, so I can't tell what kind of magic she's done recently. Still can't tell if she's the one. This is where forensics comes in handy. Leave it to me. Get a hair sample, too. Just tug it out. Don't be shy. The sheriff grinned, raising her pop can in cheers, and walked over to the DJ booth where the blonde witches gathered. Suddenly shy and aware of being alone, Red fiddled with her phone to seem occupied, almost wishing for a Facebook account to have a feed to mindlessly scroll through. Identifying the suspicious witch was her big role in the night's plan. Mission accomplished. She was on standby until they rallied to take someone down. I hate these kinds of things. She glanced up at the blond man addressing her. A quick scan of his unmoving chest and unnaturally white teeth showed that he wasn't human. Heartbeat jolting, she forced herself to be calm. She brushed her hair back to reveal Kristoff's claiming mark. You'd think someone with your kind's appetites would appreciate a party. Am I that easy to spot? The vampire chuckled. He had a narrow, high-boned face, regal eagle nose competing with a soft, indulgent mouth. His long hair was in a ponytail. In a buttoned vintage overcoat that any Portland hipster would admire, he appeared in his late 20s, yet he seemed like an old soul. I'm not here to feed, least of all on a human with a claim mark. This is merely self-flagellation. I know the feeling. Red relaxed a jot. Stace had mentioned that old classmates had been turned into vampires, some with souls. Even if this was a baddie, there were too many witnesses for him to get a nibble. I sense that you might understand. She tensed. Why? He smiled wanly, dark eyes meeting hers before scanning the crowd. You're surrounded by people, yet you seem utterly alone. As am I. Hard to believe it's been years since I left. You were a student or just dragged here? Both, really. It's debatable what I learned after my father moved the family here. She had a feeling that he, like the rest of the alumni, had learned more than they cared to. The phrase in a town like this rose to mind. What brings you home, then? My father. He's gone now, but one must come back sometime. She ran a nervous hand through her hair, fighting the urge to confess an edited version of her life story to a stranger. I'm kind of the same. Half of me wonders if I should have returned at all. The other half knows this is where I should be. I believed I had a grand destiny then. Somewhere along the line I failed. Maybe I returned worse than before. Lesser. He sighed, his melancholy gaze falling on her. Red looked from his probing gaze to the ground. She had feared small talk, but this was turning heavy quickly. Sorry if I forgot, but what's your name? When she looked up, he was gone, leaving her talking to herself. She turned in a circle, trying to spot the vampire. The encounter left her more off-kilter than meeting Olivia. Somehow this stranger had touched on her deepest worry since she'd found out about Emma. Vic stepped up beside her, hands in his pockets, wearing what Red thought of as his nice denim jacket, mostly because it wasn't stained with either coffee or blood. The long drive in the Millennium Falcon must have been like a nap, because he looked better rested than in days. Hey. I didn't think you would show, she said, mysterious vampire vanishing from her mind at the sight of Vic. She was relieved his kicked puppy look had faded since this morning. Glad you did. I thought I'd get home fries, talk to Jackson. I wasn't expecting a party. Well, you got one, handsome, Maudette said, walking over with the saunter of an eager divorcee, checking out his tight wranglers as she twirled a stiff brunette curl around her finger. What are you drinking? Local IPA on draft. Surprise me. Vic winked at the waitress as she giggled and left. Red said, You attract the most interesting women, don't you? Never doubt my animal magnetism. Angling for a cougar attack? I wouldn't say no. He laughed, but it died as he scanned the filled tables and chatting clusters of townspeople, spotting Jackson and Stace a few feet away from Zach manning the grill. How's the wolf's mood? His girlfriend is laying on the kisses, so it should be pretty good soon. Red wiggled her eyebrows. The wolf mage's hands glowed as he held the half-fay. Was he clearing the enchantment? Vic didn't seem to hear her, eyes drawn to the outdoor bar stand. Looks like new trouble. Maudette pulled a drink away from a grizzled older man wearing beige coveralls and a sneer. Buggy eyes and a white 5 o'clock shadow decorated his weaselly face. The music and conversations were too loud to hear what was happening between the two. Zack looked up from the grill. If it were enough to draw the attention of an empath across the party, it couldn't have been good. The man grabbed Maudette, shaking her. Dropping the red plastic cup, she cried out, trying to pull back her arm. "Herman, stop!" Red rushed to aid the waitress. Vic beat her to the man. Eyes narrowed to slits, words a low rumble in his chest. He ordered, "Let her go." Herman released the waitress. "Who are you, punk? This is my spot." Maudette pointed to the road. "I saw you get into the reunion punch. You're cut off, so go." "Be sweet, Maudette. We'll kiss and make up." The drunk customer smacked her on the butt. Vic grabbed him by the coveralls. "You're 86th." Herman tossed his head, failing to shake the tight grip as the younger man forced him away from the bar stand and the party. "You don't work here." "Never stopped me before," Vic quipped as he marched the guy out. Red handed the waitress a towel from the bar for the beer spilled on her legs. "Are you okay, Maudette?" "Yes, thank you. That old coot was probably dipping into abandoned drinks, too," Maudette grumbled as she mopped herself up. Then she straightened abruptly, eyes wide. "Oh no, he's a shifter. Your friend doesn't know." Red bolted after the hunter, who had no idea what he had caught. 12? April 11th evening, Charm, Oregon. Lily's Diner. Red chased after Vic and Herman to warn her friend. The drunk shifter could transform at any moment. Smoke from the grill tickled her nose as she lost sight of the men in the crowd.
Blasted rock music from the leaves of Lily's Diner over the transformed parking lot. Cars lined the street to the crossroads with her waving. She passed tables of 20-somethings with beads reminiscing about high school. She dodged the three Ashleys taking selfies. The crowd ended at the edge of the gravel, fading into dewy grass and she followed stairs practiced around the building, the small employees bar.
"He's a shifter, Vic," she warned, catching sight of her mentor half blocked by an open dumpster. It was too late. The largest possum she had ever seen reared up, scaly, prehensile tail swishing angrily. His clawed paws slashed the air, gray ears flattening over a white furred snout. He snarled through pointy yellow teeth. "Buddy, go home," Vic shooed, flapping his hand. "Get on, get!" Red searched through her purse, pushing aside a salt canister, wishing she had her mace. "I'm not sure you can chase it off with a broom." Vic reached under his jacket. "I got something for him." "Don't kill him," Jackson yelled, jogging past her to stop beside Vic. "Herman, watch yourself. This is the dentist." The big possum whimpered, nose twitching, beady eyes darting between the hunter and the werewolf. "I didn't choose the name," Vic said. "What do you have there?" Jackson demanded. Vic revealed a stick of beef jerky from his coat and peeled off the plastic, chucking the wrapper in the trash. He threw the dried meat at the possum shifter, who caught it with fidgeting fingers. "Obviously, I was going to toss this, so he'd run after it. The guy has the munchies, kept talking about the barbecue he left behind." Jackson scratched his forehead. "Oh, I thought that I'm a racist serial killer. I know. I'm not saying there ain't truth to it, but I have a code. The possum isn't feral." "We don't need hunters to regulate our own kind." Vic gestured grandly to Herman. "Regulate, then. Have him shift back somewhere else so we don't have to see his wrinkly old nuts." "Yeah, if you could," Red said, lips curling in disgust. Shifters might be comfortable in the nude, but she could do without seeing the pot-bellied boomer au natural. Jackson grabbed Herman's clothes, sheepishly for a big werewolf, and hopped into his vehicle. The other shifter cringed in submission, scampering on all fours to him. The werewolf reversed on the dirt lot with a giant possum in the truck bed like an ugly farm dog. He cut through a couple yards of grass, avoiding driving by the party on his way to the road. Vic ruffled his hair back with an agitated hand. Red, I came to make amends, but the guy thinks I keep heads in my freezer. Too many people here do. Hunters usually buy me beers for what I've done. I guess we look different to Soups, she said. The thought sat uncomfortably in her mind, so she reached for an easy joke. You're an intimidating dude, even with the mullet. He tossed her a squinty sideways glance for the crack. When I was hunting wolves, I never thought I would need a favor from one.
Yeah, this job gets more complicated the longer you do it. Red touched Krzysztof's claim mark on her neck. She had hated vampires when she came to LA after everything she'd seen on the road, everything they'd done to her. It was black and white then, now she saw the gray.
He pulled a joint out of his breast pocket and took a long puff, cannabis smoke billowing slowly out of his nose. Don't give me that look. We're in Oregon, and I'm friends with the sheriff. Chuckling, Red conceded to his logic. Maudette likes you, too. Hey, could I hit that? Olivia Benston asked, a tentative voice hushed even with the noisy cover of the outdoors party. Vic coughed out a laugh. That's what she said. Red turned toward the other witch, stealing her psychic barriers. Where are the Ashleys? Gossiping where I left them. Olivia grinned. It was meant to be winning, but the tension in her swan neck gave her nerves away. Uncertain and alone, her smile faded. Aura flickering to visibility, her chakras flashed for a second. The glamour slipped on the blemishes on her jaw. She tugged it up like a drooping mask. A waft of energy oozed around her like an enticing perfume, a cloying nudge to be her friend. Vic held the joint out, eyes twinkling. Red crossed her arms. You can smoke with us if you stop whatever magic thing you're doing right now. It's tickling my aura. Olivia drew back. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't bullshit another witch. I saw through your glamour. I'm impressed you're able to hold 2 spells up at once, Red said, keeping her voice calm and breezy. The enchantment was morally dubious, but it wasn't a rift breaker. You're trying to get us to like you or something. It's cool. You're cute and smoke weed. Vic already likes you. Level with me, and so will I. Her face fell. You can tell? Vic nodded, giving her the joint. I totally want your number. Red shot him a warning look as she called the other woman out. It's a popularity spell. I've seen the effects before. He asked, Are you scared to give your speech or something? They put you on the flyer. I put myself on the flyer, Olivia said. She took 2 smooth hits and passed the joint back to Vic. It's been years since I left. Of course, I wanted to walk in like I owned the place. I did in high school. Then college happened. Red said, Life didn't turn out how you thought? That's going around. We're in the same club. I bet you are, Emma. So, you did recognize me? I wondered. It took a while. You don't look like a nerd anymore. Thanks, Red said dryly. I'm not surprised you came back. You were tough even if you were mousy. I mean, you were absolutely the lamest dresser. Vic cut in. I think we get it. Olivia seemed unaware of his peeved tone as she studied the sky. I felt it, the rift quake, on the night you died. Our grandfather clock stopped from the force. The engraving of Chronos completely cracked on it. My mom made us salt and sage the entire house. What did the energy feel like? Red asked, the hair standing up on her arms. Olivia pointed to a flash in the trees. Kinda like that. Red held her breath. The light disappeared in seconds. Okay, that was a portal. We need these people gone in case something escapes. Too late, he said. At the crossroads opposite the diner, a stooped, gray-haired woman in a black dress with a cane stepped into the streetlight. Her wrinkled skin looked like cracked red earth slashed by a white grin. She looked human, but a dark aura spread over her shoulders like a cape. Get inside, Olivia. Find Stace, Red whispered, sweat beading on her forehead. Instinct screamed at her to run. She didn't want the old woman to see them. The crone hummed as her skin peeled back like a banana peel, starting with her head. Her viscera glistened in the yellowed streetlight. She dropped her cane, then the rest of her body. A glowing fireball the size of a baseball remained. A sukuyan, Vic whispered. Rare, the strange elderly bloodsuckers were normally found only in the Caribbean. Their population was checked from hitting the mainland. Party speakers in the front boomed the guitar intro to Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses. The fireball zoomed at them as Red lifted her mother's ring, channeling air to blast the transformed creature aside. The flames merely flickered. The Sukuyan hit Olivia in the back. The orb grew to surround her, cutting off her scream. Rock music rose to a fevered pitch, covering the sounds of struggle. Red tried to call on water through the ring, visualizing a strong stream to put out the flames. A few droplets oozed uselessly from under the heirloom instead, as if she'd dripped lukewarm tea on herself. That's helpful. Reaching for the easier controlled air, she summoned another gust at the Sukuyan, but the unholy orb held as if anchored. Vic charged Olivia's attacker, a blessed silver cross in his hand. Salt the skin! Red sprinted across the grass to the crossroads, yanking a small canister from her purse. She dumped the salt, jumping back as the husk burst into black flames. Coughing, she whirled out of the smoke's path. Olivia, mercifully unsinged, fell into Vic's arms. He gave a thumbs up after checking the other witch's pulse. Red left the burning skin, grateful for the cars lining the road, blocking the view of it. The partygoers in the front still seemed unaware of the drama brewing behind the diner. Stace and Calloway jogged toward them as the sheriff called on her cell phone for an ambulance. Vic settled the unconscious witch on the ground, pressing a bandana on the bleeding holes ringing her neck. Small circular wounds like a straw punched into a juice box dotted every inch of exposed skin. He asked, "You got any fairy powers for this?" "It doesn't work like that," Stace said. She knelt by him with a first aid kit, placing bandages around similar punctures on Olivia's arm. Vic cursed. "The wounds are everywhere. We might as well wrap her in a blanket." "The medics will take too long," Calloway said, putting her phone away into a dress pocket. "The closest rural unit is dealing with a heart attack right now at the nursing home. I can get her to the hospital. I'll bring my car around." Stace said, "Thank you." "She's clean like the Ashleys," Red said. She did one last check on the prone witch whose glamours and popularity spell had faded, revealing pimples on her jaw and an aura untainted by dark underworld magic. "I don't think Olivia had anything to do with the sacrifices. Besides, if she were summoning a hellmouth, why would she show up in heels?" Stace shook her head, grumbling. Olivia's gang were the only mages who could have seen Alaric's big finale. Maybe it was a freak portal popping up. Vic pointed to the trees. "It opened over there, and I doubt it was a gateway to Cuba. You had a Manananggal and now a Sukuyan. That's 2 in a row from Bloodsucker Land. 3 if the ghouls are a part of it." Red said, "I know what the records say, but one of Alaric's people must have escaped with the Apocalypse playbook while the Blood Alliance crushed the rest. It's the simplest explanation. Who else would know the ritual and want to do it? The Brotherhood had nothing on it. I had Hannah Proctor look it up too, and she hasn't found anything in the alchemy library either. This isn't floating around." Vic said, "We need to know if there is a new vampire in town. I doubt anyone tells Jackson anything. You should talk to Kristoff, Red." "Okay." He didn't sound enthused about his own orders as he continued. "This won't make him look good to his boss if it's a shifty minion going buck wild with blood magic on his watch. Don't let him brush this off if he gets squirrely. Blood mages are tricky to kill. You gotta catch them on an empty stomach." Stace asked, "He could be in on, why would he help?" Novak is the epitome of the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." To keep this territory, he'll play ball with the White Hats, even if he didn't have the hots for Red. He's helped hunters before. Vic rolled his eyes as he complained, "I'm the only one who hasn't been on his private plane yet." Red cursed Vic mentally for bringing up Kristoff's feelings and steered the conversation away. "Merrick will have as much to lose. The old original vampires come back, and so does the bloodline system. What happens to the Alliance leaders? Quick execution if they're lucky. She didn't trust the shadowy vampire authority, but she knew they'd rush to prevent this particular riftquake. If the good guys failed, they'd swarm charm to destroy whatever came out of the blood realm. She didn't think there'd be much left afterward. I'm not sure I like sending you to meet an unsold vampire. Stace started to say more, but was interrupted by a beige sedan pulling up in front of them. She lifted Olivia easily into the front seat, belting her. Thanks, Sheriff. I expect to hear what you find, Calloway warned from the driver's seat, then zoomed out of the parking lot. The hero turned away, hugging herself, walking toward the front lot of the diner where patrons were still none the wiser. Red stopped her friend. It doesn't have to be me, but one of us needs to liaison with the vampires. Once they find out about archaic bloodsuckers in town, the Dark Veil Assurance will send a team on protocol, then they'll connect it to the murders. Not the DVA? Vic flapped an unconcerned hand. Novak is going to lay on that Wolf of Wall Street smarm. He won't hurt her. The action is on tonight. There's another body in the hills. I know it. LaShawn and Jackson can sniff him out, Stace said. I'll go with her. Red didn't want to argue. It made sense, but a part of her resisted bringing the hero and the unsold vampire together. Talk about two worlds colliding. Vic saved her the awkwardness of suggesting that he come instead. I'll tag along with the werewolves. Stace seemed to be calculating who could get in more trouble. Red was flattered when the half-fae said, I'll need to supervise the boys. You've convinced me he can be useful, but Novak's not exactly here making friends. Be careful. Go to him. Take my wheels and get out if it gets dicey. Red took the keys with what she hoped was a reassuring smile. Stace was still suspicious, but the real danger wasn't for her safety. It was his slow creep into her affections. Had the other woman already guessed? 13. April 11th evening, Charm, Oregon, Kristoff's cottage. The driveway was half shrouded in fog as Red rehearsed what she was going to say to Kristoff to keep it concise and businesslike. Then his garage opened. Fumbling her mental notes, she got out of the borrowed car. He left his Lamborghini and sauntered to her. A crimson shirt peeked from under the well-tailored dark blazer. Her traitorous mind didn't need to conjure the memory of him shirtless, flat stomach, and strong tattooed arms to remind her. He looked a little too good, like always. There was something ruthless about his handsomeness, from the dimpled left cheek to the smooth brow as if designed by Lucifer to tempt. You look exquisite tonight, he said, admiring the view with a devilish smile. What is the occasion for this little black dress? She shrugged away her pleasure at his compliment. A party. Monsters landed on my dance card instead. Not the right one. She couldn't help but smile at the cockiness. He wasn't wrong. Are you busy? Or do you have time to tell me about Alaric's apocalypse? It was more like an uprising. Alaric's last-ditch effort for relevancy. Now that's a yarn that requires time, which I don't have. I'm off to collect tithes. Tithes. Sounds more pious than a vampire tax should be. Red wasn't surprised that the cliché about death and taxes held beyond the grave. You'd be surprised how many former bishops are in the Blood Alliance, traditional trappings on an organization barely older than my shoes. He gestured to her outfit, appreciation in his stare. You're dressed for a night out in a far better town, but the local country club will have to do it. I never said I'd go. I thought we were past the old dance of will she won't she when it came to working together. You know you want to come, see what the fuss is about. Every vampire in town will be there. You can sense if any are dabbling in blood magic. He brushed a wild lock of hair off her shoulder, hardly repressing his victory smile. The rehearsed conversation escalated out of her control. Stace wouldn't want her to go, but his logic was sound. A vampire using dark magic would have been marked by the ritual as much a human mage would. Vic would tell her to get the job done without letting her feelings get in the way. She'd told Stace she merely had a professional working relationship with Kristoff. If that were the full truth, she'd have already invited herself along. She set her head on straight, This was just a job, not a date, even if she was dressed for it. I want more than a look. I need fingerprints. One was found at the first ritual murder, and it doesn't match any in police records. The mortal suspects were a bust. Our mole in the police can send a copy of the print to the DVA to run on our end. If an Alaric loyalist is alive and causing trouble, I need to put them down before I can leave Charm. Red would miss him. It wasn't logical. Returning home was already stressful without explaining that she was developing complicated and sometimes fuzzy feelings for the vampire who'd claimed her. She couldn't even blame the sex dreams on drinking his blood, since it didn't work like that. What would she say? Oh, I used to slay unsold vampires when I was a teen hero. Now I date them if we hit it off? Telling herself that kissing him was a freak incident, she pushed her conflicted feelings aside. Part of a working relationship was returning favors, and he had done a few for her already. She said, "You've helped me go home. I should do the same." We wined and dined the populace last night with professional bleeders, so they should be full and docile. The proceedings will be recorded, backgrounds checked, the works. I can propose a tame blood toast so our best minion can collect the glasses and transfer the prints. He used to work for the Mounties before Arno recruited him. Is your brother like you? Does he ask permission to turn people to the undead? Immortality and power might not tempt you, but I assure you it's not a hard sell. Want to come to a tithing, then? He held out his elbow for her to take. More affected by his touch than she wanted to admit, she shied from him. As long as I am not the blood toast, I'm in. Christoph sped the Lamborghini through a haze on the curving road to the Charm Country Club on a bluff facing the ocean. The view would have been extraordinary on a clear day. What does the Rift Zone feel like for vampires? Red asked, checking out the scenery with her third eye. The question was inspired by the tendrils of spectral smoke glimmering between the trees. It attracts demons, but I don't sense the allure. It mostly feels complicated, like I can't quite sense where nature magic and the dimensional energy begins or ends. How about you? How does it feel? Tingly. She pouted at the answer, hoping for something more poetic. Like mouthwash? I don't know how to explain it. I feel it on my skin, but it sinks into you, power, churned up by dimensions rubbing together. You're stronger, bolder. The younger vamps act stupider here because of it. Some of the older ones, too. Like a little devil on your shoulder? He caressed his knuckles down her arm. More like whiskey in your system, convincing you to dance. Are you sure you don't feel it? Not a single spark? She covered the blush rising on her cheek. Something, maybe. His eyes twinkling, he nodded to her golden ring. That is lovely. Is it new? It was my mother's. She presented her hand to recount its origins as they drove to the country club's ornate gate. Christoph stayed in the wobbly bounds of professionalism that she'd set for them. Not for the first time, Red tried to understand her intentions toward him. If his ferociously loyal best friend Netta questioned her again on the spot, she still wouldn't know what to say. Unlikely as it seemed, a friendship with him made sense after all they had been through together. It wasn't like he hadn't worked to earn her trust. He'd had her back in a fight. They shared some enemies, too. More than that, she enjoyed being with him. It was still something she hadn't admitted outright, even in her journal. The lull in the conversation wasn't awkward. Their previous discussion about her mother's ring merely gave way to comfortable silence. You called me your friend, Christoph said, keeping his voice casual, even as his gaze darted to her, as if expecting the title to be revoked. You defended me to them. She shouldn't have been surprised that he seemed to be thinking of their unorthodox relationship, too. No more than you deserve. You're a chaotic neutral at best, and a benign evil at worst in the bigger scheme if we're putting you on a spectrum. I have too many investments to want to end the world. Apocalypses are for desperate demons or bored has-beens. Alaric was in both categories, Christoph said. His amused smile faded to earnestness. I still appreciate it. I know I'm safe with you, even if I couldn't push you around with this ring, Red said. I trust you with my life, which is super weird, considering our pasts. She tilted her head, frowning. Or not, if you consider our past lives. There is plenty you can trust with me. He slapped on a leer as if to distract from his earlier vulnerability. Let's start the night by gathering intel. Red looked away to hide her face. Even at night, he'd be able to see the color rising on her neck. He was a vampire. He could hear her sped-up heartbeat. Hiding was impossible. She surrendered to the truth. They did promise to be honest with each other. It's taken a while for me to trust you to any measurable degree. If not, you'd be an idiot, and I wouldn't be half as interested. You like my jaded millennial nature? You were always ahead of your time. Even a century ago, it was enchanting. I'm not Emma or Juniper. I'm a different person now. She looked away from him to the sidecar mirror, where her reflection mocked her statement. I'm not. I've never been a saint, and I know what my kind have done to you, Kristoff said. Parking the car at the front entrance, he broke eye contact, voice lowering to a whisper. Perhaps better than you do. She touched his hand, resting on the stick shift. You told me to have high expectations for you. I want to. I'm not a good man, but I can be good to you. I believe you now. Red couldn't look away as if he mesmerized her. She almost said more, but was interrupted by a uniformed valet opening her door. A cold wind ruffled her dress as they left the car. She hugged herself. It was the temperature that made her lean toward Kristoff. She smiled ruefully. Keep telling yourself that, sister. Victorian-style columns upheld the entrance to the palatial club on the bluffs. It looked like the mansion of a Gilded Age robber baron, donated long ago by family to be free of the upkeep. Kristoff rested his palm on her lower back as they entered the octagon atrium, each side featuring a closed door. A chandelier hung from the bronze-plated ceiling over a velvet chaise lounge and Greek statuary. Her third eye revealed sigils and spells, scribbled like neon graffiti over the classical decor. The sole other occupant was a single-aged clerk at a mahogany desk who disappeared into the coat check at their arrival. Kristoff took her through a door on the left, into a wide hallway lined with portraits of familiar balding white men, mixed in with the more scaly club members. It wasn't surprising that the powerful in this town knew what lurked in the dark, or were what lurked in the dark. Either way, they golfed together. He said, No one will speak to you besides Arno. Don't feel compelled to speak to them either. And if you are, tell me. I'll rip the fangs out of them for mesmerizing you. I know of one young thug who can do it, but there are a few other gifted in the village. Red knew it wasn't an idle threat. Claimed humans were off limits to other vampires. Murder was frowned upon without official permission, but maiming was on the table. I've hit the vamp scene with you before. I know the score, mouth shut, all three eyes open. Stand behind the table. You'll see every face. If you see anyone trying to pass off Fey Gold, let my brother know. He is counting the take. She huffed out a short laugh. This was all a ruse to get a witch to do your bidding for free, wasn't it? I have a few agendas tonight. Look on the bright side. Now you don't have to mingle. What are you going to do? Act like a king receiving tribute? He grinned. Something like that. A vampire in a black helmet with a black AK-47 rifle and the fatigues to match opened the door for them. The rest of his unit, over a dozen strong, were posted between stately windows and paintings in the stately ballroom. One stood behind a leather chair that could only be described as throne-like. Chandeliers, dimmed for supernatural sight, created as much gloom as light, elongating shadows over the marble floor. The contrast of the military-style guards against gilded wallpaper spoke of the might that Prince Merrick wielded from afar. His tentacles extended throughout the West through official alliances, like with Cora Moon in Los Angeles, and unofficial ties like with the Alchemy Academy in Vegas. Wherever Novak and Novak Company invested, the brothers were in the ear of the local leaders, advocating for their liege lord. She tossed a wry glance at Kristoff. He wasn't being subtle tonight. They might as well have put a picture of Prince Marek on the throne to further drive home who was in charge here. The bizarre vision of the elder vampire in a modern elementary school photo floated through her head. A green-haired minion closed the door. Anna, the former bartender at the Club Vltava. They must have promoted her from the LA branch of Novak operations to the home office. It was still hard to imagine that the other women had chosen to become a vampire. Red avoided looking at her. Arno stood at a white linen-covered table. The large lockbox on it seemed brutish compared to the gold-plated Victorian decor. He said, "You're almost late." Christoph cheerfully said, "You'll want to sell property when you learn why." "And here I expected to be annoyed because you brought your human girlfriend." She lifted an eyebrow at Christoph. What was he telling people? If she wasn't in a room full of nosy vampires, she'd call him out. "I've never put a label on us to him," he said, before leaving her side to whisper to his brother. Red took her place behind the table, off to the side of the throne. She wanted to get a view of every face, not just the locals. What was Christoph like in his own territory? She had only ever seen the subtle political manipulator navigating foreign supernatural courts and keeping his name out of official record. Here, he had the freedom to throw his weight around. Arno sighed when the brothers finally broke their huddle. He said, "I only just had the roof redone on the building downtown." Red quipped, "Get Act of God insurance then, you might cash in." Arno snorted as he opened the chest, ready at the front of the table to receive tithes. Christoph had his phone half out of his pocket like he was torn between taking a picture and savoring the sight of her with his brother. He smiled softly, as if everything he wanted was here. Shy suddenly, Red tried to joke away the feelings he roused. "Am I supposed to look all gothic and witchy back here? Because I might need black lipstick for that. It'll go with the hair." "Silence is the best cosmetic," Arno retorted, adjusting his cuffs. "The rubes should be along now." Red, in position like an extra in a play starring the Novak brothers, could only speculate the rest of the proceedings would be taxes paid and favors asked. She had guessed wrong about one thing. Christoph sat on the throne. Was he tired of standing, or symbolism? It was hard to tell, considering how political vampires could be. With his dark blonde hair and tailored suit, he looked the part of a king. He caught her stare, smirking as if he could read her thoughts. "You could come closer." "I'm not sitting on your lap," she said. It wasn't terrible to have his arms around her. Not that she would admit it. "I didn't suggest that, but I wouldn't say no," he said as the doors opened. Vampires filtered into the ballroom in twos and threes. These were the equivalent of the blue-collar undead, even the ones in designer duds. They weren't attached to a powerful master, living either solo or in a small nest, vulnerable to other supernaturals. Many of the sold ones had regular jobs, taking the concept of the graveyard shift literally. If you've gotten a night call from a telemarketer, it might have been a vampire. Some looked bored already, rummaging through purses and backpacks like they were in line for a bank teller. Others held frosty looks of annoyance for the immortal brothers. It wasn't far off from the human reaction to tax day. Christoph met each eye like a lion lazily deciding which gazelle was worth his effort. Slumped slightly in his chair, he reminded her somewhat of Lucas's usual careless posture. Yet Christoph had a rigidity to the pose as if he'd jump up and clock a man in a second. Zach had called him a capo. Red saw the Godfather energy now. He gave a short speech about Prince Marek's continued protection from demon tribes, ghouls, and human scrutiny, with a bored reminder about being vigilant of cell phone cameras and social media. It wasn't inspiring, nor meant to be. This was a racket, and the Dawn came to collect. Anna rolled in a cart covered with slender flutes of blood, doling them with the efficiency of an experienced bartender and the speed of the undead. The toast was as tame and quick as advertised. She collected the glasses as quickly as they were finished. One by one, the vampires laid cash on the table. Christoph passed judgment on the value as his brother counted and placed the take inside an armored case. A man in a plaid sweater vest shirt Gray tufts of hair on either side of his head presented a smoothly stacked billfold. It's all there, fellas. Good on you with that ghoul hunt. Those white eyes give me the willies. So I was thinking of asking permission to turn a claimed human. The old ball and chain is nagging me to do it before the crow's feet set in. Red kept the disgust off her face and avoided Kristoff's searching glance. Hunters saw becoming a vampire, feeding on the innocent, worse than death. A soul or a stake was the only way to stop a new, uncontrolled vampire from killing in the rush of awakened bloodlust. The trade-off for immortality was other people's lives. It still boggled her mind that some begged for it. Arno flipped through the bills, speed counting before nodding. Kristoff granted the request with a hand wave. The prince will approve. Mazel tov, Ernie. The tithing continued with more silent, subdued payments than favors asked. Most were in cash, the bills stained with blood. A woman in leopard print handed over a collection of rings, all different styles and sizes. Red scanned them for magic, guessing with distaste that they must have come from victims. The next vampire in the tithing had the overwrought hangdog expression of a middle manager. His white-collared shirt lay wrinkled on his stocky shoulders, a tie limp around his neck. Deep worry lines stretched across his low forehead. He must have been turned after years of stewing in a cubicle. Eternity hadn't seemed to improve his lot. He set a wad of wrinkled bills on the table, grimacing like a man who knew it wasn't enough. Arno said as much. Kristoff reminded coldly, Gavin, we need tithes for this year and the last. Our prince has been more than understanding. What should I tell him now? Nostrils flaring, Gavin lowered his balding pate. I can barely hunt with that damn hero around. The word sent a murmur through the others, separated into whispering clumps, blackening the mood. Red felt it like magical energy. Vampires were more like snakes than bats with their venomous fangs. Right now, she could almost hear a warning rattle. Kristoff said, Your fellows were able to hunt without whining. Gavin lifted his head, chin jutting out, amber flickering in his eyes. Barely. Sounds like we have a grievance. Who else is as aggrieved as Gavin? Kristoff asked casually. The black-clad guard stepped forward like a question mark. No one answered except the cricket song from an open window. As the moonlight faded, hidden by clouds brewing over the sea, shadows grew in the room. Red might not have matched vampire vision, but she could see their freaked-out auras. Kristoff had made his point. Prince Merrick will make work for you. You'll do better next year. Kristoff dismissed him with a nod. Gavin stomped away for a few words with a blonde vampire half obscured by the others. It was the one from the reunion. They were too far away to hear their conversation. She tried to focus on him, but Arno beckoned for her attention as the next offering was brought forward. A plea for another year of protection from a distant lord. It wasn't far off from bargaining with the gods. They were only immortal, not impervious. In a hidden supernatural world of factions with ancient laws written in blood, fangs weren't enough to survive. You needed clout. Tithing continued with less drama until the next vampire in line set a stolen computer on the table. Plucked from humanity at no more than 18, the young vampire shifted on his feet, wallet chain rattling on his jeans. Dark brown hair swooped over his surly mug. Kristoff asked, This it, Yuki? Arno opened the laptop, frowning at the crack in the screen. Ugh, it's a PC. Yeah, I know. Listen, I went to high school with Stacy Bonner. I can't go anywhere without her over my shoulder. She knows what I am, Yuki said. He crossed his pale, tattooed arms over a black wife-beater t-shirt, tucked into dirty denim. He looked like becoming a vampire was graduation from a life of trouble. She caught me heisting laptops at the college. I got out with my own life and this piece of shit. Arno snarked. What, you only remembered the tithing yesterday? You have a shiny new motorcycle but nothing for the prince? An indignant voice, deep in the throng, called out, They took out the ghouls and left the vampire slayer. Arno asked, Who said that? We're all thinking about it, Yuki grouched, dismissing the throne with a jerk-off gesture. What good is that creepy boy prince's protection? The ghouls don't stake us if they find us feeding. Arno and Kristoff exchanged twin frozen glances. Their armed guards lifted the automatic rifles. The female vampire in the leopard print dress yanked Yuki back, hissing into his ear. Hold your tongue. She pulled her earrings off and slapped them on the table. For the insult. I apologize for my childie. His blood is still young and wild. Kristoff waved them off. We'll discuss tithes and how to discipline children later, Colleen. An overweight man stepped forward. His life and death was spent working Charm's small port by the look of him. In an oilskin coat and beanie as weather-beaten as his face, he wiped reddish perspiration off his forehead, clearly worried about being after a troublemaker. He fished a leather pouch from his slicker and dropped it on the table. Silver coins glinted inside the soft hide. The younger Novak brother plucked one from the top and bit into it. He smiled. Red poked at the pouch with her magic. The illusion shimmered. It's glamored. Kristoff lifted his hand, seemingly bored. You're trying to trick us, Stephen. This will disappoint the prince. You know what happens now. Stephen bolted. 2 armed guards blurred in chase, catching him half out the open window. They dragged him inside. Red sweated from the mental effort of peeling back a layer of the illusion but couldn't see its true form. Then it started ticking. 14. April 11th evening. Charm, Oregon, in the country club. It's ticking! Red tried to pierce deeper into the illusion surrounding the leather pouch of silver coins on the table. Her words carried across the glittering country club ballroom, bouncing off the marble. The vampires snapped their attention to her. 2 guards held Stephen at attention in front of the throne. The longshoreman sputtered out denials. Arno sniffed. I smell it now. Kristoff sped to the table, snatching the pouch to fling it out the window. It's C4. Red dove under the table. She used her mother's ring to corral an air cushion around herself, and the Novak brothers then pushed as much magic, willpower, and hope into the barrier as she could. Her strength petered out after widening it only 6 feet. She stuck out her tongue in concentration, fortifying the invisible molecules to resist the laws of nature and not scatter at the shockwave. An explosion rocked the ballroom, shattering the windows, knocking paintings off the walls. People fell to the floor, grunting as the shards slashed them. The chandeliers shuddered, crystals crashing together. After the seconds of chaos, a hush came over the ballroom as the vampires staggered to their feet, pulling glass out of their hair and skin. Guards surrounded Stephen. 2 efficient shots to his knees stopped his rise. Eardrums buzzing, Red dropped the protective bubble and hoisted herself up, stabilizing her shaky rise with the table leg. She hugged herself, heart thumping, shaking the ringing from her ears. A distant burning tree flickered in the empty window panes. If she hadn't noticed it, the bomb would have ripped her apart. It could have killed Kristoff at such close range, too. Another round of cold sweat broke out on the back of her neck. The Novaks, hackles raised under their designer suits, stood shoulder to shoulder, unharmed without even a hair out of place. The villagers stared at the brothers, not the guards beating Stephen. Stake him, Arno ordered, hot anger curdling his usual even tone. No! Ready the traitor for me! Kristoff's low command chilled the air. Eyes flashing amber, he turned away from the others, examining Red for injuries. The kingly mask slipped, worry behind the facade. He beckoned to Anna, leaning to whisper, If you would escort my companion to the study. Red wanted to run to him, ask if he was okay, then start interrogating Stephen and the others. Instead, she smiled wanly, heart still wobbly in her ribcage. There were plenty of times that she said, fuck supernatural customs, but the balance of power teetered in the room against the Novak boys. Much like wolves, vamps respected strength, so she stayed quiet like a good little claimed human, ready to give him her thoughts later. Anna guided her to a door camouflaged as a wall panel. Red turned at a murmur from the crowd. Arno handed his brother a pair of pliers. Your child lives in Portland, 11 Nulund 46 Bancroft, by the south waterfront to be exact. Our men are moving in now, Stephen. Christoph stalked slowly to the captive held up on bleeding legs by guards. Every face on him, he braced a palm on the old sailor's forehead and ripped out a fang. Consider this an object lesson, people. The prince will not tolerate the seeds of betrayal, or the roots. She flinched at the pained yell and let Anna nudge her out of the ballroom and down a hallway to a study overlooking the dark Pacific. The whiff of smoke invaded through an open window to hint at the chaos on the other side of the building. The room was already occupied. Floppy Brush at his side and bent over a fingerprinting kit. An indigenous man with two long braids toiled in a Vancouver Canucks jersey. The rolling cart of empty glasses stood next to him. He flashed fangs when they entered, dropping a square white backing sheet with the others spread across the wide architect-style desk, each with a transferred latent print. Oh God, it's just you, Anna. What the hell is happening out there? Your sire needs you, Gord. He left at the order, eyeing them both curiously. Red asked, Do you need to return to your sire, too? I was supposed to be guarding the tithes. Arno will be pissed. Anna rushed out. Arno? Red asked the empty room. She had always assumed Christoph had done it. They had talked once about how his ability to heal, the rarest of the vampire gifts, impacted his ability to create children. He'd made it sound more difficult than the usual process, draining a human near death and force-feeding them vampire blood. Yet he had turned his brother. She wondered how often he found a human worth the effort. Leaving that head-scratching thought alone, she closed the door and explored the desk. Christoph's minion had been busy. Gord had transferred what looked like all the fingerprints, even though she could have sworn she counted at least one more in the ballroom. Vampire mutiny qualified as a dicey moment. She should bail, but instead she texted Vic that she'd write it out to send pictures of the prince to Calloway. Christoph would bundle her away if it were truly dangerous. After snapping the last 3x5 square sheet and texting it on, she felt watched and spun around. The vampire observed her thoughtfully from a shadowy corner by the open window. She had met him at the reunion, yet somehow all his color had faded, bleached like bones in a desert. Long hair escaped his ponytail, tangled white blonde strands framing his gaunt face. How could she have mistaken him for a young vampire in an existential crisis? It was as if she was seeing more of him now. His gray overcoat wasn't a vintage thrift shop find. He must have bought it new decades ago. It draped over a pinstriped suit that was as historic as Main Street. No wonder he had kept his coat buttoned at Lily's diner. The yellowed lace pocket square had seen better decades, yet he held himself like royalty. How had he hidden the age in his eyes, or the utter stillness that only master vampires could achieve? Red resisted the urge to jump out of her skin. Her unease rocketed up at his lack of aura. He'd cloaked it. What was he hiding even now? She tapped her phone screen to call Christoph. You shouldn't be here. Novak's orders. He blurred to slap the device out of her hand, jerking her wrist back from the force. Centuries of power behind the blow. Pain erupted in her left hand. She yelped and jumped backward. I told you before, I am where I should be. He dropped the American inflections that he'd used at the party. Pronunciation precise, his English had a vague international accent, as if his mother tongue had become one of many long ago. A polyglot chameleon. She summoned her magic, funneling it through her mother's ring, throwing him back against a bookshelf with a wild gust. You shouldn't have come back. He cracked the wood on impact. The books tumbled on him. He straightened his posture, brushing the dust off his sleeves. White fangs glimmered over his colorless lips. He definitely hadn't come around for the all-you-could-drink buffet last night. A witch! You'll be delicious! She tried to look confident. Even with the ring, setting up the barrier to block the bomb's blast had taken a lot of her energy. She couldn't keep pushing him around with throbbing wrist pains spoiling her concentration, especially since he had tricks up his sleeve. Was it an amulet that modified his appearance or his own magical talent? She tried a different tack. Back off. I'm claimed by Christoph Novak, the one commanding those soldier vamps. It's why I found you, obviously. I am not above ground for the gaudy nouveau riche surroundings. But to deliver a message... We can find anything he holds dear. He suddenly appeared inches from her and dragged an icy knuckle across her cheek. Red bolted. She wasn't going to be killed because of a vampire overwrought about taxes and feuds. The vampire called after her, and we remember the oaths he broke. She ripped open the door, half into the hallway, before she realized he wasn't chasing her. The room was empty, except for the moonlight reflecting on the wood floors. Holding her ring hand out like a gun, she crept to the window. The expansive lawns of the country club spread below along the bluffs. Breaking waves announced the heavy fog rolling in from the sea. She closed the window, shivering as she walked to the fallen books, knocked down in the fight. Who was he? Christoph raced into the room, sleeves rolled up and missing a blazer. Bloodstains darkened his crimson shirt. His blue irises turned amber at the sight of her at the broken bookshelf. He cupped her face, smoothing her wind-blown hair. What happened here? You have an enemy, FYI. He must have sensed you coming and decided to run, but I got the vendetta message. After relaying the usual cryptic villain warning, Red leaned into his touch, holding up her bruised hand. My fingers aren't broken, so that's something. Arm around her shoulders, he led her to the couch. Did you recognize him? He didn't give me his name, but I met him before. Before sitting, she plucked her phone from the cushion with her good hand. The impact had sent it through the leather to the stuffing underneath. Cracks etched her still working screen. She let Christoph stroke her hair like she was an emotional support animal as she finished describing the encounter. He modified his appearance somehow at the reunion, but I saw him more clearly this time. Definitely had an aristocrat down on his luck vibe. He wasn't at the blood toast, so no fingerprint, but he was there later talking to Gavin. I didn't see him. He must have been the one who called out against us. Christoph paced, sniffing like an agitated hound dog seeking the scent of the stranger. At the window, he barked orders into his cell phone for guards to send men into the cemetery and other haunts. He hunched over the windowsill, fingers digging into the wood as he whispered, "Where did he go?" Red strolled up behind him. "I'm fine. That guy wanted to get under your skin. Don't let him." The words came out a growl. "He hurt you." Are you freaking out? Because this is weird. You saw me get staked in the hand once and acted pretty cool then. You were unconscious for most of that, Christoph said. He ran a hand through his hair sheepishly. And that was a hunt. You knew the risk. This was an invitation, a thinly veiled excuse to see you and walk along the cliffs, to be my companion for the night. I could have collected the fingerprints without you. It's a good thing you put me to work then. Bad guys happen. It's not like we were in the middle of a romantic dinner. I knew there was a risk tonight. His jaw tightened. I didn't. I'm not the one in danger now. You are. He mentioned oath-breakers. The Etruscan god dedicated in the ritual sacrifice was particularly pissed about those. Even with his obvious magic use, it could be a coincidence. Not considering my history with Alaric. I read a bard's report on the uprising. You were working with the heroes. Couldn't have made you popular. Alaric hated me since the August harvest. I defected to Merrick's clan, taking Netta with me, and started a trend when he needed soldiers the most. His uprising was the last squeeze of a dying snake, or so I thought. He fell silent, lost in history. Inches away, yet an ocean of time separated them. I'm bringing up old memories, huh? Older than you'd think, nothing useful yet. You know, I was here in Charm, fighting beside Stace against Alaric. I wondered, but I didn't connect the name Emma Peters until I saw you with the hero. You look different in high school, he deadpanned. I remember how we met at the diner. In a different life, you might have ended up my intern instead of Vix. She put her hands on her hips. You weren't trying to scam on teenage me, right? Brooke specifically glamored me for protection. Christoph snorted. No, I could tell you were special, but it wasn't a strain to be a gentleman. Merrick needed a witch. Didn't really think about it after I saw you in a fight. But really, why? Red asked. What had he sensed about her? Why did the question feel so urgent? I suppose I had a good feeling about you. Scrawny little thing, didn't look like much, but you were powerful. She leaned against the windowsill, arms wrapped around herself. At least I did something great with my magic before it was stolen. Those days are gone. I tried to shield the whole room, but I barely protected us from the explosion. A resigned sigh escaped her as she checked out her own bright chakras. They were stronger than ever after academy training and a mysterious power boost from Frank Lopes's stolen amulet, but she was still missing more than half her magic and all memory of her mother's instruction. The lost potential made her furious, but sorrow seeped in for all the people she could have saved on hunts if she had been able to use advanced magic. Kristoff took her hand. That should be my line. I am sorry for tonight. You shouldn't be. It might have given us a lead. I need to call my assistant. I'm hunkering down in charm until this is over. I'll get you back to your penthouse in the sky, Red promised. She'd have to keep the peace between the hunters and the vampires to finish this quickly. It wouldn't be easy to do. She still hadn't let go of his hand, and even if he felt more complicated than saving the town, she didn't want to. Kristoff cupped her jaw. He leaned in close enough that she smelled his charcoal and wintry forest scent. She didn't know if it was expensive cologne or aftershave, but the subtle aroma was imprinted on her mind, associated only with him. Telling herself to walk away, she released his fingers, but her own went rogue to stroke his firm bicep, sleeves hiding geometric line tattoos. Her heart thumped against her ribs. She could have lost him tonight. Tipping her head up, she kissed him before she could tell herself not to. His lips were softer than a demon's should be. He tasted like temptation. She couldn't resist this time. Leaning her forehead against his, she caught her shaky breath, lost in his blue gaze. She claimed his mouth again. He pulled her closer with an ardor honed over a century of longing. One palm rested on her hip while the other caressed over the lyre tattoo on her shoulder. The cool touch triggered tingles under her fevered skin, conjuring a wild energy that felt almost mystical. Her overactive mind clicked off like a light, all thought fading in the rush. He had said he felt bolder and braver in charm. In his arms, so did she. She tilted her head back as he nibbled along her jaw. Her heart raced in his embrace. Unbidden magic surged inside her and channeled power through her ring. A breeze kicked up, and the curtains flapped as books shot from the shelves behind her. Blushing, she caught her breath. I think that was me. Oh God, are my eyes black? He clasped his hands over her lower back, keeping her flush against him. His words rumbled in his chest. I think it's sexy. Arno opened the door and leaned in. We have Gavin and Stephen secured in the wine cellar. I'm ready to rip their entrails out if you are. Red withdrew from Kristoff, smoothing her dress. The word entrails might as well have been an ice bucket over her head, cutting through the passion. In his arms, she forgot they were hunter and vampire. Kristoff glared as if his brother said too much. I'll be there. I'm starting without you then, Arno said, and closed the door. She whipped her hormones into control and retreated to what was easy, work talk. You know what we need out of him. I don't care if that blonde vampire asked for a stick of gum. We need the brand. Taking her hand, Kristoff rubbed his thumb over her palm. One of my minions can get you home. We'll talk later, she said, and forced herself away from him, each limb protesting. She had done a lot of magic tonight. Instinct told her he'd be better than cardio at physically centering her energies. She didn't need her imagination filling in the blanks of what he could do for her. Or to her. It was easier to think once she left the country club. Too much had happened tonight, and she wasn't even thinking about the explosion. They had kissed again. She was lying to her friends and herself. This relationship had stopped being professional months ago. She wanted him even if she couldn't even write it in her journal. There was no doubt what her friends would say. Unsold vampires still knew right and wrong. They simply didn't care. They had the emotional quotient of a sociopath mixed with bloodlust from the demon essence that animated their bodies. Kristoff made sure to toe that line around her. If she kept sneaking kisses with him, she'd have to know what he did when she wasn't around. He'd be honest, if questioned. She dreaded the answers as much as she wanted to ask. 15. April 12th, after midnight. Charm, Oregon, Lily's Diner. Red arrived at the diner with grave news. Unlit strung lights hung in the gravel lot, but the tables were gone, the party packed away. She walked inside, knocking on the door. Only a single light shone from the back office. On the silent drive from the country club to pick up Stace's borrowed car from Kristoff's cottage, she had texted a long update on the tithing to the gang. Only Zach, closing the diner, had replied. It's why she came straight to him. She called out, "Hey, where is everyone?" Zach strode out of the back room and around the bar. "That's what I want to know. I haven't gotten a word since they went into the woods." No one had been at the house? Are they still out? She asked. Stace had gone with Vic and the wolves to search for another sacrificial victim that might have triggered a wildcat portal. You'd think the body would be close by. Could they be far enough to be out of signal range? Maybe. The dimensional energy can mess with technology. I got your text, though. Novak is a tough son of a bitch. He'll work Gavin over until sunrise. Make sure he tells us what he learns. Headlamps flooded the windows. It's the Falcon, Red said, and ducked into the parking lot with Zach. I was close to sending a search party after our search party for a minute there. The black van stopped in front of the diner. Vic hopped out of the driver's side. I still say... And I still think it's a dangerous idea, Jackson interrupted as he stomped out of the side door. You don't know these hills. Leshaun glumly followed behind him. Dridmud splashed his jeans to the waist. One of his lenses was crackhead. He seemed to have the worst night of all of them. Enough, guys, Stace said, exiting the front seat and striding away from the van. Red touched her arm. Are you all right? I'm fine, but I need to clear my head. I swear their arguing chased away the demons. I can patrol and search for a body better without them. She took her keys back from Red and went to her car. Stace! Jackson yelled. Stay here, Zach said, then jogged after his friend. The two ended up in a huddle by her open driver's side. The hunter and the two wolves shifted on their feet, guilty faces turned away. Red shrugged as if to say, Look what you've done. She asked, So, where did you go? Vic rested a foot on the van bumper. Some creepy summer camp after we found jack shit around here. Wherever that body is, it hasn't started to stink enough for a soup to smell it. The riftquake happened near here, Red said. If you'd checked your messages, you'd know I got a lead on a suspicious vampire who dropped by the party. Maybe on his way from the body to the country club. He could do illusions. Had to be a magic user. Jackson said, Exactly what I thought. We need to go back to the summer camp. The place reeked of vampires. One must have been nesting there recently. Vic huffed a dry laugh. All we got out there was Lashon slipping into a pit with a skeleton. Our victim is fresher than that. Jackson growled. That's where Alaric opened the rift. It's where he died. Stop acting like you know my town. Vic scanned the trees around the diner. I've passed through a dozen ones like it. We should be hitting up Lairs near where the portal opened. I bet the killer wised up and did the murder inside, then lit some scented candles to throw off the hounds. LaShawn frowned, stepping away to watch Stace drive out of the parking lot. He glared at the half moon in the starry sky. Jackson raised his voice, jabbing his finger at Vic. We're not dogs on your leash. It was a figure of speech. LaShawn groaned, rubbing his face. Can we call it a night on this? We can check out Ghost Beach tomorrow. It's the last thing on the list. Vic stepped up to Jackson. I'm sick of tiptoeing around your sensitive fucking... Returning to the group, Zach whistled with 2 fingers in his mouth, the sharp sound piercing through the argument. I've been feeling your problems for days. This empath is done with your shit. None of you saw what it was like when a door opened wide to the blood realm and hell came to party. That's not happening again on my watch. People are dying, and more will follow until we stop it. Right now, you 3 are our weakest links. I'm settling whatever is going on tonight. I need lavender, dried Miranda root, holy water, and everyone to shut up and get the hell in the diner." Red blinked at him, not expecting the monologue from the archer. The group froze, wearing identical looks of surprise. "Did I stutter? Now!" "Aye, aye, Captain," Vic said, mock saluting. She said, "I'll get the herbs from the van." "We'll need your toolbox, Jackson." Zack lifted his finger in warning. "Zip it. Because I'm saving your relationship with Stace right now. Thank me later. You're doing the thing you did that one Thanksgiving, and I don't care if it makes the diner smell like burning hair." Red hustled to retrieve the ingredients, losing minutes when she couldn't find the potable holy water. Zack hadn't specified, but she'd rather be safe than getting everyone sick with blessed water drawn from a creek. When she finally got back into the diner, they had started without her, emptying the center of the diner by pushing the tables against the booths. LaShawn and Vic sat cross-legged opposite Jackson. The two quarreling men stared sullenly at each other over a saucepot ringed with lit candles. A clump of dried vines rested inside. 5 mugs of steaming water were in front of them. Zack crouched and lit the last candle. He plucked a hair from his heat and dropped it in the pot, motioning for the other men to do the same. Vic was the last holdout, only offering a hair after a silent argument of glares and eye-rolling with his brother. She knelt next to Vic, opposite the empath in the circle, and placed the baggies and old bottle of holy water on the floor. "What did I miss?" Jackson said from her right, "The hunter bitchin' mostly." Zack ignored Vic blowing a raspberry at the werewolf's comment. "If we're going to get this bastard, you 3 gotta work together. Time to see the other side's point of view. Dump a pinch of lavender in your cups and a few bits of root too, everyone." He continued as the 5 traded baggies, preparing their teas, the chopped root seeping quickly to a green. "Just dollop the holy water in like you'd take milk with your coffee. Gulp it, don't nurse it. I'm putting an empath twist on an old wolf ritual." They tossed the herbal remedy back, the Miranda root leaving a spicy aftertaste. Red asked, "What are we doing? The tea is going to chill us out, but what kind of herb is in the pot? How does the wolf magic come into it? We didn't cover this at the academy." "You'll get it once we start," Zack said. He held a candle to the vines inside the saucepot. Flames caught on the clump, growing to engulf a corner, singeing the hair. It smelled like a swamp fire. "Think of it as smoke signals with feelings." Vic grumbled, "I'm only letting a wolf mage put a spell on me for my brother's sake. Can I get more explanation than that, dude?" "Yes." "Hold hands and like each other," Zack said, then clasped LaShawn's and Jackson's hands roughly. The wolf mage and the werewolf hunter stared each other down, neither reaching out first. Zack rolled his eyes. "I figured, hence the extra cup. Red, join in. We don't have time for these 2 to argue about touching." She shifted forward to obey, holding Jackson's hand. Vic scooched forward, closing the circle by clasping hands with his brother in red. "This is cozy, not cringeworthy at all." Zack blew on the smoldering pot, releasing thin smoke curls. "The awkwardness hasn't even begun. Now, the big guy first." Sighing, Jackson lifted his head. He opened his mouth, emitting a low note somewhere between Mongolian folk singing and a wolf cry. The power in the sound made Red's throat chakra vibrate. Vic bit his lip, suppressing a laugh. His more sensible brother was freaked. What did he sense from the other shifter? She turned on her spirit gaze. A yellow current pulsed from the wolf mage as the note changed, lengthening. His brindled aura stretched over her, surrounding the group. Energy surged from the pot in a plume, dancing like smoke in the air. It thickened to a purple vapor. "My turn," Zack said. Instantly, like turning a faucet, emotions flooded through the connection. Lightheaded, she tried to separate the anxiety, fear, and anger from her own. She couldn't figure out which one came from whom. How did the empath live like this, pounded by stimuli from all directions? Zack said, "You know how this goes, Jackson. Get it out. What do you want him to see?" Jackson jutted his chin out, dark eyes boring into Vic. "Exactly who he killed." Brady Mathers, Vic whispered. Jackson tightened his grip on her hand and tossed his head back. His howl sounded impossible coming from human vocal cords. Hate pulsed through the emotional connection, drowning everything out. The empath forced them to experience what the wolf mage felt. Projected on the purple ether, a thin bucktooth man shadow boxed in a rundown gym. The padded helmet on his head made his skinny body look even scrawnier in a tank top and shorts sagging off his flat backside. He thumped his gloved hands together. I'm ready, Jackson. Red didn't know how she heard the reedy, eager voice as if the memory was hers. Zach's heart chakra flashed green to her third eye, the only warning before the hate for Vic disappeared. Feelings of protectiveness and affection hit her. Jackson said, Brady didn't deserve to be put down, Vic. I know I made a bad call. All the evidence pointed to a feral wolf mage. He fit the bill. I didn't know until later he was a patsy set up for my crew to find. Told you. I have a code, Vic said, sweating as proper grammar failed him. That ain't it. You didn't ask questions, you just shot. He wasn't what Fowler tried to make us. The feeling changed. Guilt scratched at Red like sandpaper. Zach asked, What's this, big guy? What do you think you could have done? Jackson bowed his head, nose wrinkling as he closed his eyes. He exhaled heavily. I should have made him come with me when I learned the truth about Fowler. I knew that road would end badly, and I left him behind. You can't carry Brady's choices, Zach reasoned. Vic said, I'm sorry, I wanted to take it back. I swear I did. Forget this, Jackson said. I don't need the dentist's apology. Stay, Zach said. You wanted a do-over on helping a vulnerable wolf like Brady? The universe sent you one. The long stalemate between the empath and the wolf mage churned through the group link. Spectral fumes weaved around Red. She tried to hold tight to her own reactions, irrational worry spiking that Zach would make her play spin the trauma too. There were a few doozies in the chamber if he did. Jackson squeezed her hand. His wild magic, so different from her own, flowed through her like a conduit around the circle. Fine. It's the pup's turn. Why don't you shift? Lashon grew stone-faced, but high-pitched anxiety pierced the emotional connection. Sweat on his upper lip reflected the candlelight. No. Don't fight it, Zach ordered. I know you're thinking of whatever it is. The smoke revealed a teenage Vic with a patchy mustache. He sat on a shaded bench outside a dingy highway motel in a faded Megadeth shirt. Pimple-faced, he sulked and tossed rocks at a bush. I can't believe Dad left us here to go fight the whispering werewolf alone. Yeah, I get why but I'm 16 for God's sake. Come watch TV, LaShawn's youthful, unseen voice said. You couldn't kill a wolf anyway. I could. I could kill 'em all, and I will one day. There are good ones, you know. My mom said so. No, there ain't. And they'd be better off dead if they were. The young Vic stomped away, out of the smoky vision. The older LaShawn met the wolf mage's eyes across the smoke. His cheek twitched under his glasses. Discomfort and embarrassment slunk through the circle. Vic tried to reassure his brother. Hey, I'm sorry. I don't think that about you. I forgot I ever said that. Dad was right to keep us off that hunt with Lopes. I wasn't ready for it then, or... LaShawn snapped. I don't want to talk about it here. I think we've seen enough. Zach conceded with a shrug. We'll put a pin in your issues then. Vic, we haven't really talked much. What's your deal? My deal is that I apologize to Jackson and need to have a long talk with my little brother. I've learned a lesson, I guess, so I'm going to go and pray on it now. Vic moved to stand. Jackson barked, Keep to the circle. LaShawn obeyed the dominant wolf, retaking his brother's hand. I don't know about this. We need to stop, Red said. They'd only find terrors in her mentor's mind. Seriously, I mean it. Jackson grabbed the hunter by the forearm, jerking him into a sitting position. Nope, it's show and tell. Vic retorted low and quick. You're going to let go of me. Now. She grabbed his hand to help free him. Leave. Zack and Jackson didn't even count to 3 before they hit the twisted circle with magic. Fear flattened her. Her shoulders sank under the mental weight. Smoke billowed from vine embers in the pot, flaring up into a teardrop shape. The candles flickered from the energy surge. She hunched over, drawing her knees up, barely noticing Jackson rejoining hands. Screams exploded in her ears, an echo of tortured remembrance. Blood filled the image in the smoke, on an old plaid sofa, on cabin walls, on a wooden floor. Everywhere, it pooled around a dead man in hiking gear. Jagged claw marks destroyed eyes. His face and neck were ruined except for an intact chin that looked like Vic's. A loud crash made her heart jump, even though she knew it was a memory. Vic squeezed her hand so hard it hurt. Horror tightened his face, neck tendons straining as if his head wanted to turn, but his brain couldn't make the command. This was the cabin where the Parkses had their last family vacation. This was when his childhood died. Ben Park was the first to go, but he wasn't the last. The rising vapors revealed a child's arms. It was Vic, 9 years old on the night when his life changed forever. He half carried, half pushed a girl in pigtails who was barely more than 4. The adult Vic leaned close to the scene, wet eyes glistening in the candlelight. "Gracie!" A wolf loped for the children like a grim fairy tale came to life. June Park stood by the sofa, sweater torn, axe raised in defense of her family. Bleeding scratches marred her face, forehead to jaw. "Run, kids! Don't look back!" Gracie toddled as fast as she could toward the front door of the cabin with a bit of her brother's stubborn determination in her chubby face. Small hands in view, Vic pushed his sister ahead. He fell to his knees. The image shifted to the bloody tracks on the floor, as if a dropped camera in a recording. Like a dark gray phantom, the wolf jumped over him to land on the girl. A shadow of a striking paw stretched across the floor. The boy looked up, perspective shifting on the smoke to reveal a horror show. He rushed to his little sister only to be clawed and batted back. His screaming mother picked up the axe and brought it down on the wolf's back. "Go, Victor!" Red turned her head, but she couldn't escape the shrieks and their sudden end. LaShawn wept silently for his brother. The other 2 men looked shell-shocked at the tortured vision. Raw fear barreled through the circle like a runaway train. Was the empath even still in control? Vic crushed her hand in his clammy grip. His bloodshot eyes bulged, lids wide as if someone stretched them back. Tremors ran down his arms. A tight choking sound escaped his throat. The psychic projection shook as he remembered running out of the cabin into a clearing in the woods. His small legs pumped as fast as they could. He stumbled, looking back. His mother was in the cabin doorway. Blood covered her yellow sweater. She groped for the threshold to stay upright. Moonlight hit the apples of her high cheeks. Her brown eyes, so like his, sought her child as if she knew it would be her last sight. "Run!" A hungry snout clamped on her ankle, dragging her onto the bloody floor and tugging her inside. His mother's last word trailed off into a scream. Little Vic tried to obey her last wish, crawling through the grass. Shame and fear lashed at him for the retreat. The grief coursing through the connection felt as fresh as the day he lost her. A tall, ruddy-cheeked man with thick brown hair, gray-blue eyes, and big ears burst from the trees. Henry Constantine. He rushed toward the cabin, raising a rifle, firing into the open doorway. A pained howl ripped through the air. Glass shattered in the distance like a window breaking. He fired again. Silence descended on the cabin. Henry spun around and slung his rifle on his back. He ran to Vic, scooping him up. "Come on, son. It's still out there." Candles blew out and the smoke cleared. The circle took a collective breath as the vision faded on a full moon above an impossibly starry sky. Sniffling, she tugged her hand away from Jackson. "Fuck you all," Vic said, shaking with anger. He barreled out of the diner and into his van. LaShawn sprinted after him, opening the passenger door and hopping inside as the Millennium Falcon sped out in reverse. Red hobbled to her feet, sluggish from the emotional hangover. Zack sighed. "That went well." She could have decked him. "Look what you did to Vic." Did you have to rip open the biggest fucking wound he had? That was his family, you inconsiderate jagoff. What the hell kind of empath are you? Zack took a step back, exchanging a startled glance with the werewolf. I never said I was a therapist. That was fucked up. Red flopped down in their usual booth. She typed out what she knew would be the first of many unanswered text messages to Vic, asking how he was. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Zack grabbed a tray from the bar and filled it with the tea mugs, candles, and sauce pot. He took it into the kitchen. Jackson rubbed his neck, staring into the air as if the tortured vision were repeating in his head, too. Well, I don't hate him anymore, so I guess that part worked. Jesus. That's something, Red snarked, putting her phone in her pocket. Who the hell was that wolf? No one knows. Not anyone alive, that is. Frank Lopes told him it wasn't a feral. Doesn't really narrow it down, even if you could believe the word of an assassin. She stood up straighter. The names connected suddenly, chasing away all other thoughts. Gloria Lopes had said her father had killed Archibald Fowler, a wolf mage, and kept his amulet. You said the name Fowler. Were you talking about an Archibald? Jackson looked down at his sneakers. I'm not proud of it, but I studied under him for a time. What do you know of an amulet he had? It was a bone disc. Lopes stole it off him and kept it close to his heart, literally under his skin as a good luck charm. She held on to the fact that her own power escaped it when it broke. Only Vic knew that. So, that's where the other one went. I couldn't believe he was dead. I had to kick the body in Texas myself. Oldest wolf I ever met. The son of bitch seemed too tough to die. Not for Frank Lopes. What happened to the second amulet? Broken in his last fight. It was a nasty one, too. Fowler was powerful on his own, but he drew on those amulets. Lopes wouldn't be able to bring him down without taking out one. What does this have to... Red cut him off, pressing on. When did he die? November 1st of last year. At the funeral, I heard that every dog in town started howling at around 9 p.m. and wouldn't stop until dawn. Jackson furrowed his brow. Why? Are you sure about the time? Red asked urgently, her mind filled with a fire that could melt bullets, an inferno on a rooftop in L.A. that she could no more explain than the one which had killed her mother. Zack came back from the kitchen, breaking her from the dark memories. Stace is still on patrol. Hasn't found anything yet. I better find her then, Jackson said. He hunched his shoulders and strode out of the diner. Zack pulled his keys out of his pocket. I know you're mad at me and might want to bunk somewhere else tonight. I'll take you wherever, Red. Might as well go home. We've done enough damage here. Mentally, she was miles and months away on the rooftop of Moon Enterprises, facing a firing line of Michael's minions, bullets jetting toward her. She had picked over the encounter, wondering how the laws of physics had been thoroughly defied, theorizing that her magical instincts must have subconsciously solidified air to block the bullets and summoned fire in a rush of mortal terror. How she'd summoned the strength had always eluded her. Red couldn't have known that an amulet was shattered in a fight between werewolves across the country on the same night. The stolen magic returned to its owner at the right time. It was an answer that only led back to the same question. How did Archibald Fowler get amulets containing her magic? 16. April 12th morning, Charm, Oregon, Main Street. Yawning between sips of coffee, Red walked toward the Charm Police Department in the village center. She'd tossed and turned all night. Neither Vic nor LaShawn had returned her text messages. The morning call from Aisha Calloway was a relief, even if it was about a murder victim. She'd left the house while Zack showered. Last night was too messed up. She couldn't talk to him yet, not without a few cups of coffee in her anyway. Stace's house looked isolated next to the cemetery on the edge of the village, but it was only a 30-minute walk to the police station, even with a stop in a small cafe. Exercise took the edge off her sour mood. The station had a historic brick visage that matched the rest of the quaint village. Its small lobby had authentic 1930s fixtures and the filing system to match. There weren't even computers at the front desk. The sheriff met her in the front and brought her into a musty hallway, brown moisture damage marring the low ceiling tiles. I hope you weren't planning on breakfast after this. Once you said you found a body, I switched my schedule around. Where did you find the victim? Calloway pushed open a door to a basement staircase. The smell of death and chemicals wafted out. A groundskeeper died at the cemetery at 7:15. They dropped the body in an old sealed well. He was removing a dead fox when he noticed the broken lock. How many days have they been in there? More like hours, the sheriff said. She walked past a wall of metal cabinets to a covered body centered on a long table, a recessed drain in the corner. The lab is analyzing insect eggs found on the body to determine the time of the death more precisely, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happened moments before that portal opened. Did you find a stone circle? Calloway shook her head, pulling back the white sheet on the victim to the waist. It wasn't set up like the others. The killer dumped the body in water. She was a teacher at the high school, Lisa Kelly. The gray-haired victim seemed more perturbed than afraid, with stern wrinkle lines around her mouth. Angular Etruscan markings marred her nude, bony chest. Not with the smooth edge of a knife, but the horrid drag of a sharp fingernail. The symbols for Orcus and Kulsu were etched above her belly button. No defensive wounds were on the hands or face. You didn't need to be a doctor to see that the cause of death was the ragged laceration across her throat. The gristle of the windpipe was visible. Red hovered her hand inches above the woman, adjusting her third eye to scan for any magical traces. Dark energy radiated over the wounds. Thinking out loud for Calloway's benefit, she examined the incisions. The Etruscans believed the death gods could grant curses if they were sent with the right messenger. This was usually sealed in a tomb with a fresh body like a hitchhiker to the underworld. Sometimes they tossed their pleas to the darker gods in wells, figuring it must lead to the same place. This offering is like paying extra for speedy shipment. If this were a normal serial killer, I'd say they were evolving their methods. These symbols are identical to the ones on the last body, but the setup is different. The killer might not know Alaric's ritual as well as we expected. He obviously isn't getting the same result. This is an experiment. Are they getting closer to cracking the code? I need to go over the Bard report on Alaric to be sure, but I get the feeling that the killer is winning over the gods. Why? Red analyzed the dead woman's face. Was her last sight the mysterious blonde vampire pleading with the gods? Did she feel them answer his prayers? A rift quake opened quicker this time. The other rituals took days to work. I was afraid you'd say that. Calloway shut away the victim before leading Red out of the morgue and to her office. She presented a surveillance video of the well on her laptop. The slowly moving camera missed the body being dumped and only caught the lid closing. She clicked open another file. That isn't the only spooky footage I've found around town. Wendy at the magic shop showed me this. It was before business hours on the day Benston had her spending spree. She didn't buy up all the crystals. Some were already missing. A video played on the screen of the tables of mystical items, like a bust of Janus and selenite crystals. The view flicked to the side suddenly, as if slapped, and the camera now stuck on the collection of East Asian artifacts. Calloway paused the video, then switched to another program where she had blown up the image of the gong. Look at the reflection. The bronze only captured the lightness of the hair and vague contours of a gaunt face, but Red recognized him, the mystery vampire from last night. She gulped, the bruises on her fingers aching at the sight. Keep watch on the town wells, but don't let your deputies approach him. He's old, clever, and thinks he has a destiny. On Main Street, Red spotted a black van parked on the curb at the Winded Whaler and stepped inside the pub. Heat from the swinging kitchen doors steamed over the narrow diner area separated by 2 rows of compact wooden booths. Chatter bounced off the walls. Waitresses in old-fashioned green skirt uniforms mingled with the regulars, hauling out trays of bacon and eggs or doling out black coffee at the counter. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd get a cappuccino. She recognized some of the patrons from the reunion. Herman the possum shifter read a newspaper in a back booth, wire glasses on his currently human face. Josh, the comic shop owner, nodded to her while he passed by with a takeout carton. Vic couldn't hide with that mullet. He faced away from her on the last stool at the lunch counter with a half-eaten plate of breakfast potatoes. A fork lay forgotten at his side. She sat next to him. "How's the grub here?" He lifted one shoulder apathetically. The hard edge in his eyes was enough to convince the friendliest villager to leave the silent stranger alone. "It isn't crap." A rousing endorsement. Red quickly ordered a coffee from a young waitress who studied them curiously as she poured a mug. After thanking the other woman, she spun on the stool to face Vic. He asked, "How'd you find me?" "It's not a big town. Hard to hide. I was coming from the police station." "You gonna tell me what happened after you left?" Taking a fortifying sip of Java, she arched an eyebrow at him. She said, "Come on, spill it." "Drove around with LaShawn. You can guess what we talked about." "Yeah, I bet. I cussed Zach out last night for that stunt." She wanted to slap him for making Vic relive such horror. "I might still wring his neck. At least I know what bug LaShawn has up his ass. I gave him a complex, some big brother I am. At least you can do something about it now." "Not anything that counts," he said with a sigh. "I went to Mass this morning." "You're not Catholic." They were open, and I needed a place to think. I know it clears a room when a guy starts talking about Jesus, but do you know why I go to church? It wasn't really a topic they discussed. On the road, they were in such close quarters that they carved out alone time when they could. Red would sleep in on Sundays, and he caught a sermon in whatever town they were in. She thought of it as his me time, just another one of his quirks, like the occasional cigar, but more wholesome. Red tried to be as delicate as an agnostic pagan heathen could be. She guessed, to talk to God? JC is part of it, but no, I go to talk to my folks. If the preacher is good, I might pay half attention, but most of the time, I give them an update. Try to think about what they would say back. Sometimes if I get really quiet in my head, I think I can hear it, he said, then smiled sadly. They had faith. They were good people, volunteering with the congregation to feed the homeless. Even though my dad worked long hours at a tech startup, I'm lucky. I had 2 sets of really great parents. Her heart broke for him. "I think they would be proud of you." "Do you? Watching LaShawn like this, it's my fault. Don't try to cheer me up. I know it." "You've been through dark times before and always came up swinging, even when you were in a wheelchair." That was another stupid, cocky move. I couldn't follow the plan with Michelle either. "You never would have made that trade-off with Novak if it weren't for helping me. I'm like the worst kind of Teflon. Shit slips off me to stick to the few people I care about." "Hey, I don't blame you for how that went down," she said. Agreeing to let Kristoff bite her so he'd have the blood supply to heal Vic's legs wasn't a trade she'd ever undo. Considering how it felt, she didn't exactly see it as a hardship, then or now. "I made my choice, just like LaShawn did. I hope it works out better for you than him." "It already has. I have regrets, but you've never been one of them." He grunted. "Yeah, sure." She poked his shoulder. "I'm serious. I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for you. That'll always make you a hero in my book. Nothing I saw last night changed that." He wiped his sleeve against his nose, sniffing, looking away from her. "Thanks, kid. So, you did some real work this morning. What did you find out at the station?" Red detailed in hushed tones about the body in the well and the evolution of the killer's methods. He said, "No fang marks? This can't be a young vampire, not with that much blood going to waste." "The one who found me at the country club was old. He did this with a flick of his wrist. I'm surprised my phone survived," she said, and raised her bruised hand. Vic set down his mug with a thoughtful smile. "You didn't get any help with that from Kristoff, I see." "No, It hurts, but it's not an emergency, she said. He was talking about her drinking from the vampire. It wasn't something that they could say openly. The power of Kristoff's gift was more dangerous than the usual ones of shifting into a bat or into mist. It could get him hunted for those seeking cures or to use his blood in spells. Good, good. We do what we gotta do to get the job done. But you don't need another favor to the Novaks over your head. I already put you in deep with him. It's not like that. You've got enough to worry about without adding me to the list. You're still my intern, at least in my head. I'm going to worry. It's the big brother in me, he said before chuckling into his coffee. After they left the Winded Whaler, Vic dropped her off at the house, saying he was going to a hunter's bar out of town. The farmhouse was empty except for a note saying that Stace and Zach were at the diner and asking if she could research more on Alaric's ritual. She texted them about her illuminating morning with Calloway. The mysterious blonde vampire had solidified his place as her top suspect. Hopefully, Kristoff had gotten more intel about his whereabouts from Gavin. Red went into the study, hoping to find a record matching the description. She plucked one of Gina McGregor's journals from the bookshelf. The late bard's record of her tenure in the Rift Zone filled almost 3 shelves, with some years spanning multiple notebooks dated on the spine. Bound dossiers on specific cases were set below. She collected the reports on her supposed death and vampire uprising and settled at the table. The last battle at the summer camp had ended when the unlikely hero Emma Peters closed the rift, the doorway cutting Alaric in half as it closed. Yet the drama had started earlier when riftquakes erupted over Charm in the spring of her junior year of high school. Quoting McGregor, it was a harbinger of what was to come. The rumors of the Alaric Order's movement to America brought Quinn Burns to Charm to join forces with the teenagers to investigate. This only brought him into a dark trap. The tide had turned when Delilah, Celine, and Lucas appeared. Red found her cell phone. Gina McGregor had meticulously researched her reports, but there was one insight that she'd never had: the insiders. She listened to the dial tone, hoping that this was a good idea. DB Models, this is Linda Lee speaking. How may I help you? The polite tone didn't quite cover the stress underneath the words. Hey girl, why are you working the phones? Red asked, imagining the beleaguered office manager in her Jimmy Choo designer shoes. Was the usual apathetic-looking front desk receptionist on a lunch break. I'd love to chat, but I'm putting out fires all over the place. Someone is on the other line. I'll just forward you on to the boss. Thanks, Red said. The last time she had seen Delilah, the vampiress had looked rough. She was going to poke at an old vampire right in the sorest spots in her history. If losing Quinn had changed Lucas, she couldn't comprehend how the death had hit his wife of centuries. It probably hadn't sweetened her temper. A smoky voice came onto the other line. This had better be good news. It's not, but you'll want to know anyway. Oh, it's you. Lucas already asked me who was still alive in the family tree. He should have told you that the Blood Alliance snapped the important branches off. He did, but what about the hangers-on? We only have a bard's journal about the ritual. You were in Alaric's inner circle once upon a time. He gave me the dark gift, siring me into the night, so yeah, obviously we had been close. What is your fucking point? I'm working late on media spin for a mess around an irritating oracle, and I don't need this distraction. Would you still recognize some of his hangers-on? We have a suspect. Caucasian man, long blonde hair, hooked nose, wasn't American, definitely old. He left me a creepy message about oath breakers for Kristoff. I could have done without him nearly shattering my phone. Sounds like a problem for Novak. What were you doing with him anyway? Working. It's not relevant. Do you recognize the suspect? Delilah didn't answer for a moment. The order was formed in Europe. We had plenty of blondes, more dead than alive now. I'm pretty sure there was a Roosevelt in the White House the last time this guy went clothes shopping. Said he had a destiny. Didn't sound happy to be above ground among the nouveau riche. If he's the killer, he doesn't know how to complete the ritual, yet he's missing pieces. If you had any. How many ways can I say no before you get off the line? Someone wants to carry on where your sire left off. Don't you think Quinn would want you to give a shit? Delilah went deathly silent as only a vampire could. Never, ever use my husband's memory against me again. The line died. Red hung up, cursing herself. That was brilliant, bringing up Quinn. She was as tactful as Zack last night. The vampiress wouldn't be giving her fashion advice for a while, that was for sure. Stinging from guilt, she opened the report on the aborted apocalypse, hoping to find something for the gang since her first swing was a miss. The profile on Alaric was extensive. Although he'd been glibly described as a has-been by Kristoff, Gina McGregor detailed a monster with a powerful pedigree. Before their mysterious disappearance, the original vampires, called the Everlasting Ones, spread from the Fertile Crescent at the dawn of civilization. They staked out their corners of the globe, creating children of the night in their wake. Some were more ghoulish than others, like Manananggal. What was immortality without minions, after all? Red snorted at the dry humor as she skimmed through Gina's neat handwriting. Over 1,000 years old, Alaric was said to be a few generations away from an everlasting one named Septima. That mattered more in vamp society before the Blood Alliance. The legends disagreed on if he had been a humble priest or the bastard son of a pope, but his vampiric rise was written clearly by multiple accounts. Red skimmed through the author's detailed tangent into the veracity of those accounts, and the contrary sources that left Alaric an enigma. Until the August harvest, he had been the most feared elder on the continent, a blood mage with the gift of mesmerization. Who could stand against him? Even other vampires avoided his underground court in Berlin, where torture and depravity were coded into sacred ritual. The biography continued to detail his last years until his final month, losing the last bloodline war, defecting minions, and the soul curse broke Alaric and his order into a shell of itself, unable to fit in with the modern world. He came to Charm, ready to burn it down and bring back past vampire glories. Someone else had taken up the torch, Red grimly reflected. She found a few blonde male vampires in the record, like a personal valet named Jean, and Alaric's child Isaac Gruber, gifted with the power to turn into mist, who both fell in the fight before their sire. Her phone interrupted her note-taking. She answered the unfamiliar number, only recognizing the Portland area code. Hello? Good morning, Arno Novak said. In 10 minutes, a black SUV will arrive at your curb. Be a dear and step into it. Is Kristoff okay? Yes. Red waited for him to elaborate, sighing when he didn't. She trusted his brother, but Arno was an unknown quantity. Some claimed humans might have jumped when a vampire said so, but she had never been one of them. Why should I? Is the driver going to offer me candy? Understand that cheeky gingers are Kristoff's fetish, not mine. I'm growing impatient. The rogues should have broken to my satisfaction hours ago. I need to know if they are bespelled. Bring something to neutralize magic. Red bit back the instinct to tell him where to shove his imperial heir. Morbid curiosity stroked at her. I'm assuming you want me to come to the country club's dungeon. Clever witch, you get a cookie. She glared at the phone when the overly confident punk hung up. Fucker. A black SUV rolled up to the curb right on schedule. The uniformed chauffeur popped out to open the back door and silently offered a bar of chocolate. Judging by his confused expression, Arno hadn't explained the joke. She took it and climbed inside. One cocky Novak brother was trouble enough. Now she had two on her hands. 17. April 12th afternoon. Charm, Oregon, the country club. A sea breeze whipped through charred trees on the expansive golf course. Red followed the chauffeur. They crossed a row of fresh turf, one of many laid down in the wake of the explosion. Workmen repaired the windows of the manor behind them. She'd given up trying to talk to the human on the drive from Stace's house. Ocean sounds filled the silence between them on the bluff-side country club. He wouldn't look at her, dark hat low over his face. Did he think she was dinner? How often did he deliver to the less savory club members? In there. You'll hear 'em, the chauffeur said. He opened the door of a stout brick shed with boarded up windows and pointed inside to a trap door in the corner. It was the first and last thing he said before trudging back toward the stately club. Red scowled at the cryptic exit. The whistling wind made her hug her leather jacket to herself. She almost texted Christoph a warning pic of the shed and the caption, "See you there." Did she really want to give him time to clean up whatever waited below? She put her phone in her pocket. It wasn't as if she were in danger. Arno had invited her. He wouldn't harm her, not with his brother's claim on her neck and a posse of hunters in town. Entering, she closed the door and passed upright lawnmowers cluttering one side. A rusty circle marked the wooden trapdoor where a nearby barrel must have usually stood to hide it. She gripped the latch and heaved it open, releasing an electric cobalt glow from the subterranean passage. Great, creepy stairs. As she went down the slotted steps, she tried not to imagine a hand grabbing her ankle. Bare bulbs in the ceiling diffused blue light over her, turning her skin a pale turquoise. The muffled sound of music drew her to the iron-plated door at the end of the hall. She undid the front pocket flap of her belted hunter's kit as she walked. Would she find a music video or a horror movie? The door opened ahead, releasing the slinky notes of big band jazz. Arno beckoned her. Tie undone, dark circles under his eyes, he was paler than even the dead should be. He must not have gone to ground to rest at dawn. Red followed him into the room. A portable speaker on a nearby stand played Peggy Lee's "Why Don't You Do Right." She averted her eyes from the two rogue vampires hanging in the center of the cement ceiling like sides of beef from silver chains looped on a hook. Unexpected? No. Brutal and hard to look at? Totally. Gavin and Stephen, stripped to their underpants, were unconscious with their heads bowed. Jagged knife slashes crossed their torsos. Bruises spotted every exposed inch of them. Their supernatural healing hadn't caught up. Without blood, they'd only grow weaker. Strung up, they were perfect punching bags for the brothers. Faced away from them, a shirtless Christoph laid on a velvet couch. His feet hung over the edge. He was texting too fast to see his thumbs. He did a double take at them, eyes flashing amber at his brother, sardonic voice sharpening. "This is a surprise." She tried not to stare at the dried smears of blood on his bare chest. "Really? A chauffeur picked me up." He turned off the music, watching her warily. Standing, he looked down at his dirty hands. "I didn't sign off on bringing you here." Red believed him. He'd have washed if he had known she was coming. He didn't need to be worried about shocking her. Even without the mysterious blonde vampire adding drama, this was about what she'd imagined the bomber and the schmuck dumb enough to talk back at a tithing would look like after last night. Christoph turned to her, blocking her view of his brother. "You don't need to be here because he ordered you." Strong, independent woman here. He couldn't have forced me into a McDonald's. Arno retorted, "What if I offered one of those little apple pies the humans like?" With a small laugh, she extracted a small jar of powdered cold iron from her hunter's kit. She ignored Christoph's contemplative stare to ask his brother, "What do we think? A mage has their tongue?" "Precisely," Arno said, hands behind his back. The pose reminded her of Christoph. A few inches shorter and years younger, he held himself with the same coolly arrogant air. It's not like vampires can mesmerize each other to forget little things like betrayal. These mutineers must have accomplices, a leader. I want to know who dares rise against us. I mean the prince. Sure. She wouldn't repeat that slip of the tongue to anyone. Somehow she didn't think that the royals would appreciate it. "Pour that iron powder down their throats if you have to," Arno said. Poise fraying, he faced his captives. His brown irises lightened to a demonic yellow. "I'll let you get close to their teeth," Red said absently as she did a magically scan. There were no traces of magic around Gavin or Stephen's necks. Their auras were darkened, but nothing struck her as unusual considering their species or injuries. She imagined it was a night where the two wished they weren't immortal, capable of withstanding what a human would have mercifully died from. I'm not seeing anything obvious, Arno. Are you sure it's magic? I know how to torture a man, little girl. I know when they lie. Nothing this fish-smelling fuck is telling me. Kristoff raised a hand to cut off his brother's rant. We need to know where that bomb came from. Someone is stirring up the natives. Red wanted to say no shit. Already distrustful against the Novaks, resentful of the truce with Stace. Last night wouldn't have helped local morale. Instead, she said, he could be a disgruntled loner. What are they saying anyway? Kristoff fielded the question matter-of-factly. The longshoreman claims he was paid to not report a small vessel coming to port a few weeks ago. There were real silver coins on top of the plastic explosive. Gord is still reconstructing it, but he suspects it was a remote detonation. This fool says he didn't see its cargo, only the bribe. He put it all aside for his back taxes, couldn't believe his luck that it was the exact amount he needed, Arno said. He glared at the unconscious vampire. The blood on his shirt was a testament to Stephen's luck. Red tapped her leather hunter's kit, mulling over the info. There was another sacrifice left in a well last night. What about Gavin and the mystery vamp? Do they have alibis before the tithing? We have a video of the blonde one breaking into the magic shop. He's definitely involved. Gavin said the stranger merely offered his sympathies. Neither of these two idiots could have committed the murder. They were caught on camera separately, at different locations last night on Main Street. She tried another tack, hoping to gather enough pieces of the puzzle to guess a pattern. Not all bewitchments left an aura signature. There were other signs. Do they twitch or froth at the mouth when you try to get specific names or dates out of them? When you're not doing something awful to them? Kristoff said, No, we haven't experienced electricity fluctuations either. She handed him the jar of iron powder. Sprinkle that on them and their belongings. It should neutralize any low-level enchantments imbued in an object. Arno crossed his arms. Is that it? Maybe. She examined the hanging vampires closer, focusing on their hands and aura for dark energy. Neither could have had anything to do with the latest murder, but the others were possibilities. Beyond the roil of demonic energy animating them, they were clean. Why did that strange vampire speak to Gavin? What was on that ship that came to port? These were poorly chosen lies if they were covering up a new rival to Prince Merrick because they invited so many questions. How did they fit in? Stephen, at least, had been researched for vulnerabilities, chosen carefully for his explosive role. She asked, What's their bloodline? Septima, Kristoff said. Many generations removed, not in the Alaric branch, more like cousins. Arno stepped closer to Stephen, glumly considering the other vampire. Neither were in charm for his uprising. Already checked the DVA records. Their clans didn't answer Alaric's call, or at least Gavin wouldn't shut up about that. Did their clans fight in the last Bloodline War? Red asked, a theory percolating as she remembered Aunt Gina's journals. Arno said, They abandoned Alaric when the fight for London turned. Kristoff snapped his fingers. Oathbreakers! That's the pattern, she said. Her jolt of satisfaction in the realization faded to worry. These two might not be working with the killer how we thought. If she was right, then they were dealing with a strategic foe who had done his homework, choosing pawns to avoid soiling his own hands. Kristoff had said that the wild energy of the Rift Zone influenced younger vamps to be a little bolder and more stupid. She hoped it hit the doubtlessly cunning mastermind. Had it already? Confronting her and failing to kill her last night was a blunder, even with the petty revenge of spooking the Novaks. I think they're pawns, she said. Definitely the boat guy is. Not sure about Gavin, but it can't be great for morale to see some local working stiff get locked up by the enforcers from out of town. Nothing like a mutiny to get the attention off a murder spree. Kristoff said almost admiringly, There is a delicious irony in using your enemies for your own aims. Alaric would appreciate that. Arno kicked Stephen in the shin. If these bastards were distractions, shit, we're going over this again. The fisherman groaned, opening one eye, the other too swollen to open. Kristoff hovered his bloody hand over her shoulder to lead her out. You don't have to see that. Red walked into the wash of cobalt light in the hallway. Why? Something you're not proud of? I'm thinking of your tender human sensibilities, Kristoff said, shutting the door behind them. The lighting made the red smears on his bare chest look black. Why do I detect that you're mad at me? She couldn't stop staring at his bloody hands. We need to talk, but you should wash up first. Kristoff took her into an ornately decorated suite that Oscar Wilde would have adored. He walked between a crimson chaise lounge and a bed fitted with black sheets to a small bathroom. Water splashed from the faucet after he closed the door. She sat on the couch, crossing her legs, then leaning her elbow on the back, unable to get comfortable on the embroidered cushion. This talk would push their honesty policy to its limits. Maybe it was because of the empath ritual with Zach last night, but she couldn't keep bottling up these questions. He could hear her through the door. Maybe it would be easier to start the conversation when she didn't have to look at him. Red rambled, uncrossing her legs, tapping her fingers on her knee. You'll want to send guards to all the wells in town. The killer is running out of time. He might try to express ship his next sacrifice again. Falling silent, she glanced at the big bed, and then to the vampire emerging from the bathroom. It'll be done, Kristoff said. Water droplets rolled down his bare chest, all trace of his night's labors erased. He smoothed his dark blonde hair, tension in his jaw bringing out the cleft in his chin. Like a supernatural power itself, he slipped on his usual mask of cool reserve and reclined next to her. What's on your mind? Annoyed with my brother or me? Neither. This is part of the case. It's not the same as when I walked in on what happened to Trey. Kristoff snorted. Yes, those two in there seem to be innocent. Of working with Alaric, yeah, they don't have souls. There's a lot they might have done. Am I vain? Or doesn't it seem like that was about me too? Both, maybe, she said. A few stupid quips came to mind. She flapped them away. A fight with a ghoul sounded better, but she laid down her cards. They were a long way from Vegas, but the stakes were higher. The first two kisses were flukes. But the last... She didn't know what she was thinking, besides that he could have died last night without her. She couldn't bluff her way out of what she felt for him. I think about you when you're not around. I wonder what you're doing. You're different around me, I know. I'm not dumb, and yet I can't think when you hold me. Abracadabra, all the thoughts are gone. He smiled softly. Go on. Then you let go, and I remember who we are again. He frowned. Learning my body count isn't going to make it better. You know what I am. I know, but I wonder who you are, she said. Her inept words weren't quite right. What she felt for him had been developing before she had acknowledged it, but she didn't know how to talk about it. Red was a demon hunter. Kristoff was an unrepentant demon. The story wasn't supposed to go like this, and he said, You know me. I know your life is more than nightclubs in Los Angeles and beach houses in St. Tropez. Maybe that's all you want me to see, but I can handle it. I'm sure Lucas delighted in telling you my crimes, traitor, gangster, war profiteer, and corporate sellout. Tell me if I left anything out. I don't want his narrative. I want yours. We promised to be honest with each other. His wry expression faded. Are you sure? If I let myself care for you and something happens between us, I'll see it all eventually. Can you really keep two worlds apart? He met her eyes, answering with an earnest finality. I can. Michel de Gramont locked his Penelope up in a castle to keep her safe. He failed, she said. In 1900, Kristoff and Lucas had drained the young vampiress on her bloodline initiation, triggering a century-long vendetta. There was so much Michel must have lied about, but his devotion to his lost love felt genuine. Good intentions could still lead to bad ends. Kristoff was old enough to know that. This talk has been coming since the first time we kissed. You know what my kind do? I hardly need to spell it out for a hunter. That's why you need to. I've seen too much on the road. My mind fills in the blanks, telling me to be sensible, not to trust. There's so much I don't know. I'll keep assuming the worst until I do. It's not fair to either of us. I can't say how I'll react, but I need to know. Christoph tilted his head back against the couch. He breathed unnecessarily through his nose, his gaze distant, as if peering across centuries. I wasn't much better as a human. I'm the bastard son of a courtesan, but don't cry for me. Crime wasn't my only option. My first murder wasn't even as a vampire. I was working a guy over for a debt when he keeled over from a heart attack. I guess on life doesn't change as much as you'd think. Red studied his tense jaw, the slight embarrassment as his eyes darted to her. Months ago, seemingly confusing her for Juniper in the heat of the moment, he'd said he wasn't a minion anymore and could protect her now. He was a master vampire, but he still served under another. Did he reflect on that when he sat on the throne at the tithing? He said, "After my father passed and his widow threw my family off the estate, I did what it took to survive, and I liked some of it too. I'm not the monster you expect, but there isn't a hero in me. I tried to be an honest man. It lasted a year. Tops." What happened? I died. He waited for a beat, taking her hand. If it wasn't for Juniper, I would have been as vile as the bloody Burnses. I know it. She tempered me, just as you do, until she died. Later, Elzabeta Chernin did. Her clan might as well have been a hippie commune compared to my sire's. When I defected to join her, I had to follow her rules to not torture or kill for fun. She only has a partial soul, so we weren't angels, but I learned to walk lightly in the world. Red wanted to believe everything he said, yet an ache panged her. She knew how cunning he could be when he wanted something, crafting the account he wanted, even adjusting the records of the Blood Alliance. He knew how to arrange the truth. She said, "Don't polish the past. It's better you tell me than I find out on my own. You're telling me about your good influences, not your bad ones." Christoph chuckled darkly. "You already met my sire. When I meet my last death, the worst I will have to answer shall be what I did as his servant." Red could believe it. Provoking to her curiosity as it was, she wasn't going to let him distract her with her ex as bait. Their relationship wasn't about Lucas. "How do you feed?" "Primarily on the willing these days. Hunting requires more time than my schedule often allows. You remember how it feels. I don't need to ask for seconds. They're freely given." He smirked, biting his lip as he gazed at her neck. Blushing, she looked to her lap. All vampires could produce a venom that put their victims into a paralyzing thrall. She hadn't met anyone who bit like Christoph. If she could bottle the sensation, it would be a bigger drug than ecstasy in the club scene. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to meet his eyes. "You'll kill if your prince tells you to." "Yes. I'll also do it if someone pisses me off enough that I'd go to the bother of covering it up. Killing is very much tied to my mood, like fucking, but I have over a century of control." Red rejected her initial half-baked joke about morning steaks to stay silent. She held hands with a killer, but then again, he could say the same of her. They hunted each other's kind. There was far more nuance to it, but this town had a way of shifting perspectives and forcing you to see from the outside, shining a light on all those parts of your past that you wanted to leave behind. She asked, "Would you hurt my friends?" "I appreciate your loyalty to them. I'd never casually trigger that." She snorted at the diplomatic answer. "Can I get a real answer?" "Fine. It wouldn't be worth it for how upset you'd be with me." Red pulled her hand away. "So it's about impressing me, staying on my good side." "You matter to me. I don't feel anything about them," Christoph said. He took a second to reconsider. "Vic is amusing, I suppose." She bit her inner cheek, not trusting herself to speak without yelling at him. This radical honesty idea felt pretty crappy right then, but she had asked. "What do you wish me to say?" "Most humans are meaningless to me. Uninteresting. They are the gray background in my world. Few ever become technicolor. You have always been the exception to the rule. Your friends are safe from me because of that and because I'm not stupid enough to off a hero that I need to regulate this town." It's all logic, then? He stroked his chin. If I was being logical, I would have either killed you or stepped away long ago in LA. It's what all my friends say. Red sighed, rubbing the back of her neck. I've heard the same from mine. You make me want to be better around you. Perhaps you're the reason I can even feel something at all. Her heart fluttered as she softened under his gaze. It looked so earnest. She balled her fists. I don't fall for lines. Christoph snorted. Fine, my jaded millennial. Think about it. So many of the terrible things that you imagine I could do are things I'm too smart for in this social media age. Massacres and mayhem are noticed, questions are asked, it's terribly inconvenient. Yes, by human standards, I'm a very bad man, but I'm not controlled by my demon. I channel my bloodlust into my work. I think you can relate. Red looked away, his words cutting deeper than he could have guessed. Trudy had ripped her blinders off when it came to the true nature of her work. Usually she'd protest she wasn't a killer, but it's what the Brotherhood once paid her to do. She stood, walking to the exit. This was a mistake. I should go. You want to know if you can get in my bed and sleep easily in it, he said. The air shifted as he appeared behind her. She turned, gasping at his speed. His blue eyes turned amber. Revealing his fangs, he took her hand and raised it to his lips. Maybe you don't know if this is a face you could love. Red didn't pull her hand away. I won't ask to become a vampire. He retracted his fangs and kissed her knuckles. I'm not thinking about how this could end. I am. She wanted to ask what would happen if he couldn't heal her after a bad fight. Would he let her go? He couldn't easily turn her himself, but he could ask his brother. The question didn't get past her throat. There were answers she already knew. She said, I can't start this without knowing how bad it could get. How bad do I have to be before you feel like you know me? He whispered huskily, his breath caressing her ear, awakening every nerve. Her pulse jumped under his mouth. The maddening sensation rolled over her body. His words made her rub her thighs together. From the beginning, you've seen what I am capable of. I bit you the night I met you. She pressed against his shoulder to shove him away, her fingers curled behind his neck instead. I know what you are. Maybe it's enough of a deal breaker. He ran his hand over her hip. That's part of my appeal. Admit it. Red shivered. She should have pushed him away, but she didn't. Claimed or not, I could kill you. He cupped her jaw, staring into her eyes. That adds spice. She couldn't look away from his lips. We shouldn't do this. You always say that. He kissed her deeply, a half moan, half growl trapped in his throat. His kiss felt like a claim. The spark between them, burning beyond death and across lifetimes, melted her resistance. Power and passion rocked down to her core. Common sense and coherent thought ignited like paper on a flame, dissolving into ashes. Her lungs fluttered, but she didn't want to come up for air. He threaded his fingers through her hair. His cool lips trailed down her jaw. Surrendering to temptation, she tilted her head to the side. He was addictive, dangerous, thrilling. She shouldn't want more. He tightened his embrace, murmuring against her neck. I promised to be on my best behavior. When should I stop? Swallowing back a whimper, she dug her fingers in his hair. She closed her eyes, lost in his charcoal and wintry forest scent. Magic escaped her. A whirlwind built up in the room, shaking the pictures on the walls, sending a calligraphy scroll crashing to the floor. She didn't care. You want to know my beast? This is how I like to feed, with my prey pulling me closer. I could bite and heal you before you even noticed. All you would know is pleasure. He slid her jacket over one arm, rough palms stroking from her neck to her shoulder. His dark, seductive words wove their own spell. He said, I would do it right here. No messy arteries. You'd melt right into me. No biting, she ordered. Pulling him back by the hair away from her neck, she kissed him roughly. He pressed her up against the doorway, his leg between hers, hands slipping under the back of her shirt. Panting, she leaned her head back. Her hands moved of their own accord, running down his muscular arms. She was in sensory overload. Christoph broke the spell. I'd ask you to stay. Common sense returned to battle her hormones for control. I can't. He ran a hand up her back to stroke her hair. You know my intentions. I want you. You're the one who gets to decide what to give. She glanced at the bed over his shoulder and her belly clenched. I should go. He grinned, dropping his arms to his side. I'm not holding you. Red, unable to look away from his mouth, let go of him and groped for the doorknob behind her. A blush heated her face like a sunburn. She opened the door, telling herself to leave. Christoph touched her lower back, rubbing his thumb in circles. The front desk will arrange your ride home. Oh. He stole a quick kiss as she looked over her shoulder. She only indulged for a quick second. He said, Good night. Red scurried to the stairs, ignoring Arno at the end of the hall, and scampered to the surface. Daylight stung her eyes as she emerged in the shed. She power-walked across the country club's lawn. Christoph's words echoed in her ears as loud as the waves breaking against the cliffside. You're the one who gets to decide. 18? April 12th, late afternoon, Charm, Oregon, Stace and Zach's house. After the driver dropped her off at the empty farmhouse, Red sat on the front steps for a long time. The Oregon sun was too weak behind the hazy clouds to warm the goosebumps on her arms. She had a key. She had a code for the security system. She could go inside, but her legs wouldn't move. Christoph had answered all her questions, yet she was as confused as ever. Next door, Nana Sanchez stepped onto her porch in a loose pink dress and waved. Honey, I have something to show you. Red wasn't in the mood for company, but it was too late to dodge inside the house. Smiling for the kindly old woman's benefit, she trudged through the yard to the neighbor and felt a little better after a warm, rosewater-scented hug. She walked inside the tidy wood-paneled den, past a couch with a folded San Marcos blanket in a floral pattern. She guiltily eyed a figurine of the Virgin of Guadalupe near the TV. I found something, mija. After we talked about that old telenovela, I went through my videos. You'll never believe it, Nana said, as she retrieved a remote from a plaid recliner. She pointed it at the television on the low table and turned it on. Look. Brooke Peters appeared on the screen in mid-smile. She held a cake decorated with burning candles shaped like the number 17. A festooned gazebo filled with teens was behind her. It must have been a party in Stace's backyard. Visions swimming with tears, Red stepped closer to the TV. She crouched, her fingers hovering over her mother's face. Young and happy, Brooke was only 41. This was recorded in her last year of life. Nana sighed, wrinkles deepened from old sadness. Your mama was so pretty, like Susan Sarandon. I'd tell her that all the time. You have her smile. Overcome by the image, Red could only nod. She had seen pictures, but she never thought she'd hear her mother's voice. Brooke sang happy birthday with the others, setting the cake on the picnic table. Blow 'em out quick, Emma. Emma closed her eyes, keeping them closed as she bent over to blow out the candles. What did she wish for? Did she get it? Brooke hugged her, kissing her head. Love you, Junebug. Emma, making a face at the camera, hugged back. Love you too. The mother turned the tables on the daughter. Revealing a squirt gun from her pocket, Brooke shot her daughter in the shoulder. I told you I'd get you back when you least expected it. Mom! Emma chased after her, the camera bouncing as it followed. The image froze on the screen. Red could have watched the video all day. Nana put a gentle, wrinkled hand on her shoulder. You should have this. Thank you, Red said. She wiped her tears and pressed the eject button on the DVD player and pulled out the disc. The short, elderly woman patted her back. I'm sorry, honey. A sob escaped Red. Seeing that playful side of her mother and hearing her voice was better than Christmas. Nana hugged her. Are you hungry? I can make you something. Red smiled and shook her head. You already did something wonderful for me. Go watch it again. Get your tissues. If you get hungry, come on over again, okay? Thank you, Red said, then left in a daze to curl up on the couch at Stace's house. The home recording played on the flat screen TV. In the video, the camera operator zoomed in on Brooke Peters. Her mother crossed her arms, a smile twitching on her lips. Zach, how is this supposed to be a surprise party if she sees you with that camera? I've been planning this party from France. You're not tipping her off in the home stretch. Ah, come on, Brooke. I need a good angle. She nudged him through Stace's kitchen, which looked virtually the same in the present day, down to the broken clock stuck on 2 p.m., and into the backyard. She's coming. Go hide. Emma appeared, walking from the driveway, head bent over a book. Surprise! Brooke called out first, starting a cascade of yells. The camera lingered on her proud, wistful smile before flashing back to the delighted birthday girl. Red hugged a pillow, watching the video over and over until she dozed off. Rain pelted the living room window when she woke up. Somehow, she felt her mother like a soft touch on her brow. Sleep called to her again, luring her into dreams of her mother in the kitchen and setting a cup of tea on the table for her. Across an ocean, Junebug, they were payments, each one connected to the same source. When you find him, you'll find who killed me. She didn't remember more than a snippet of the dream, but when the sun set, she rose with an idea. There was one place the team hadn't searched. Red walked between the gravestones with Stace. Tendrils of fog curled around their ankles. Frogs leapt out of their way. Crickets chirped, hidden in the sodden grass. The storm might have passed, but energy still cracked in the air. Red had rallied as many of the good guys as she could for a patrol. They were still waiting on Zach. After her nap, she'd realized Kristoff might have sent guards to the town wells, but there was another way that the killer might send an offering to the underworld, the bottomless pit by the sea. To the Etruscans, it would be a likely gateway to Orcus's lair in the underworld. For all they knew, it did lead to hell. The Venus retrograde required for the ritual was nearly over. The killer had to know that the hunters and the vampires pressed in on both sides too. Hopefully, he hadn't guessed the drama happening behind the scenes at the White Hat headquarters. Is everything okay with you and Jackson? Stace wrapped her arms over her black crop top and pink pants. With her dark curls tamed into a sleek bun, her eyes seemed unusually big in her delicate face. The katana on her back belied the vulnerable expression. You know men, they like to bury things. Yeah, it's the same with Vic. Red hadn't heard from him until long after she had texted an update about her morning trip to the country club. She felt a little better when he replied he was meeting LaShawn after the latter was done with work. She said, I'm sorry about all the chaos since I came. It's always crazy in Charm. It was an emotional day, but not your fault. It was a long time coming. We've never really talked about his apprenticeship with Fowler. I knew he had reasons for being a lone wolf, but hearing his story, I can't believe he never told me. What was the deal with Fowler? Why would someone want him assassinated? Dark, old, and twisted. I would have vanquished him if he came to town. I still don't know much about him. Not sure if Jackson does either. He was English originally. Some of those old country enemies must have found him in Texas. Why? Zach jogged up to them, bow strapped to his back. Hey, I can hear you too from half a graveyard away. Well, you were late for patrol, Stace countered. Maudette called out, Jackson isn't answering his phone, and I had to wait for Lori to find a babysitter. Red waved her friends on. Moon's out, goon's out. There's weirdness in the air tonight. Stace rolled her shoulders. Makes me kinda itchy. Not tingly? Zach shushed them. Falling silent, they crept through the boneyard, passing old moss-covered crypts and the memorial pond. Red looked through her third eye, piercing the haze to look for auras. It seemed like the dead were truly resting in peace tonight. Was it due to the explosive tithing? Maybe the Soups decided to stay in and veg in front of the TV. Wise demons knew to tiptoe in the shadows when vamps decided to battle. The charm cemetery stretched to a pristine pebble shoreline that the teens called Ghost Beach. Its view was pretty enough to convince some idiot to build a cabin. Only a deal with the devil must have kept it from developers. The isolation would make any murderer feel cozy. The trio walked into a patch of firs as the smell of the sea grew stronger. Black waves broke beyond the trees. Zack put his hand out to stop them, finger to his lips. He pulled a bow off his shoulder harness. Red stopped beside Stace. Tapping into her magic, she threaded it through her mother's ring, readying herself. Zack reached back into his quiver and loaded. His heart chakra glowed green. He released the arrow toward the beach, then fired another without missing a beat. Vamp! Stace sprinted ahead, pink sparkles trailing, leaving the others jogging in her wake. Red skidded down the slope to the pebble beach. The dead man straightened at their approach. Pale blonde hair gleaming in the waxing moon, shadows elongated his already gaunt face. 2 arrows poked out of the side of his pinstripe suit. He wore no glamours this time. His malignant aura swirled around his shoulders like a cloak, nearly black. Only the outline of his long fingers was visible under a dark miasma. A thoughtful composure graced the vampire's aristocratic features as he plucked the arrows from his flesh. Josh, the bearded comic shop guy, lay bound and shirtless at the edge of the pit. He pleaded with them, muffled by a gag. His eyes rolled. With terror. He was paralyzed from the neck down. Blood oozed from the Etruscan writing scratched into his chest. White selenite crystals circled the violent tableau. Stace sputtered. "It can't be." A green glow intensified over Zack's heart. Like a spell, he said, "You should be afraid of us." The demon hissed. Cringing, he snatched Josh off the ground, pivoting to flee. Rage came over his face. He flashed his white fangs. "I won't be manipulated, empath." Stace charged forward. Snarling, the vampire threw Josh into the hero's arms. "I can offer Orcus better." Red rushed the wet and trembling human away from the supernatural fray, sliding on the wet rocky shore to a fallen log. She put her jacket over his shoulders, half carrying him along as the enchantment on his body made him too slow. "Who is that?" Zack gave them cover, firing at the killer. "I can't believe it!" The vampire chortled, dodging arrows and fists. He was nimble even in the tide. A dark realization came across his thin features. How foolish I've been, how cowardly. Of course, the one who slew my sire should open the door. Stace tossed a punch that sent the vampire flying back into the surf. "Isaac, you should be dead too." Red pushed Josh to run on his own to the trees and turned back. Her friends needed all fighters on deck. She'd read about Isaac Gruber, written him off as a suspect because his final death had been recorded. How could Alaric's child have survived, hidden even to the Brotherhood and the Blood Alliance? Isaac brushed seaweed off his collar. Rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated, by choice. Stace unsheathed the sword on her back. "We can make them true tonight." "I think not, fairy wench." Hands clasped behind his back, he dodged her blade, first left and then right. He slapped the katana from her hand and grabbed her by the neck. He grinned. "This is justice. The gods will smile on my sacrifice. You will be the vessel to resurrect the past glories of the Alaric Order." "Live in the now." Twisting her ring finger, Red imagined spinning the wind around herself, and her magic made it a reality. She flung the cyclone at Isaac. There was too much juice behind the spell. The gust hit both fighters. Oh, fuck. She still needed practice with this thing. Stace stumbled to kneel in the waves, searching for her fallen sword. Isaac righted himself first, kicking Stace in the face before she could raise her grasped weapon, sending her back onto the slope of the beach. An arrow impaled him in the shoulder, narrowly missing the heart. He growled, ripping it out and launching it back to hit Zack in the arm. Red ran to cover the archer. "Are you okay?" Zack, breathing heavily through his nose, pressed against the embedded arrow to stem the bleeding. "Peachy, go get him!" She summoned another gale, whipping up a small water spout. The vampire crowed, No one can stop destiny. Stace bolted for Isaac, slashing her sword across his chest. That's what your sire said. Look how that turned out. He backhanded her, fangs out. The ghouls will feast on your corpse, girl. Stace laughed, kicking him in the knee, slicing his arm with a swipe of her sword. It's been nearly a decade, and you still can't win. You're finished. You've finished nothing. It's only begun, he growled, picking her up and throwing her into the water. A decade ago, my portal opened in the wrong house, but I learned from my failures. Alaric's vision will be manifest in me. The everlasting ones will feed on this town. Red whispered, The wrong house? The witch's pulse drummed in her ears. Sharp facts gathered from long hours of research slashed through her mind. Days after the house fire, Gina McGregor had noted a bloody hand found in the nearby cemetery, along with some selenite. The coroner's report captured the gory details of a riftquake. Her mother's smiling face flashed in her mind. She'd died in an inferno that could melt asphalt. The world tilted. Zack gripped her shoulder. Emma, stop! Red shook him off. That wasn't her name. That girl was murdered along with her mother. She stalked toward the ferry, fighting the aged vampire on the rocky beach. Her hand raised without conscious thought, ring burning her skin as power coursed through it. Energy rumbled inside her like a thunderstorm. Her intention honed to a razor-edged purpose. Make him pay. The ground shook. Dark foam bubbled on the beach as the water sucked back. Her heartbeat throbbed in her head. All she could see was her mother. All she could think about was what Isaac had cost her. All she could feel was pain colder than the Pacific waters. A 10-foot wave splashed up in a dark arc and slammed against the shore. Instinctively, Red inhaled a gulp of salty air before the black water towed her under. She saw Isaac tossed back in the swells before the stinging sea forced her eyes closed. The unnatural current dragged her under. A firm pressure on her sternum roused Red from her stupor. She spat and coughed, cheek pressed against sharp pebbles. The salt water scraped her raw throat. Soaked and shivering, she blinked up at the figures coming into focus. Zack paced around her, phone to his ear. Your girlfriend nearly died tonight while you weren't answering. Get to Ghost Beach now, Jackson. Stace crouched, dripping with brine, and held out her hand to Red. Are you with us? Red nodded, pulse echoing in her ears. Coughing again, she tried to ask where Isaac was. Thank God, Stace said. We thought you drowned. He fucking killed my mother, Red gasped. Darkness consumed her, and unconsciousness crashed like an endless wave. 19. April 12th evening. Charm, Oregon, Stace and Zack's house. Red cracked open her eyes, hearing the soft snick of a closing door. She rolled over on the living room couch, squinting at Cocoa Puff's hamster cage. Her muscles were weak as if she had trained in the gym for hours. A low fuzzy headache halted the creep of awareness. Voices broke through the cotton in her ears, muffled as through a wall. Was that Aisha Calloway in the kitchen? I'm surprised you called. Stace answered, I know this is a weird favor, but I didn't want her to be alone when she woke up. What do you expect me to do? Distract her, please. I don't want her to hurt more tonight. Red struggled to sit, grabbing the back of the couch, barely aware of the dimly lit surroundings or the unfamiliar pajamas she was in. They were going after her mother's killer, Isaac. They couldn't leave her behind. That fucker toyed with her for too long. She reached for her magic ring, but it wasn't in her hand or pockets. My ring. Easy, Red, it's on the coffee table, Vic said from a nearby recliner. Exhaling wearily, he rubbed his tired face. You did one hell of a trick tonight. I need to find that son of a bitch. He watched her arm tremble as she tried to lift herself. Not in this shape. You tried to dump the ocean on him. I'll do it again. Where is he? Lost in the waves. The wolf is combing the shore, waiting for us to get Zack patched up. Stace had to carry you here. Red fell back against the couch cushions and glared at the ceiling. Vic said, "I know what you're feeling right now." She hated that phrase. How could anyone? It was meaningless, but maybe not from Vic's lips. She hadn't understood his dark and conflicted emotions of cold grief and hot fury when they were connected in the ceremony in the diner. Now she understood completely. "How do you think about anything else but what happened to your mom?" He sighed and sat down next to her feet on the couch. "I'm not the poster boy for healthy coping. You've seen my mistakes." Isaac practically bragged about creating the riftquake. He waited out the heat from the Blood Alliance to try again, she said, expecting herself to cry. Had she spent her tears at the beach, drowning Isaac in them instead of seawater? If anger hadn't held her up, she'd have flattened under the weight of her grief. "It killed my mother. We don't even know what it did to me." Isaac is butthurt about his daddy. No one ever documented him as a magic user, so this is a new hobby. He might have been talking shit to spook Stace. What if he's not? A decade is enough time to learn something bad. "Keep it together, and you'll stay at the planning table. The last time I ran up against a blood mage, it took 5 of us to hack him apart. Don't go off half-cocked like you complain that the rest of us always do." "Yeah, I get it. Isaac could enchant the stake in my hand if he had a drop of blood in him to power a spell. I'm not strong enough for him," she said bitterly. "Not what I meant," Vic replied. He lifted his eyebrows as if considering her odds. "You might be able to kill him by yourself, but you can't capture him solo and find out exactly what he did or where he sent you." Red laughed harshly. "I doubt he knows. It was his first attempt at playing wizard, probably. He destroyed my world because he got the wrong girl's house. I lost everything, but he never gave us a second thought." "Then you already know you won't get," he made air quotes, "closure. Good. One less thing to be disappointed by. This is going to be the hardest hunt of your life, intern. And it starts once we walk into the kitchen. You'll hear a lot of things for your own good, and you're going to hate each and every one." Vic stood and held out his hand. She leaned on him to hobble out of the living room. All the magic use hit like a sudden flu. She shrank against the kitchen doorway, flinching against the bright light. Josh huddled by the fridge, stress eating a bag of chips. His bandaged belly peeked out of a black shirt that was a size too small. His mouth moved silently, as if he were arguing with himself, and concentration on his own thoughts made him cross-eyed. He muttered, "How did I get to Ghost Beach?" Zach turned his head, grimacing at the movement of his injured arm, or the emotions that he sensed blowing off Red. Changed from wet clothes into a baggy neon windbreaker and jeans, Stace taped gauze to his arm and helped him into an unbuttoned black flannel. "Okay, you should be good until you get to a real professional." Aisha Calloway, out of uniform in a white sweater and jeans, examined the first aid over their shoulders. "You could wrap it a little tighter." "I hear Josh's ride coming. Could you escort him?" the half-fae asked the sheriff tightly. Aisha nodded to Red, sympathy in her brown eyes as she led the townie out to the driveway. Red dropped into a seat at the table, unsteady on her legs. "What's the plan? Have you told the Novaks?" Stace waited until the door closed to reply. "Not yet, but we don't have to talk about that now. Vic is taking Zach to the witch doctor while I return to the beach. We'll find Isaac when he washes up." "I just need to eat, and I can get back out there," Stace said. "Is that a good idea? You look..." "Bad," Vic said shortly. "Sleep it off and take a day shift." Red insisted, "I can at least scry for him." "Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Better than playing poker," Stace said. She clapped her hands, bolting into the dining room. Why would she want to play games right now? Red raised an eyebrow at Zach. She asked, "Poker?" He shrugged. "You were a little card shark. Got it from your mama." A wave of fatigue hit her. "I should have hit the tables in Vegas then. I might not be able to do it. Text Claudia Benston to scry as a backup. We need the witches out of town, too." Stace came back holding a carved wooden case and set it on the table. My phone is fried from seawater, so text Jackson what you find, Red. Then we'll go after Isaac together. Zach said, You should sit it out until tomorrow at least. Don't sideline me on this hunt. Red took a deep breath at Vic's minute shake of his head, warning her to keep cool. She stopped the rest of her rant before it could escape. Stace took her hand, squeezing it gently. We're not going to shut you out. It's just what happened tonight. This changes everything we thought we knew about the case. It sure fucking does. He killed my mom, Red said as she tried to rise from the chair on her wobbly legs. She loathed the pity in their eyes and glanced at the broken clock on the wall. They were wasting valuable time. Arguing was pointless. They were right. Isaac was a few centuries old. Records said he could turn into mist, so he could be anywhere if he wasn't caught by an ocean undertow. He had taken enough damage in the fight to slow him down. A vampire's power came from their blood. He'd have to heal with it before trying to shift or cast a spell. They had the advantage until he fed again. Red couldn't fight in this condition. Even at full strength, she had been a liability. Wild emotions triggered her magic, channeled by her mother's ring, and forced her will over the water. It had nearly drowned her friend. That kind of elemental magic was usually beyond novices, and would weaken her for weeks, unless she meditated with all the crystals in the magic shop for days. Trudy had cautioned her about uncontrolled emotions. It was another warning that sounded like a hex in hindsight. Red told herself that she could be good. She could trust these certified and bona fide heroes and hunters. It clawed at her insides to stay, but she couldn't help, only hinder. She said, I can't really stand yet, but I'm out the door once he's found. For now, you guys go ahead. We'll get him, Stace said, hugging Red before she left. Vic opened the fridge for a chilled bottle of Merlot, setting it on the table next to the wooden case. Take the edge off, and then get to scrying, intern. I need to take this one to the dock. Zach asked, Could you explain it all to Calloway outside? Start the van. I'll be right out. Yep, Vic said as he left the kitchen. Zach turned to her. I know what you're feeling. Red sighed grimly at the tired platitude turned literal, yet again. Even if she put on a poker face, he'd see through it. Vic had known from experience, but the empath had the power to literally know how she felt. She said, Yes, you do. Fight, flight, or freeze. Those are your options and you already chose, Zach said. I respect it, but you need to know who you're up against. Isaac was one of Alaric's horsemen, his generals. Blood magic is maybe a new skill, but he was powerful before. He's wanted revenge on us, on this town, for a decade. I felt it on him. It wasn't insanity, it was conviction. He's ready to die for this, and now he has it in his head that whoever killed his sire is the key to the ritual. He's right. What? He doesn't know the combination to the lock yet. He has the selenite, the planets are in alignment, and the only thing he's missing is a witch. I'll tell Claudia Benston to warn the rest to take a vacation. Sacrificing you will hurt both Stace and Novak. He'll do it for that alone, even if he never finds out that you helped kill Alaric. Go after him tonight and you'll give him everything he wants, the empath said. He leaned forward, mouth twisted from the pain. I'm serious. I know, she said. The bitter logic stung like a fire ant in her ear. Isaac enjoyed playing the town like a chessboard, using his enemies as tools. Her anger didn't dissipate, only festered behind the barricades of logic. Zach stood with a grunt and went to the back door, then paused in the threshold. He can't connect Emma Peters to you. He won't, she said, but her friend was already gone. She rested her head in her hands and breathed deeply through her nose, trying to quell her inner battle to be logical. Rushing in with guns blazing was a stupid, if very satisfying notion. Her only use was as backup and research. She tried to sink into meditation to be clear-headed enough to scry for Isaac. It wasn't the kind of witchcraft where brute force helped. Her emotions could add a punch to her power, but scattered her focus. Tonight was proof of that. Calloway walked back into the kitchen. So, are we starting with booze or are we binging first? Both, I need to get a locator spell going. Red reached for the wooden case and unfolded a map of the town to spread over the table. The sheriff poured red wine for them. Vic told me everything. I'm sorry. Thanks, Red said, ducking her head to avoid the pity on the other woman's face. Brownie mix. That's what we need, Calloway mumbled to herself before going to the pantry. She gave Red space and bustled around the kitchen, whipping together fudge brownies. Red set up the locator spell as the dessert cooked. She centered herself as best she could, munching on granola bars as the post-magic hunger hit. Her mystical energy was off-center, the sensation like a hangover mixed with uncomfortably twisted bra straps while ants walked on her skin. She scried for Isaac with a pendulum over the map. Even after arranging and rearranging the crystals, she failed over and over. Her mental image of him was precise, but the pendulum wouldn't obey her. The oven timer dinged as she slumped back in her chair, shaking from her effort. She was tapped like an empty keg. Calloway pushed a brownie at her. Life sucks, but at least there's chocolate. And wine. Red sipped at it before digging into her sweet treat morosely. Drink refilled, the two emptied the tray of brownies, with her eating the most, as they chatted about the case, reviewing the evidence. The sheriff shared what she'd learned about the skeleton LaShawn had found at the summer camp. It's been in the dirt for a decade, probably from Alaric's apocalypse, she added before giggling unexpectedly. What is it? Apocalypse. That's a weird word. Calloway sipped, smiling at her glass. The cop was off the clock and drank like it. Did you find anything about my mom at the station? A mention or two in an old file on Bonner and Sanchez, Calloway replied. She clicked her tongue and shook her head. To have all that history and remember none of it. I don't know if I envy you or not. Is coming home what you thought? Better in some ways, worse in others. It's still sinking in that I have answers, and a lot of them are good. When you don't know yourself, it's easy to assume the worst in yourself and everyone else. Red said the insight casually, but it was hard won. Existential crises hit differently when you had amnesia. A normal person could unpack the root of their fears. She'd only had dark question marks for so long. Emma was loved. That's more than most get. It's not easy when you do know yourself either. We're a lot alike, overthinkers, beating ourselves up more than the bad guys. Have you considered that we're at least half decent? Red shook her finger and intoned seriously. We're full decent, Aisha. I'll drink to that, Calloway said, and they downed another glass around the kitchen table. The wine and food worked a kind of magic, perking Red up. There was something she'd always wanted to ask, yet never could bring herself to. You got the vampire that killed your partner in LAPD. Do you regret working with Cora to bring him down? Not that part. The rest, maybe. It's not like she twisted my arm. I always go into the belly of the beast, thinking I can change it from the inside, Calloway said. She sighed, leaning her elbow on the table. I know what you're asking. Antonio Diaz was like a father to me, but it's not the same. Was it worth it? Did you feel better? I mean, something? Red rolled her wrist as if the gesture would beckon the right words before she gave up. I'm not asking this right. I get it. Yes, I felt stuff. Not like I thought I would, but that one-eyed bastard isn't on the streets anymore to hurt anyone else. That's enough. Amen. Red raised her drink for a cheers. One bottle turned into another before they found themselves sitting cross-legged by Cocoa Puff's cage. The sheriff made sure their glasses stayed full. Tossing a pellet at the hamster's wiggly paws, Aisha Calloway hiccuped. I'm not a wine drinker, you know. Red took the role of leader as the soberest since the booze had only mellowed her out, and the carbs had eased the shakiness from her limbs. The allure with magic was that you sunk into that connection with the universe, the earth, the divine, whatever you called it. The trade-off was that it stretched your aura askew. A binge fest helped take the edge off. She said, You'll sleep here. Might as well have fun babysitting me. This is a part of protecting and serving, not the drinking, though, Aisha said. She laughed. It turned into a sad chuckle. I'm surprised Bonner trusted me. Maybe I'm warming up to her. Lots of hunters stopped working with me when I joined Cora Moon. Red flapped her hand. Girl, that's history. This is a fresh start. The sheriff smiled, setting down her glass. This is nice, you know. You're having a shit time, but it's been a bit like a girl's night for me. Haven't had too many of those, ever. Complete with autopsy photos. The best kind of girl's night? Aisha said, then hiccuped again, head wobbling. Oh, I need to lie down somewhere that's not a hamster cage. You're not driving for sure. Let me get you PJs. Red helped her friend stand. Nothing like a drunk person to make one feel clear-headed. She went upstairs to her bedroom and grabbed an old nightshirt. The other woman changed while she fetched water to sit on the coffee table. Settling on the couch, Aisha nuzzled a pillow as Red tucked her in with a blanket, a roaring tiger on plush polyester. She sleepily reflected, I don't have many female friends. Never had. You're awesome. What are you talking about? I think they find me intimidating. I just want to make friends in this town. I'm your buddy. Red started to reassure her when the snores started. Smiling at the sheriff, she turned off the lights in the living room before going to the kitchen to brew herself some chamomile tea. She didn't keel over when she tried the locator spell again, but it sapped her. Readying for bed in the guest room, she felt like a failure whose only use was staying out of the way, so her magic didn't kill her friends. A phone buzzed on the bedstand with a text from Christoph. Can we talk? Red read the message over and over, debating to herself before she replied. She told Vic she'd only asked for Christoph's blood when it was an emergency. This had to count as one. Christoph strolled through the back gate. In a dark gray suit, he blended into the shadows. Concern tinged the reserve on his handsome face as he approached the gazebo. When she'd first met him, he had seemed like an arrogant power player. The longer she knew him, the more she saw underneath the facade. How long had he worn this cool and collected mask? She met him halfway. You were honest with me today. I appreciate it. He took her hand gently. You didn't like it. She shook her head and entwined their fingers together. Not everything, but with how my day went, that's forever ago. What are you talking about? Christoph asked. He sniffed, then chuckled. Have you been drinking? Is this an unexpected booty call? She barked out a high-pitched laugh. Covering her mouth, she wagged a finger at him. No, it's because I had a girls' night. Like a sad one, though. He grinned. She wanted to muss up his neatly parted dark blonde hair, a fresh, precise fade on the sides. He must have gotten it cut today. Did you talk about me with your girlfriends? We're serious professional women who discussed murder over brownies. A giggle broke her stern expression. Maybe she wasn't exactly sober. He stroked her cheek. You're adorable when you're sloshed, especially in these pajamas. Are these little cartoon sushi rolls? What happened today? Red leaned against his chest, giggles disappearing. I used up my magic on the beach and then some. I assume Stace already sent word about Isaac, so you can guess why I was left behind. Isaac Gruber is alive? No one told me. I could have sent a team out. He pulled his phone out of his coat and started texting furiously. His expression darkened with each tap on his phone. They're already out looking for him. Red didn't like the drop in communication between teams. Both sides needed to work together on this. Isaac had set up distractions precisely to gum up any resistance, to turn them against each other. The guy had years to scheme, and they were playing catch-up. She'd never wanted these two worlds to mix, but she had to be the bridge. The job required it, whatever her feelings. She tried, with mixed results, to avoid rambles and tangents as she clued him in. When she finished, he said, The little Fae and her boyfriend won't be enough for Isaac. I fought with that prick in the last Bloodline War. He's sly, old school. He wouldn't trust a plane, must have come in on the boat weeks ago, long enough to rile up these villagers. Gavin was a deflection then? I walked into that one. The locals aren't happy to see an innocent vampire ripped of his fangs. Or the other mutilations. I need to go. Kristoff shook his head, worry crinkled between his brows. Isaac conjured the riftquake that killed my mom. Be careful. He embraced her, petting her hair. And I'll kill him for you. Stay here. Everyone keeps saying that. I want to do it myself. I want to destroy him for everything he's done. It's why I didn't put my mother's ring back on. I can't trust myself. Is this what being a vampire is like? More like being human. She wanted to scream from frustration. I might as well be. I don't even have the energy to scry. I can't promise you'll be flinging fire, but I can help. Red thought for a moment. It wasn't about accepting the offer. That was already a foregone conclusion. She deliberated going into the house, but it wasn't her home to invite a vampire into. I need a glass? You don't, Kristoff said. Blue eyes twinkling, he cut his neck with his thumbnail. He cupped her cheek, brushing his bloody fingertip against her lip. The slight touch sizzled, drawing every iota of her focus, making the entire world dissolve. Without thinking, she licked at the blood, nibbling on his thumb. She quelled a whimper. Her magic jolted at attention from the droplet. But what about drinking directly from him? This was a predator-prey role reversal that she'd never allowed. She'd told herself it was because, you blood, it really was the intimacy. What would it be like with her lips on his skin as liquid power hit her system like steroids and ecstasy pills? His dark gift and everything else he offered was beyond tempting. If she were Eve, he'd be the apple and the snake combined. She drew this boundary long ago, now she blazed past it. Red let him bring her lips to his neck. She licked hesitantly at first. The blood sank into her taste buds, igniting a chemical reaction like adrenaline to the heart. Tugging his shirt, she pulled him closer to suck at the wound. It felt like they had done this before. Familiar, just like his kisses. He stroked her hair, voice coming out husky and low. That's it. Red licked at the stray droplets as he healed under her mouth. She pulled back in a daze. I want more. Kristoff kissed her hungrily, fingers digging in her hip. He caressed her back, awakening every nerve. She melted against him, raking her hands into his hair. He always looked so good and put together. She ruffled that reserve, relishing the tremble to his touch, as if he was trying to hold back the extent of his passion. He kept his demon on a leash for her. The thought made her moan quietly as he nibbled on her neck. She'd never wanted someone so violently before. Fucking hell, Vic called out behind her. Red, are you shitting me right now? She wiped her mouth before she turned away from Kristoff's arms. Wine tipsy, blood high, and deeply aroused, she didn't have the processing power to add awkward shame and embarrassment. She froze like a scared rabbit. Zach, slack-jawed from shock, stood next to Vic. He dropped his gaze from her. Red stepped away from Kristoff, but he kept their fingers entwined. She said, Yeah, I was kissing him, so I get what might be going through your head. It's not a regular thing. Kristoff said cheerfully, It has been this week. Vic jabbed a finger at the vampire. Fuck off or be quiet. She's wasted, upset about her dead mom, and here you are. I don't like any of this. Red untangled herself from Kristoff. I asked him to come over. Someone had to tell him about Isaac. He has resources. This other stuff, just happened. Zach said quietly, You care for him. A lot. Ice would have been warmer than the chill that settled over the group. Red, caught in the middle of 3 stares, could only nod. The truth was already out in the open anyway. She hated the disgust on Vic's face and wished he'd say something, even if he did his quips about eye bleach like when he caught her kissing Lucas. Vic stomped into the house, mullet whipping behind him. I'll go after him, Zach said as he retreated to the house. Kristoff watched them go with amusement. He brushed his fingers over her arm. In vino veritas. I suppose I should be thanking the empath. She shied away from his distracting touch. Not the time. I need to deal with this. If your team finds Isaac, I'll keep him on ice for you, he said, strolling out the back gate. Red pinched her cheeks, willing herself to sobriety. She walked into the kitchen, yearning to be in something more dignified than a pajama set decorated with smiling sashimi. Her friends sat at the table like two disappointed fathers. Vic confronted her before she made it 2 steps inside. You didn't tell me you're sucking face with Novak. She might have been his intern, but she had too much wine and blood in her to be cowed. Technically, she had done everything they wanted. The good little witch stayed home. The way you're acting, why would I? Vic tapped his chest, gasping in indignant shock. How I'm acting? I have everyone asking me about this, and here I am like a damn simp defending you. All the while, you're playing hide the fang with a corporate killer. We even talked about this. We only kissed. It was a fluke. I don't know. How long? Is this part of that bargain for me? Letting him do stuff? Vic stopped himself, his eyes screwed up with guilt. Did you not tell me? I love you, buddy, but I'm not turning tricks for you, Red said, not wanting to say more around the empath who observed them from the table. He's not coercing me either. We've worked together enough that... What do you want me to say? Zach wasn't lying. The empath nodded solemnly. Vic groaned in frustration. Didn't you learn anything from Lucas Crawford jerking you around? Don't bring him into it, she said. Flopping into a chair, she focused on a snow globe of Mount Fuji on the windowsill above the sink, instead of how terrible this conversation felt. She tried talking instead of yelling at him. I don't know what we're doing. Aisha, dressed in pants and a white sweater, came into the kitchen, rubbing her eyes. We're doing what? Vic quipped darkly. Hopefully not Christoph Novak. Red snapped. That's none of your business. Aisha grabbed a bag of potato chips on the counter and started munching on them. He's the rich, handsome one, right? I need to be caught up. Vic glared at the sheriff. You've been a terrible chaperone. You told me to drink and distract. It was to serve and protect. Aisha crunched on a new chip. I fulfilled my mission. Zach asked, Could you take the cop home, Vic? We all need to take a step back. Red crossed her arms. I sure could use one. Vic marched out the door, slamming it with an impatient wave at Aisha Calloway as she said goodbye. He took most of the tension out of the room with him, leaving it utterly silent. The van engine fired to life in the driveway. Red, rubbing her sweating palms on her pajama pants, smiled at the empath. Thanks, he was a little angry there. No, he's scared for you, Zach said. He half lifted his arm, wincing at the movement. Thinks of you like a little sister, and we all saw what happened to his last one. I can handle myself. We know. No one can tell you how to live your life, Red. Just do us a favor and make sure we know what you want in your will. Oh my God, that's dramatic. Christoph doesn't want to kill me. Never said he did, Zach said evenly. I'm not going to stand in the way of your happiness, but I need to know what to do. After. He'll make you like him. Not today and not for years, but he won't let you die, whether it's cancer or from a fight. He loves you too much for that. Tell us what you want before then, soul or a stake. I'll make sure your wishes are respected. Her lips flapped uselessly as she tried to reply. She didn't expect to need to give a last will and testament on the spot. Love's not something that I sense often in his kind, but it's there, he said. He stood and put his hand on her shoulder. Tired and sad, his eyes met hers before he moved for the hall to go upstairs. It'll feel less shitty in the morning. Keep the light on for Stace. Red couldn't go to sleep yet. Christoph's blood had revived her magic stores, but the locator pendulum still refused to reveal Isaac's location. The stench of failure and Merlot upon her, she laid on the couch and fiddled with her mother's ring. She slipped it on. A small breeze whipped around the room. The curtains flapped a warning about her unsettled emotions. She tucked the ring in the breast pocket of the pajamas and buttoned the flap shut, patting it against her heart. Mom, what would you say about this? She whispered to herself, curling up on the cushions. Maybe she didn't want to know. Red awoke on the couch at the squeak of a hinge. Sluggish from drinking, she lifted her head, mouth dry and hair clinging to her cheek. She squinted at the neon windbreaker in the front doorway. Her sleepy brain recognized her friend after a beat. Hi. Stace smiled through obvious fatigue and tapped in the security code on the wall-mounted pad. Did you wait up for me? You shouldn't have. It's nearly dawn. I didn't. I had an argument with Vic and Zach. I fell asleep here. About Isek, huh? Stace asked. She flopped on the couch as guilt tightened her pixie features. I'm sorry. I didn't find him. Jackson smelled where he washed up, but we lost the trail. Claudia Benston couldn't scry for him either. He's camouflaging himself, or it's just all the extra rift energy. That makes me feel a little better. I got bupkis, Red confessed. What was the fight about? Kristoff. They caught me kissing him. Red blushed. Oh, Stace said like she already guessed and wished that she'd been wrong. You don't seem surprised. Well, no. You two were lovers in a past life, and I've seen how you look at each other in this one. I was waiting for you to tell me. We're still getting to know each other again, so I didn't want to pry. There wasn't anything to tell until recently. Why didn't you? It's so new. I wouldn't even call it dating, Red said. She smiled ruefully, thinking of the accusation she had once thrown at Kristoff. I wanted to make a good impression on you. Emma seemed like the ideal kid, someone who was supposed to go places. She helped save the world before she finished high school. Then there's you and Zach. You guys are perfect heroes. I'm a two-bit hunter with dirty hands. I know you haven't been around for long, but what part of my life made you think that I was perfect? Stace huffed out a self-deprecating chuckle. I haven't been judging you. I've been worried about you judging me. Why? You're amazing. Stace counted on her fingers. My boyfriend is a lone wolf who keeps secrets about his past from me. I live in my childhood home, and I blew all my money on an animal cafe. Oh, and I let a high school grudge blind me to who the real killer could be. I think we're pretty even on funky life choices. So, I'm still in the Heroes Club? Stace pulled Red very fast into a hug. Where else would you be? You fit in. We're all freak shows and misfits here. 20, okay. April 13th morning, Charm, Oregon, Lily's Diner. With only a few hours of fitful sleep after drinking, the sun felt too bright on the drive to the diner. Red put on sunglasses and relished the clear sky above. It wouldn't last. Storms huddled over the horizon, and a cold wind blew in from the sea. Stace and Zach processed news about the latest state health warning in the front of the car. In the back seat, Red was still processing a week's worth of drama in a single night. Even with Kristoff's blood, she was still recharging her magic. She was going with the others after Isaac anyway. They parked in the small employee lot behind the building. Vic, leaning against the Millennium Falcon, watched as they stepped out of the car. Zach closed the driver's door. Need help with that guy, Red? She gestured to the diner. You guys go inside. Her newest old friends left her to clean up last night's mess. Adjusting her leather jacket nervously, she walked to her mentor. Good morning. It's a morning with a job to do, Vic said waspishly. Red received the message on how this day was going to go. She turned to walk away with her hands in her pockets. Okay, better get to it then. Fuck, wait. Vic rubbed the back of his neck as he fidgeted before stepping closer to her. He said, I'm going to get the nagging out of my system now. LaShawn's suggestion. I practiced it with him. Don't holler at me and we can leave it here. Red braced herself. Deal. I might like having Novak as an ally sometimes, but I don't trust his motives even when we have the same goal. He's in deep with the Blood Alliance and God knows what else, Vic said, crossing his arms with a shrug. It's nothing personal to him. I don't like you dating vampires, soul or not, friend or not. Never did. It makes you cry and you play too much angry 90s girl rock in the Falcon. A man can only listen to so much Jagged Little Pill. She chuckled. I get why you're worried, and I promise I won't wear out Alanis Morissette for you. If this ends badly and I have to kick his ass with you, I'm going to say I told you so. I expect nothing less. Are we good then? She held out her hand. Vic shook it and hugged her. Yeah, you're off the hook for not telling me. Good, because we still have a bad guy on the loose. Too bad he wasn't washed out to sea. He opened the back door of the diner. She walked past a pile of plastic beer crates into the narrow wood-paneled room that functioned as the hub of employee operations. An old picture of the diner hung over Zach's cluttered desk in the corner. Personal knickknacks decorated cubby shelves and lockers by the bathroom. The swinging kitchen door opened, releasing yummy breakfast smells. Maudette beckoned them. The gang's in the front. Slow day? Red asked, walking inside. She waved at the cook, Bernardo, one of Zach's cousins, at the stove. Sizzling bacon made her mouth water. That smells divine. Maudette tossed her brown curls, held back in a high ponytail. No one is around to overhear your secret plans or to give me tips. Your order is already cooking, though. Thanks. You're amazing. Red pushed the swinging door to the dining area open, waiting for Vic to catch up. Have my order? He asked the older woman. Maudette tapped his chest with a long pink nail. I already know what you like. Do you now? Red rolled her eyes at the flirting and moseyed around the empty lunch counter to Zach and Stace in their usual booth. She slipped in beside the half-fay and grabbed an extra coffee off the table. Ooh, caffeine. So, we can be anxious faster, Stace said, raising her mug in a sarcastic toast. I texted Calloway to have her on standby when we need an area cleared of bystanders. All her deputies have Isaac's description with orders to report him. Jackson is still out there with LaShawn, but they haven't found anything either. Red said, neither has Kristoff. Magic didn't dig him up either. Isaac has upped his game, Zach said. Stace slumped back on the booth, tapping her fingers on the table. His old tricks were pretty bad. Red nodded. He's a shadow warrior, turns into mist. It's how he manages to slip around town without being seen. He probably transformed to break into the magic shop and escape the security cameras at the park well. We'll need blessed silver, preferably in a sprayer net. It can counteract his dark gift for a little bit so he can't fly away from a fight. Zach said grimly. Isaac blocked me in the end, but I was able to poke at his emotions. Fear didn't work on him for some reason. Red said, he's been scared for 10 years, learning magic on the lam. It probably felt normal. I guess, Zach said, his empathic magic subtly radiating to soothe his friends. Red resisted the painkiller. Her blurry reflection judged her from the black coffee. Isaac said he had spoken to her at the reunion party because she looked like she understood. The monster might have been right. She said, maybe it felt more normal than success to him. I'll get Isaac angry next time and he'll make a mistake. High risk. High reward, he countered. Stace broke the staring match. We won't stumble upon him again. We need to lure him out. Vic sauntered out of the kitchen to plop down next to Zach in the booth. That took a while, Red said, scrutinizing his tousled mullet and bright eyes. Hatter, put some more on your plate. You did a lot of magic, Vic said. He covered the lipstick on his collar. What did I miss? Red didn't want to be the one to say this, but she was the unofficial liaison between good and evil. The fact was clear. They had wasted too much time working apart. We're running all over town after a guy who can disappear into smoke when he hears us coming. The Novaks have the manpower to pin him so we can take him out. Stace and Zach exchanged a glance and nodded. Vic hunched his shoulders, propping his elbows on the table. I don't want to involve Kristoff. We've already asked him for enough. Red said, all we've done is missed opportunities by not working together. It's what we need to do to take this bastard. So, push back any personal feelings you have on this. Hey, fuck feelings is my line. Then act like it. Red smiled cheerfully, raising her mug in sassy salute. Maudette appeared with breakfast and more coffee before retreating to putter around the counter and make eyes at Vic. When she left, the four rehashed the details of the case. Red gobbled her food up, extra home fries and all, before the rest. We need... The front doorbell interrupted with a pleasant ting. The waitress hopped up from a stool to attention. Oh, it's you, Herman. Go on now. You're not welcome. The middle-aged possum shifter walked to the booth in gray overalls with his hands up. His face twitched like prey, even in human form. Hear this and you'll want to change your mind. I overheard you at the Whaler about the vampire you're all looking for. Saw him at the summer camp. When? Red asked. Jackson had scented a vampire nesting there, but it was during the patrol he spent arguing with Vic. It would have been easy for Isaac to dodge them. 3 nights ago. He was coming from the forest, I reckon. That wasn't the first time I saw him up there. Herman touched his forehead and then his shoulders in the sign of the cross. I swear to God, he must be the one you're looking for. Zack said, Thanks, Herman. Can I get breakfast then? The winded whaler doesn't get my usual right. The empath looked at the waitress. Ask her. Maudette sighed and gestured at the counter. Get in your spot. Let me tell Bernardo to start up the skillet. Vic slapped the tabletop. Whistle for the wolves. We got a lair to find. Red stared at her mother's ring as she made a fist. Her lips curved up in the reflection. The expression was too dark to be a grin even on gold. Red hiked beside Vic on the unpaved road to the rebuilt summer camp. Stace and Jackson scouted ahead, darting between Douglas firs with supernatural speed. Fresh undergrowth hid burn scars on the older trees from the wildfire 10 years ago. They had left Zack and LaShawn to patrol the stretch of nearby forest by the highway, ordered to call if they spotted Isaac's lair first. The sun was too bright for vampires to come out, but she still had a stake ready in her jacket pocket. She missed the familiar weight of her belted hunter's kit. Seawater had thrashed the leather, reducing her to an old backpack for her supplies. She felt a little too much like a camper with it on. Considering how many of those had died here, it wasn't reassuring. The camp owners hadn't bothered to move from the bloody site, but simply rebranded it from Camp Custer to Campicola to ditch the reputation. The old one was too on the nose, considering a massacre happened there. Composed of perfect little Lincoln log cabins, the campus centered on a long lodge. Like all of Charm, it was picturesque Americana down to the flagpole. She could almost imagine it full of youths. No wonder Alaric chose the place for his welcome back party to the original vampires. Closed for the season, it had an abandoned air that seemed to magnify the sound of their approach. Red turned in a circle, scanning with her third eye for stray auras of magical traces. Nothing. A low ridge overlooking the camp caught her eye, not because of magic, but familiarity. Where had she seen that before? That she remembered. She started for the worn path to the hill. Stace said, We're going to search the cabins. Vic gestured after Red and started up the incline. I guess we're going there. Isn't this where Alaric made his sacrifice? Yeah, Red said. She hadn't even remembered. The sight alone drew her. Barbara Benston was her name. The landscape spread below them as they hiked to the vista point, revealing the grandeur of the small canyon on the edge of the campgrounds. A dramatic banded rock face, birthed as glacial ice ripped through volcanic deposits millions of years ago, stood out amid the green foliage. Red frowned at a vulture drifting over the canopy. Was it looking for dead meat, or had it found some? On the flat ridge, old trees stood like sentinels on the edge of a dirt outlook. The conifers seemed to have been there since before the dinosaurs, and would be there long after the humans. Wildfire hadn't touched their trunks. A dark energy lingered here, not like an active spell, but a stain that not even years of rain could wash away. That's where LaShawn found the skeleton, Vic said, indicating a pit between toppled slabs of granite in the clearing. Basil showed me this place in that trippy magic mushroom ceremony in Tahoe. She stepped to the edge of the bluff. The site, stripped of context, had slipped into her dreams by the time she arrived in LA last year. She owed the Soulmancer an apology. His potion had revealed more truth than either of them had realized, snippets of a vision assembled in her mind. The wildfire was sparked by the opening portal ripped through trees around the summer camp, trapping the high schoolers and the vampires, separating them from the road. She had been in the circle. Lucas fought to save her. Chaos then, but peaceful now. Life had returned to this forest, but death had returned too. In her spirit gaze, she noticed something on the other side of the campus that didn't seem right, almost like a patch on reality. She'd have missed it if a bird hadn't flown out of what seemed to be a solid rock face on a cliffside trail into the canyon. An illusion? I think I found something. Let's go. We need Stace and Jackson. Tell them to meet us then. It's not far. Red didn't give him a chance to speak, sprinting down the hill, backpack bouncing on her shoulders. She darted into the center of the camp by the mess lodge and jogged on a dirt path to the canyon. The ground sloped as the trail curved along a naturally formed terrace. I said, wait up, Vic huffed as he jogged, Stace and Jackson behind him. The layered rock face rose on their right as they descended. A sigil glowed brightly on the pockmarked stone, 4 feet above them. Stopping, Red reached into her backpack for a squirt gun filled with water infused with cold iron powder. She sprayed the sigil, hoping to neutralize the magic. The illusion held fast. It's there. Jackson scaled the rocks, pulling himself up on grassy outcroppings, and stuck his head inside the barrier, disappearing to the neck. His head reappeared, and he mouthed the words, a door. Stretching his arm seemingly into the rock, he jerked to the side, pulling the unseen entry open. Not a sound escaped the illusion. He hopped back. I let the sun in and made enough noise to wake the dead. Back up. It's not a deep cave. Vic aimed his gun as he took cover by a boulder. Red held her breath, hoping Isaac would shriek, caught in bed, and dropped his illusion from shock. Only the birds chirped in the trees. Not even a warning shot came out. Fuck it. She'd pull him out of his hiding space. Stace hissed. Wait! Red ignored the half-fae as much as the jagged rocks cutting at her fingertips. She climbed and heaved herself into the other side of the illusion. A stake was in her hand before she straightened. Antiques clustered in the cave as if someone had dumped a Regency parlor inside. The casket in the corner summoned her. She lifted her mother's ring, channeling her will to rip the lid off. Cursing to see it empty, she whirled around. There wasn't a trace of an aura in the small cave. He wasn't hiding. Any vampire would confront a daytime intruder on instinct. Her shoulders drooped. Isaac isn't here. Vic stepped beside her, firearm raised. Jackson sniffed, a grin spreading across his face. I have the scent. You understand the witch stuff. Stay to search the place, Stace asked, a plea in her voice. Call if you find him, if you can, Red said, knuckles whitening on the stake as her friends left to track her mother's killer. Vic said, I'll stay with you. She walked past him to inspect a tattered velvet couch. Isaac had gone to a lot of trouble to move his stuff. He'd certainly made himself at home. Low shelves were tucked underneath a rough-hewn table in the center. Shadowy ingredients like grimoires and what looked unsettlingly like bottled blood pulsed with a dull energy. A bust of Janus stared at her, no doubt from the magic shop. Red picked up an aged notebook, studying the projects in progress. It was definitely a blood magic grimoire. Handwritten in multiple European languages for privacy, however, the sketches of the murders made their own impression. The text was filled with references to Alaric. She translated a section in Spanish, then looked up at Vic, horrified. He wrote a whole list of likely places to do the ritual. Too many are crossed off. We didn't find all the victims. I'll grab the books, see if there is anything else magical. Red, scanning the room with her third eye, walked to the empty casket. The velvet depths had protective sigils traced into the ether inside, but nothing else. Where was he? Some portraits leaned against the cave wall. A painted Isaac in a white powdered wig and framed in gold was on top. She gritted her teeth at the sight of the eagle-nosed aristocrat and pulled the picture back to see the one under it, Alaric. The blurry photos and woodcuts on the barred net hadn't done justice to his malevolence. Rendered in rough impressionist strokes of dark blues and browns, the white highlights of his fangs jumped out at her. Fear seemed to have been ground into the rich pigments. The painter had captured dark, hungry eyes that pierced her even in still life. Had he survived after finishing the portrait? Red peered at the next picture, half expecting Delilah Burns. It was Penelope de Gramont, wide-set doe eyes and smiling ruby lips sketched in black and white. The artistry had a photorealistic flair. "It's a small world when you live forever," Red muttered, shifting the frames back into position. "What?" her mentor asked, setting loose notes into a folder. "I think I get why Isaac went for Kristoff first. He's settling all the scores." "You saw him at the reunion before he saw you working with the Novaks. You hadn't been on his radar then. Why did he talk to you?" Vic arched his eyebrow, stroking his chin. "He was lonely. Everyone he loved is dead. He'll see them all soon," she promised his portrait. "That he will," Vic said, studying her as if he wished to be an empath. "Now, help me with this shit." Red slapped a mosquito on her arm. Hot, sweaty, and covered with bug bites, she walked with Vic on a country road. They had torn through the contents of the cave for clues, grabbed every grimoire, and destroyed every spell ingredient that they could find. Stace and Jackson met them at the van. The werewolf scented and sniffed from the cave, darting back through the camp and the surrounding canyon, but all the marks were days old. Isaac hadn't returned there after being swept up by the waves. Stace suggested, "We can try the sea caves next." Vic retorted, "He's probably hiding under the dock." Jackson crossed his arms. "He's going to come back here, I know it." Red said, "We need to regroup before the storm hits. Let's invite the Novaks to the diner and strategize. There are 2 spots on the list that Isaac hasn't tried, the summer camp and the high school. There's too few of us to divide between these sites." Vic nodded, opening the van door. "Call while we pick up Zach and Lashon. I don't like how dark the sky is getting." Red pulled out her phone, frowning at the sudden drizzle that hit the screen. Clouds rolled from the sea over the hills, drifting over the sun. Soon it would be day-walking weather for brave vampires, or the desperate ones. 21. April 13th, late afternoon. Charm, Oregon. The village limits. The Millennium Falcon snaked through the hills to the village below. Red stewed in the front seat. Where the hell was Isaac? She hopped out of the van at the diner, holding the bag of grimoires and journals. Storm clouds brewed above her. The gang split up with the werewolves trooping into the cemetery in hopes of sniffing the villain's trail. Zach turned over the closed sign and sent the staff, except for Stace home since there were no customers anyway. Red and Vic laid the stolen papers and books down to scan for more clues. The collection took up 3 tables. Vic sneezed from a dusty tome. "Well, we've established that he didn't leave his daybook and agenda. Let's arm up." Red nodded eagerly, leaning forward in her chair. "Isaac knows he must finish the ritual by tomorrow night or lose his chance. He's not licking his wounds. He's plotting out there." Stace flashed them a particularly bloody sketch. "He's been plotting for years. We can't rush this. The guy is psycho. I used a translation app to skim through his travelogue of underworld hotspots, learning blood magic. I couldn't follow it all, but I'm certain illusions aren't his only trick." "We'll get him," Zach said quietly. The diner door chimed as Kristoff walked inside, wearing jeans and a hooded jacket instead of a suit. Prepared for the fight already. Aviator shades protected his eyes, but his face was sunburned pink, even with the thick cloud cover. He placed the glasses in a pocket as he strode to the table. "You found more than my men did, I see." "Hey, you're right on time," Red said. She closed the window blinds before returning to the table. The seconds were like hours as her friends processed his arrival. Zach nodded. "Novak." "Hi," Stace said, gesturing to an open seat. "What languages do you read? Because this stuff isn't in the Queen's English." "Make yourself useful already," Vic growled, pushing an open grimoire toward Kristoff. "Translate this freaking German." Red released a nervous breath. That was pretty polite for him. The vampire picked up the book, scanning the text. A smile bloomed on his face. Isaac wrote about how Lucas and I stole his glory in the sack of Paris during the Bloodline War. And we ruined London for him, too. What a pity. He flipped through the next pages. Skimming quickly, he stopped as his brow puckered. Red asked, "What is it, Christoph?" "I know how he survived Alaric's uprising. He disappeared into the wildfire smoke, fleeing as a shadow when the last battle turned. Trying to make it up to Daddy now, I see." The storm clouds fulfilled their promise. Rain pelted the diner's tin awning as Red explained what they'd found in Isaac's cave. She continued, tapping at a handwritten page. "Look at this passage. There are so many different observations that it's muddled, but he's getting closer to discovering the original ritual with each murder. He's been researching this long before he came here." Christoph snapped his head toward the door, then looked skyward in frustration. "No, she didn't." Delilah Burns glided inside the dinner from the downpour, in a beige trench coat, large black sunglasses perched on her face, and golden hair protected in a plastic scarf. She looked like an old Hollywood starlet hiding from the paparazzi, except for the bruise darkening her eye socket despite her foundation. She kissed Christoph on the cheek before facing the humans at the table. Stace and Zach stood, echoing the same question. "Delilah?" Vic snapped, "What the hell are you doing here?" In an instant, Red knew what happened. "You went to see your blood brother, didn't you?" "I didn't know what I would find," Delilah said. She wrapped an arm around her waist and took off the glasses. Popped blood vessels stained the white of her left eye. She somehow met all their gazes at once in that peculiar way of hers. "I plucked him out of the ocean to talk sense into him." "Well, did you?" Red asked, the question drowned out by the other's reactions. Christoph touched the other vampire's arm. "Why didn't you say something?" Vic chuckled sarcastically. "Delilah is helping the bad guy, again." Stace groaned and tugged at one of her curls in frustration. "We were looking for him on the beach for hours." Delilah, seemingly unconcerned by the fuss, untied her scarf and shook the raindrops off. She seemed to enjoy the audience. Was she going to stall for hours like this? Her sense of loyalty had always been unorthodox. Red tapped Zach on the shoulder. "Could you whistle for me?" His piercing signal brought the group to silence. Red thanked him before she turned to the vampiress. "Well, Delilah, you have something to say? What's your brother up to? I assume he's still alive and kicking, judging by your face." "I asked him to flee and never return. He wouldn't." "Why go to him?" "Isaac and I have never been fond of each other, but I've lost enough family because of you," Delilah said, nose wrinkling in disdain for Red. Quinn had sacrificed himself to save her, but that was who he was. It didn't make Red feel any better. She asked gently, "So, why are you here?" Vic piped up. "You know we're staking him as soon as we can, right?" Delilah planted a hand on her hip. "I'm here to plead for him, dumbass. He's going to make his last stand at the summer camp tonight, but he doesn't need to be killed. Not when I've just discovered he's still alive. He's sick, not thinking logically, but he can be contained, possibly sold." "No," Red said to the half-fae and then turned to Christoph. "That's not negotiable." Delilah smiled tightly, batting her eyelashes. "I thought you were all about the job. He could name other blood mages to vanquish. Don't you think Quinn would want you to give a shit?" Red scowled, stung by her own words lobbed back at her. She didn't know what to say to that unless raising her middle finger was an answer. Stace said, "We can't promise anything." "I don't need your promises," Delilah said. "I need you off my back. I can reason with him once I find him." Vic snorted. "Like last time?" Red nodded at her mentor's apt observation. The man was usually right. "Why do you think he's going to target the summer camp tonight?" "Because he told me," Delilah said. "The stars are going out of alignment. He kept talking about the moment when Alaric died. He wants to make it right. I never did find out what it actually was because he fought to leave before dawn." Stace said, If you stand with us and talk him down, it may be possible to bring him alive for Blood Alliance justice. If you tip him off, or... Red opened her mouth to protest when a wave of contentment landed on her like a smothering pillow. She glared at the apologetic-looking Zack. Stace continued, "Or fight beside him, and your authorities will label you a traitor, Delilah. The Blood Realm opens, we're the first defense. If it comes to it, I'll call everyone from the FBI to the DVA to beat back whatever comes out." Kristoff rested his palm on Delilah's shoulder. "Warning us might have saved your own life." "Don't screw it up," Vic snarked. "Tell us everything you know," Kristoff cajoled the vampiress. "Everything he said." Delilah sighed, fluttering her hand dismissively. "You remember Isaac? The man is still a blowhard." Red walked away from the conversation and tugged on Zack's sleeve to draw him aside. How dare he? "My emotions are my own." Shamefaced, he nodded. "Sorry you felt ready to blow." "Ask first!" Red jabbed a finger toward him. Forcing herself to chill the regular way, she moved to stand by Kristoff. Pissing off their only tie to Isaac wasn't going to do them any favors. Obviously, Stace was bullshitting to keep the vamp in check. It wasn't as if she could stage whisper and wink to reassure. If she didn't kill the blood mage, Prince Merrick would order it done. It still stung Red. Shaking her head, she told herself to get in the game. Delilah chronicled arranging a private flight to Oregon once realizing her brother might be alive after talking to Red. Driving along the coast, she tracked the blood connection to her kin. She complained about the dress she had ruined, swimming out to find Isaac unconscious and caught under a rock before taking him to shelter in a sea cave. The fight had weakened him, yet he still had plenty of vitriol. For hours, they'd argued over their sire and petty slights from centuries ago. Vic scoffed at the end of the tale. "He could have fed you bad intel. We still need hunters guarding the high school. This summer camp could be a feint." "I have enough men for both sites," Kristoff said. Red picked lint off his sleeve idly. "We should do this as blended teams." "Agreed," Zack said. "But you should hang in the back. Long-range spells, just in case Isaac realizes he needs to sacrifice a witch." Vic nodded, discomfort on his face. "He's right." "Okay," Red conceded. The conversation moved to the blueprints on a laptop to strategize and where to set snipers. She escaped into the industrial kitchen behind the bar for a breather. Her head was beginning to ache from holding in her frustration. She rubbed her face, sighing. "I know what you're doing." Red jumped at Delilah's voice. She inhaled deeply, ready to lie about how she wanted to take Isaac alive. The truth could get messy, and right now wasn't the time to tell the vampire how her sire really died. "I was trying to get a moment's peace. And I was trying to do my job in LA, but you wanted me to care. How's that working out for us?" Delilah smoothly replied, tapping French manicured nails on her hips. "You're giving me a chance to talk my brother down. It's the least you can do for me. No magic tricks. I have few kindred left, and that Pratt is one of them. Getting soft in your old age?" "Piss me off and you'll see," Delilah said. Her lip curled, revealing a sharp fang. "After what I saw there, you're already on my shit list. I warned Lucas about you. I do so love being right. Usually." Red folded her arms, hiding her balled-up fists. This wasn't where she'd expected the conversation to go. "Cut the cryptic cattiness." "Always so coy," Delilah said, then pursed her lips. Her gaze grew icy. "Finding out about you and Kristoff will break his heart. Again." Red wished she could teleport from this conversation. There was truth to it, but Lucas always knew how to reach her. She had tried to keep in contact after they broke up, and outside the hunter equivalent of a work trip to Vegas, he didn't. "Don't put this on me. He was the one who ended it. How I move on is my own concern." Kristoff pushed open the kitchen door. "Ladies, we're planning mayhem and need your talents." Delilah glided out with a toss of her blonde hair, brushing against his chest unnecessarily as she passed. Red followed the vampires back into the dining area. She flipped Delilah the bird behind her back as she made distance between them. Stace brainstormed with the others. What if I issued him a challenge, one-on-one with... Zack looked down at his buzzing phone and jumped up from the table suddenly. It's a text message from the security company. Someone's broken into the house. Oh, God, Stace said. Aunt Gina's journals are there, probably open in the dining room. The fairy disappeared in a flash of pink sparkles, sprinting out of the diner. You should remain, Kristoff said. He grabbed Delilah's hand. She gave him a withering glance to show she was merely tolerating him. Red and the rest of the humans trooped into the Millennium Falcon. Vic shattered the speed limit as Zack ransacked the weapons cases for arrows. She wound her magic tight around her mother's ring, readying herself. Birds exploded out of the trees as the van turned onto Sycamore Row, tires screeching. 5 vampires surrounded Stace in her front yard. The rain came at them sideways as they battled on the muddy grass. Katana flashing, she fought as the dead rushed her. It wasn't an orderly queue, it was a pile-on. The hero twisted and ducked the blows, hacking limbs to keep from being pulled down. The van accelerated over the curb and clipped the demons on the edge of the fight. Red hopped out before Vic even put it in park. Chilly rain soaked her hair. Drawing on the element of air, she visualized the molecules solidifying into a large hook. She yanked a female away from Stace. The vampires split up to face the newcomers. Zack climbed onto the hood and fired an arrow into the back of a towering male. The vamp decayed rapidly, toppling over like a felled tree. Stace slashed another across the back, then sliced the head off in a smooth single movement. Vic waded into the fray with a stake and blessed cross, his faith amplifying the symbol's power. Red air slapped one vamp into Vic's waiting stake. A slender arm suddenly wrapped around her throat. She struggled against the femme vamp. Her attacker purred. The big man will be happy. You're fresher than the magic shop hag, less likely to have a heart attack before the ritual is performed. I know you, Red said. It was Colleen with the mouthy child from the tithing. Colleen choked her captive and waved another hand in Red's face. 3 fingers were missing. You're Novak's witch. I owe him a debt, you see. Spots marred Red's vision. Lungs straining for breath, she smashed the back of her head against the vampire's nose. Pain erupted on her cranium. Ignoring it, she raised a palm to send a burst of air over her shoulder and broke the chokehold. She spun around. Did you come here for me? You're a bonus! Colleen dove for her ankles, knocking them both to the lawn. The vamp pressed her forearm hard on Red's throat and peeled off the ring. Red bucked her hips to dislodge her attacker. Rain stung her eyes. She punched out, her arms weakening. Magically, she reached out for a large garden stone ringing the mulched-over flower beds. The magic felt crude without her mother's ring as a channel, like using a rock instead of a hammer. It still did the job. Wobbling, the rock flew forward, hitting Colleen on the head and knocking her over. Red gasped for breath and searched the grass on her hands and knees for her ring. Stace zoomed in, katana raised, decapitating the vamp in a smooth stroke. Your hair is changing colors. Yeah, Red said. Ginger locks hung limp on her sweating face. The hair dye potion had finally worn off. She'd need to dig through the van to find another dose, and they had no time. They have Wendy from the magic shop. A motorcycle shot out of the driveway. Its rider was a vampire escaping with a bulging pack on his shoulder. I'll get you for this, Bonner, and all your fucking friends. That was Yuki. He knows, Stace said. She disappeared in a sprint after him. What does she mean? Red asked, voice raspy over her bruised vocal cords. Zack hopped from the van hood, bringing her onto the porch. Yuki was turned at the summer camp. He saw exactly what you did before he died. Her stomach sank. Yuki had seen her with red hair with the good guys. She asked, You think he recognized me? It's a small town with a long memory, and now you look like your old self. Zack paled as if from a sudden realization and stomped into the house. He called out, Cocoa Puff, are you all right? Red shivered in her damp jeans and looked down the street, hoping that a supernatural could outrun a machine. She left a short voicemail for Christoph, giving a description of what had happened and telling him to send people to the camp and the school. The rain slowed to a drizzle. She hung up when Vic walked out the front door, half carrying a teenage boy. Josh had chased this one from the comic shop days earlier. She asked, "What did you find?" "They took the Bard journals. Delilah must have told Isaac," Vic said as he set the youth none too gently on the porch bench. "He's mesmerized. I found the back door open and this kid on the floor in the kitchen muttering about books and when they were buying him beer yet. The vamps must have done the breaking and he did the entering." "That guy who escaped, Yuki, he can mesmerize. Christoph told me," Red said, words scratching her raw throat. Back at the altercation in the tithing between the two vampires, Arno had commented that Yuki had a new Harley Davidson. The Blood Mage had no shortage of shiny objects to bribe the locals, obviously. "It doesn't matter how or why they're working together now. We need to find where they have Wendy. Isaac probably has backup victims too. Tonight is the last chance." "I want you off the front line," he said. "Do some righteous witch foo from afar. Your secret is out now, but he's getting sloppy. It means he's cornered. If he goes down in a ritual attempt, he can at least take one of his sire's killers down too." That might be an appealing thought to him. "You need me. He already has a witch and could be sacrificing her now." Her hoarse voice cracked. Zach came back out onto the porch. "Mrs. Benston called. Her daughter never left the hospital to meet up with the other fleeing mages." Vic pointed out the teal car, slowing to a stop at the curb. "She came to us." Olivia Benston popped out from the driver's seat in a puffy gray vest. Pale with bandages wrapped around her arms, the willowy blonde strode up to the porch. Band-aids covered the facial wounds from the soucouyant. Determination tightened her features. "I'm here. Put me to work, just like in high school." Zach said, "This isn't a recruitment drive." "You could use a few good witches. Settle for me." He waved goodbye. "No, go to your mom. It's safer that way." Red piped up. "You saw what happened 10 years ago with Alaric. Well, one of his kids is back and ready to party. Tonight. Olivia could help." "Yes, I can. That's why I can't leave. You know if it had been your granny slaughtered, you wouldn't," Olivia addressed Zach, crossing her arms and lifting her nose regally in the air. "You all think I'm a bitch, but bitches come in handy." Red liked this Olivia better than the one on the flyer and stood in witch solidarity. "We have plenty of problems to share. Isaac has a sacrifice already in Aunt Gina's journals. Wendy won't last long after that." Vic squinted at the fading sun on the horizon. "We're wasting daylight. She's at the high school or the summer camp." "The ritual could start at any minute," Red insisted. Zach gestured between the women. "If he wants a spare witch, he could know you two are here by now." Olivia suggested, "Let's do what my coven did the last time. You remember, Red, the ceremony to calm the dimensional energy and fight against a portal. We don't need to be where it opens. My family owns an empty house by the diner with all the supplies." Vic shrugged. "Makes sense to me." The empath conceded with a grumble, nodding to Vic. "Round up your brother to protect them. Isaac is meddling with unnatural forces. We don't want aftershocks from the riftquake. I need to drop this kid off at the police station." "Keep me posted," Red said. Zach touched her upper arm. "Please hide until we call for you. I'll do everything I can to get you justice. Maybe we can get him alive so you can—" "I'd rather you not," Red said. They had to get this guy off the streets. She told herself that was the important thing. Don't give him an inch to escape. Olivia jangled her keys, grinning. "Get in the car, losers. We're going hexing." Red asked, "I thought it was a calming spell." "We can do both," the blonde called over her shoulder, trotting to her car. "Follow in the van, Vic. I'll go with her," Red said. After grabbing her backpack of hunting supplies and wringing out her hair, she trotted to the passenger side and slid inside. She closed the door and proceeded to give the short notes on Isaac as the other woman drove before she asked, "Where is this place anyway?" Olivia sped past the diner with the purposeful air of an assassin. 15 minutes away from each ambush site. Be ready to drop everything when they call so we can be the ones to kill that fucker. Red laughed. It was like the other witch had read her mind. "Oh, Olivia, I think I like you now." 22. April 13th, early evening. Charm, Oregon, the village limits. The witches arrived at a spacious Tudor-style home and trotted into the backyard nestled in a thicket of trees. Distant gravestones peeped through the oaks. Red couldn't stop looking over her shoulder. The rain had let up, but the dark clouds looked like a bruise on the sunset. An eerie stillness lingered in the air, as if the very land were bracing itself. Magic residue glowed over a greenhouse, outlining the shadowy contours within. Oliva unlocked the greenhouse door and flipped on the lights. "My great-aunt Helen used to live here, but we haven't cleaned out her stuff since she retired to Arizona this year." Red's third eye didn't need the illumination. Protection sigils blazed on the domed ceiling. Dangling light bulbs reflected on tinted glass-paned walls, moist with condensation. Potted bushes and trees neatly lined the chamber, shielding the occupants from outside peepers. The scent of rich loam and fragrant herbs tickling her nose. She walked around the white circle painted on the floor. Moss grew in the cracks in the concrete. Raised flower beds, thick with basil, mint, and other strange plants that she couldn't identify, occupied one half of the large greenhouse. The other side was devoted to a tidy work area, with a stout table and shelves sagging with clay pots, garden tools, and disturbingly a two-headed cow fetus floating in aged formaldehyde. Olivia said, "The hex we'll do is like crock-pot cooking. We can set it and forget it, then focus on sending soothing vibes to the rift. I'll text my mom to get her to rally the others to contribute from out of town. We'll get it started, and they can take it from there after we bounce to go after Isaac." Red strode to the table. "Let's start cooking, then." "Drink this already," Olivia said. Pulling a small bottle out of a basket labeled with a red cross, she handed it to the hunter. "It's for your throat. You sound like you've been smoking a pack a day for 30 years. Red sniffed it as the other witch rattled off the ingredients, then gulped a shot of the tincture. Grimacing from the rubbing alcohol aftertaste, she set it down. The pain eased in her throat even as she coughed. Nasty. "Gather up some rusty nails, 4 cat bones, and a black candle. Think about Isaac as you anoint it. Everything he cost you. Get angry." Olivia grabbed a big mason jar from the battered antique shelf, a relic cast off from the main house. "What are you going to do with that?"
"Piss in it," she grunted, more like a dock worker than a debutante, and walked behind an oleander.
"You are way less prissy in real life than you seemed on that flyer," Red said. She collected the spell items from a dusty plastic desk organizer that still bore a faded sales sticker, repurposed for the garden. The drawers were labeled with Great Aunt Helen's cursive, and the setup seemed so normal, like she'd find seed packets instead of animal bones. Hex is kinda extreme, yeah. Could it bounce back on us? We're not freaking Wiccans. This is justice, greater good, yada yada. Don't get caught up in that binary from the Brotherhood. Magic is what you do with it. Now you're making my bladder shy.
Red grabbed the black candle and examined the small bottles of oil on a lower shelf in rows. She picked a belladonna and oleander infused one to boost the hex's energy. Either plant was toxic when ingested. She wanted Isaac to choke on her anger. A message from her and all the people who had lost someone to his mad scheme to prove something to his dead sire. After finding a box of plastic gloves, she put a pair on and rubbed the poisonous fluid on the candle. Her mother's charred body, immortalized in the coroner's photos, flashed in her mind. A cold draft stirred in the closed greenhouse, breezing over the garden beds, making leaves and stems shudder in its wake. 2 tomatoes fell off their vine. Olivia came back from behind a shrub, gingerly holding the half-filled jar. "That's good enough. Don't break the windows." Red nodded, throwing the gloves away. She studied the other witch combining the cat bones and nails into the vessel with a small chant. Hannah Proctor had taught her spells, and so did Trudy, but hexes never came up except for defending herself against them. She tamped down her uneasiness. If all she could do was magic in the background, then she was throwing everything at Isaac. They lit the candle together, conjuring a black flame with sallow green smoke. That should fix his luck, Olivia said, setting the hex jar out of sight in a corner cabinet before cleaning her hands with sanitizer. Now we need to assemble a smoky quartz circle. There's going to be a lot of meditation after that. LaShawn walked into the greenhouse taking off a rain poncho. Mud caked the hem of his tan jeans. Can we sit down then? I've been walking all day. Does this place have a TV? Vic asked beside his brother. Hey guys. Red made introductions quickly between Olivia and LaShawn, then got to business. She bounced on her heels from repressed energy. The sooner they could set this mystical chill pill up, the sooner she could go after Isaac. Did you hear from Stace? Where did everyone else set up? Is there word of... Vic raised a hand to block the barrage of questions. No Isaac yet, but we're all in position. Calloway is blocking off the roads to keep the townspeople out of the fighting zones. Stace, Jackson, and Arno are going up to the summer camp. Christoph, Delilah, and Zach are going to the high school. Between them, they have at least a dozen each of the prince's men. We have some too, patrolling outside, awaiting your orders, Novak insisted. Red hid her smile. It was a sweet gesture, sending hired guns to do her bidding. Not like in the traditional sense, but in their weird supernatural world, it might as well have been a box of chocolates. I still think I should go. Being sidelined doesn't feel right. We would have you do the same thing, but at least here you're out of the way, and nobody needs to worry about the humans and... Vic trailed off, his gaze darting to his brother. I'm not a soup, but I can stand guard while you do some hocus pocus. We're near the cemetery, but I didn't get a good look at the grounds for weaknesses. Olivia can give you the scoop while I set up. Red grabbed a basket of smoky quartz off the table and strode to the middle of the floor where an old circle had been painted years ago. Let me get that, LaShawn said, taking the basket from her and crouching to place it on the ground. Thanks. Red knelt on the concrete, cold seeping through her jeans, and reached for a gray rock. This is magic by numbers. Follow the line. LaShawn arranged a few before he glanced over to his brother. He lowered his voice. It's hard, isn't it? You want to go after him. Red slammed down a quartz, chipping it. She inhaled through her nose. Calming breaths, she told herself. Control your emotions. She wore the ring. More than you know. If I weren't something that might let him win, I would be first in line to tear him apart. You sound a little like Vic, but way more sensible. She huffed a short laugh. I'm white-knuckling it, trying to prove that I'm a pro. LaShawn quirked an eyebrow over his thick-framed glasses. Of course you are. You might as well have graduated from the Constantine School of Hard Knocks. Is that what's bothering you? Shrugging, Red busied herself with the crystals. I'm fine. In the real sense, or fine like you might conjure a tornado? She stilled, bowing her head. What if I wasn't stationed here because my magic is going funky or Isaac didn't want to sacrifice me? Maybe it's because of my recent flukes with boys. She cringed, sounding like a teeny bopper. Christoph was a lot of things, but the century-plus-old vampire wasn't a boy. It's not like that. The Novak angle wasn't talked about in front of me, at least. I've got super hearing, so eavesdropping is easier. You really shouldn't call it a fluke. It doesn't quite mean what you think. LaShawn pushed up his glasses, smiling. She straightened on her knees and cocked her head at him. Huh? Webster's defines it as a lucky accident. She twisted her hands in her lap. I thought it meant an unexplained phenomenon. I'm not judging you. I just have a word of the day calendar, LaShawn said, handing her another rock. I know what it's like to want what you shouldn't. I'm Henry Constantine's son, and I became an accountant. Then you're really mixed up about numbers. Red let out a desperate chuckle at her own bad quip, setting the last crystal in place. I'm not sure if it's the same as wanting to date an unsold vampire. It's not like I'm helping the world. I work for a bank, helping companies avoid their taxes. He stood, wiping his hands on his pants. At least you're canceling out any bad karma. Olivia went to the circle and sat cross-legged inside. We're ready? Red crawled over the quartz to the other witch and shifted onto her bottom with a sigh. As we can be. Vic hovered behind them. Will Isaac be able to sense this ritual, Olivia? Not with what he's channeling tonight. It'd be like feeling a feather through a pair of snow pants, Olivia said. She fluttered a dismissive hand at the men. Go guard something. We need to concentrate. He gestured to his brother and backed away. We can watch YouTube on my phone if it gets boring. Red turned her attention away from the Constantine boys to Olivia. She didn't want to confess why hotshot teen witch Emma Peters no longer knew this spell. You lead this dance. I know less than you'd think about this stuff. A shaman said I got a few too many hits to the head. Sink into the connection, and I'll guide you. The blonde witch dropped her head back, razor-straight locks flowing down her shoulders. She whispered clipped foreign syllables. The quartz circle emitted a growing silvery radiance, soothing like a lavender bath. Plants reached out their leaves to be closer. The final birdsong announcing sunset ceased, as if the animals were listening. Red stretched her neck, counting her breath to focus, and closed her eyes. She tossed her magic out to connect with the circle. It felt like the eye of a hurricane. Outside it, chaos wobbled the natural rhythms. The pressure built up as dimensions rubbed against each other like tectonic plates. Olivia's magic, persistent like a weed, led hers along. Another energy thread, floral like a rose, stretched to join them from a distance. Then another and another. The witches were rallying against Isaac. A brick shattered the greenhouse window and the circle's serenity. It rocketed toward them. Red jumped up, heart racing. She harnessed her air magic, willing it into a small shield to block the brick. The projectile dropped to the ground, cracking on the concrete. A bloody paramilitary helmet followed to ping against the transparent shield. It was from one of Kristoff's guards. Intruders poured in through the broken window. They were the undead villagers from the tithing. The call for revolt and mayhem had been answered. Vic fired his gun, hitting a stocky male in the shoulder. The blessed silver bullet sizzled, smoke curling from the wound. The demon bolted for him. LeSean picked up a shovel and swung it at the vamp's face, knocking him down. Even in human form, his werewolf strength was apparent as he decapitated it with the shovel head. 3 more pinned Vic in a corner, batting away his gun. Hold the circle, Red ordered the other witch. Charging outside the crystals, she shielded Olivia, who was the conduit for the spell. She lifted her ring hand, visualizing a hook to pull the vampires away. A cold iron bracelet slammed shut on her wrist, cutting off her magic. In an instant, she was hollowed out to her core. The spark within her died to ashes. Yuki, why? He laughed in her face. For a smart girl, Emma, you could be a dumbass. Red prickling at the insult. Face burning, she punched him in the chin. She wasn't stupid. Fuck off. Yuki wrestled her to the ground. You fulfilled every small-town kid's dream. You got out of here. Elbowing him, Red tried to claw the Eron off her wrist. She kneed him in the groin and leaped up. Defend the spell. Olivia raised a shimmering barrier above the circle. She gasped at the sight of the witch-neutralizing bracelet. Is that what I think it is? Vic hollered from across the chamber. He thrashed against a tawny-haired vampire who tugged his mullet to the side. She sank her fangs into his neck. Time stopped for Red then. The blood rushed to her ears. She punched Yuki and darted to save Vic. Strong arms caught her waist, yanking her backwards. She yelled, Damn it, Yuki, let me go. LeSean impaled his opponent, a blonde hippie dude with dreads. In the forehead with a shovel, he pivoted around to Vic. His he risked his skin
stumbling to his knees,
Every vampire recoiled as the large black wolf burst from a pair of jeans to charge them. "You did it, little bro," Vic called out weakly as he shoved the female at his neck. Yuki threw Red over his shoulder. She yelled as her perspective tilted and elbowed him in his dead kidneys. He darted out a broken window into the yard and through the trees. Her head snapped back like whiplash when he stopped at the cemetery's edge. Black vapor gathered over an aged grave, solidifying into Isaac Gruber. He said, "I'll be taking her now, Yuki." "I'm going after Bonner then. She's mine." Red kicked him, wincing at the bruising pinch on her leg in response. The blood mage rolled his eyes to the sky. Yes, you get your revenge and hunting rights to the little hero when you deliver me the witch." The young vampire chucked her to his boss and disappeared in a blur. Isaac caught her smoothly. "Who could imagine that we would have so much in common?" She punched him. Her fist plunged through his head, dissolving into mist. The magic traveled down his arms and pulled her under. She shrieked into nothingness as they floated up. The landscape blurred below as he flew them over the cemetery. She was still screaming when they landed in the ruins of an old crypt, fully formed and very much alone with the dead. 23. April 13th, evening, Charm, Oregon, the cemetery. Red shuddered on a mossy sarcophagus as the impact knocked the breath from her. Why did that fucker have to drop her? Sharp pain flared on the back of her head. Water soaked into her shirt from the wet granite. The tumbled stone walls of the ceilingless crypt swam in her periphery vision. Stars spun in a gap in the clouds. She muttered, "But Stace killed..." "I'll have the everlasting ones to deal with her soon," Isaac said. He pinned her by the shoulders. Pink-cheeked and smiling, the blood mage must have gorged himself earlier. His powers would be at their peak with a full stomach. We both know that isn't the full truth. Fear sank into her gut at the cold certainty in his smile. Red might as well be human now. The cold iron bracelet on her wrist cut off her connection to magic. She flailed her arms, trying to shove him aside. He slammed her head against the stone. "I should have had that thug mesmerize you. This struggling will ruin my penmanship. I do so want Novak to admire it." Head throbbing, she said, "If we fail, the Blood Alliance and probably the FBI for all I know will come after you. You won't get out of this town alive." "That is not why gentlemen take action, witch." He pulled a length of rope from a sack on the ground and bound her wrists over her head, attaching the end to the stone cross at the head of the tomb. "Seriously?" Red scowled as she tested the tight bond. There wasn't even a chip in the stone to rub against the rope. "Gavin and Stephen were tortured because of you." "Oh, splendid." Isaac grabbed the sack and circled the crypt, dropping selenite and river rock behind him to outline the ritual space. "So, you don't care that you're hurting vampires now. Isn't that your thing, bringing them together for undead supremacy?" She tugged her arms, kicking at him when he approached. He cut his wrist to sprinkle blood on her. The droplets glowed with power to her third eye. "You know little of what you speak. This is the first crack in a schism. The everlasting ones will cull the herd and build us up anew. The Blood Alliance will nuke the place first." "Pish-posh. A house of cards, ready to topple," Isaac said. He ripped her shirt over her head, scraping the fabric over her nose to bunch around her elbows. "That bard's report made for an illuminating Red. We're almost even, aren't we? I killed your mother. An unexpectedly delightful accident." "Fuck you! We're nowhere close to even." Humming, he clawed the first Etruscan symbol into her torso. "I had hoped for the Fae, a more worthy champion, but there is an efficient serendipity at play, revenge and a spell ingredient. One of Alaric's murderers used to manifest his vision." "Is that why you talked to me at the party, playing a mind game?" "On the entire town, but what we had was mere conversation. I was right. You would understand my burden of solitude. Alas, it was a nudge from the cosmos that I didn't heed," he said, amber-tinged gaze dewy with hope. Hush, it all comes to an end. Isn't that wonderful? Not for me. He leaned an elbow over her legs and scratched a nail down her belly. His erratic mood didn't affect the smooth lines he made. Agony fired through her nervous system with each claw mark. He chanted, carving his plea to Orcus and Kolsu. His aura plunged into an inky black with poison green sparks like static electricity dancing on his form. Power rose, and the earth rumbled as the dark gods smiled on the sacrifice. As he cut into her, she fought through her fear. The separation from her magic was more unbearable than the pain. Even with her mother's ring, she was trapped by the cold iron. She didn't have any cards to play, but she was supposed to have been a little poker player. Hopefully she remembered some of it. Bluffing was her only option. You're hurt about Alaric, but this won't bring him back. You know that, right? The portal probably won't even open before all of Kristoff's men find you. Who is playing mind games now? The underworld smiles upon me. Even you can feel the door opening. The winds of destiny have blown us here, witch. You're probably fucking it up again. Expressionless, Isaac stuck a nail deep into her belly, worming a fingertip in the wound, waiting until her cussing faded. My studies are complete, girl. Your heroes and bards missed one fact in the ritual. It must be done above a body. Wincing, she struggled to think as he made another slash. Orcus might punish a different oathbreaker than you think. Alaric may be dead, but I kept his mission alive after everyone turned from him. She huffed a short laugh. I read your diary. You ran when he needed you.
Isaac slapped. It hurt, but it's... He pressed his face close enough to their noses touch. His eyes turned yellow with no breath at her. Not irritated as he advised him to.
She sneered. You lost the mission. Fangs popped out of his mouth. Nostrils flaring, he raised a hand back again for another slap. Then he dropped it. Sighing, Isaac rubbed his face, smearing blood on it absently. I regarded myself as a lion until I failed his dream of a world of darkness. For 10 years, I've meditated on the son I should have been. She scowled at his self-pity. Nobody ended up like their parents intended. It wasn't a reason to conjure monsters from the blood realm. She kicked at him, trying to loosen her bound arms. You destroyed my world. I read your notes. It was an experiment for you. He rolled his eyes, hopping on the stone casket, to immobilize her by sitting side saddle on her legs. You did realize that retribution was to be expected when you killed Alaric? The man was a legend above and below, spawning a legion of demons over centuries. Did you truly imagine that you would still go to the malt shop with your mates? Naive child. Red was tired of the condescension tonight. She tried to move to unsettle his ass, but his bulk was like a boulder, trapping her. You'll get your sister killed. Delilah came here to try to save you. Smirk curdling, he slammed his palm on the sarcophagus. I do not need that garish strumpet's sympathy. It was her and her brood, gallivanting on the surface, that brought the August harvest to us. After our sire had given them everything, even spoils of war promised to me. Like Penelope? Eyes narrowing, Isaac shook his head. She was merely the most beautiful. If the Blood Alliance kills my dear sister, I'll be happier for it. That's not a weakness to manipulate, witch. She pleaded to common sense as her legs tingled, falling asleep. Delilah's the only one who wants you alive. She's your only family left. And she broke her oaths against our Maker, time and time again, yet he favored her above all others, he said peevishly. I killed that damned Jesuit, and he cursed at me for not restoring her instead. Curiosity broke through the pain. Father Matthew? I gave him a taste of the curse that he unleashed on the world, a fruitless revenge. But now we're going to go back to the old days of proud bloodlines, when vampires knew their places at the top even as we lurked below. Those are the days I will bring back. Isaac bent his head, making another mark on her belly. The brewing dark energy seemed to make him tremble, affecting him as much as it did her. He chanted, eyes glowing amber. She dropped her head to the side of the closed sarcophagus, cool against her heated cheek, unable to watch him any more. Hopefully, the other witches were still counteracting his ritual, because he only had so many more letters left. Kristoff appeared in the gloom, perched on the ruined wall of the crypt. Meeting her eyes, he raised a finger on his lips for silence. He pulled a stake out of his pocket for the other vampire. Like a panther, he'd pounce on his prey for a death strike. Delilah crashed the cemetery party. She leapt the wall to land at the foot of the stone casket, trench coat flaring around her legs. "Stop!" Isaac sneered at the interruption and clutched his captive's throat. "You should join in, little sister. Do something for our sire for once." Red frozen under his tight grip, he shifted his weight to his knees, but he could still crush her windpipe before she could knock him off. Kristoff vaulted down. He lifted his chin and put his arms behind his back like a king regarding an unruly subject. His pose was calm, but his furious expression spoiled the attempt. "Release my claimed human before you do something your sister can't clean up." Delilah looked at her nails, then her undead sibling. What happened to letting the Blood Alliance take him alive to question him? Red said, "He nearly killed me. He doesn't care about you. He called you a garish whore and hoped you died." Delilah huffed. "Garish?" "Always have been," Isaac said. He tightened his hold on Red's throat. "Stand back. I've written enough for Orcus to get the letter. I'll kill her now to seal the envelope." Red gulped, sweating. Kristoff couldn't possibly reach her in time.
Unless it, we are not asked of his children. If you care so much about it, leave so preserve it.
"Oh no, dear sister. I believe the haunting is for you." Isaac sliced his wrist again, lifting it to say an incantation in a strange language different than before. Magic swirled around him, curls of dark purple and deepest black. He laughed until a stake burrowed into his chest, only an inch away from his heart. Kristoff smashed a vial of powdered iron on the unholy circle, trying to neutralize it, and darted for Red. He shredded the tie on her wrists, releasing her from the rope connecting to the sarcophagus's granite cross. Desecrated by dark magic and violence, the holy symbol repelled him as much as a trapezoid. "The bracelet!" She lifted it, showing the small locking mechanism. The metal, etched with an unfamiliar flowing script, bound her more critically than the rope had. Isaac yanked the cross off its pedestal and slammed Kristoff upside the head with it. He disappeared into the shadows when Kristoff wrenched the ironic weapon from his bloody hands. Red rolled off the tomb, staggering for balance as her legs woke up. She whipped her shirt back on, wincing at the cuts on her stomach. Kristoff led her away, squeezing at the bracelet hinge and bending it. Mist enveloped them. Isaac clapped his hands over Kristoff's ears and head-butted him. He tossed her back on the tomb, dazing her from the impact. His aura darkened like a black hole. Gleefully, he sat by her hip and held her down. He grinned ghoulishly at the other vampires as two ghosts floated out of the ground. "We have guests!" Red gasped when she recognized one. It couldn't be. The figures became distinct as they walked forward. Delilah didn't move as Quinn Burns approached. A tear traveled down her cheek. "Oh, my sweet boy. Tell me it isn't you." "It's me, dearest," Quinn said. With his short, spiky blonde hair, dark overcoat, and stoic expression, the broad-shouldered detective looked almost as he had in real life. Except he was semi-transparent with an unearthly sheen. The soul was still bright in his brown eyes. Wiping her tears away, he pulled Delilah into his arms, kissing her passionately. Isaac smirked at Red. That should occupy her. The Irishman always did make her an idiot. The next spirit was unfamiliar, a thin, brooding man in a Victorian suit who strode to Kristoff. He had a thin face like a striking hatchet. "Don't you remember your friend Reince, or did you get too fancy?" Kristoff didn't flinch from the dead man. "I buried you for a reason." Rhines hissed, tackling him against the crypt wall. The blood magic spell might not have made him flesh again, but the ghost still packed a wallop. All of Kristoff's blows passed harmlessly through the specter. Isaac jerked Red's shirt up and dug his fingernail into her belly. Ow! Agony clawing up her side, Red squirmed, trying to buck him off. She hit the bracelet against the stone tomb, frantically trying to get the thing off. Her rescuers needed their own rescue now. Quinn smiled, lips flicking up in his typical blink, and you missed it. He cupped his wife's cheek. You should be fighting right now for our friends. But I can't leave you. What will I do without you? Delilah covered her mouth, a sob escaping her. He kissed her forehead. You already know. Divas always do. Rhines knocked Kristoff into the couple, breaking up the tender reunion. The witch wrestled with her captor, fighting to go help Kristoff. Get away from them. Rhines whirled around, angry black eyes narrowing. Miss St. James. Oh, shit. Red elbowed Isaac, worming out of his arms, ignoring the shooting pain from her wounds. He just had to conjure a vamp ghost with a grudge against her past life doppelganger. Why not Joe Chang? The raging spirit rushed them, extending his sharp nails. No, go for Novak, the blood mage ordered, swiping at the ghost. Rhines dove, tumbling them from the granite casket onto the ground. Stop, Isaac commanded. Slashing his wrist again, he murmured an incantation to regain control of the wraith. Red crawled away from the two, wincing from the ground, rubbing against her damaged stomach. She slammed the bracelet against selenite, focusing on the hinge, already loosened by Kristoff. Her wrist ached as she bashed at the cold iron. Isaac wasted his precious blood supply with each new incantation. If they could hack a limb or two off, it might drain him enough that he had to choose between magic and healing himself. Isaac hopped onto her back and rolled her over to see the ghost scurry for Kristoff, slapping a stake away. He grinned from a tangle of white blonde hair. No escaping destiny, little girl. You got your mother killed. Now you'll get your lover killed. Savor that as you join them. Red hit the bracelet against his thick skull. The lock broke. Magic exploded from her, tossing Isaac against a ruined wall. Bricks cascaded upon him. Power roared in her ears, drowning out vampires and ghosts behind her. The connection to the earth and the elements pulsed with life, rocketing into her, masking her physical aches and pains. Standing her ground, she raised her mother's ring. She tapped into the crystals of his own circle. Even corrupted by dark energy, the selenite amplified her might. Blood fueled his power. A single drop could be used to conjure another defense. He had cut her magic off at the source, and now she'd do the same. The intention scarcely formed in her own mind before power made her will manifest on an element that had always resisted her: water. Chemists wouldn't have classified the crimson fluid as such, but it reacted to her all the same. Isaac stood, blood trickling from his nostril. He wiped at it absently. She channeled more magic through her mother's ring, commanding the blood to leave his body. He couldn't hold up the enchantment and heal himself at the same time. A ghostly form flickered in her peripheral vision. Delilah called out, "Don't leave!" "I'm here, forever." Quinn rested a hand over his wife's heart. Vanishing, the spirit knew peace once again. The other spirit battled against his bodies blinking out of their reality and continued his crusade against Kristoff. His blows seemed to weaken. Red bared her teeth at Isaac. It was working. He'd know how it felt to have his potential ripped away. He called them even for killing each other's parents. The bastard had no idea what he had cost her. Now he'd get a taste. Isaac didn't seem to notice his nose bleeding at first. Reddish tears streamed from his eyes, and the blood congealed together in a growing puddle at his feet. He touched the fluid gushing from his ears, paling as he gaped horror-struck at his fingertips. "What are you doing?" She sidestepped him as he lunged for her. "Meeting my destiny. We have that in common, too." Isaac stumbled, dropping on his side, cheeks sinking in, eyes bulging from the sockets. Red shuffled away from him. The spell was taking too much out of her, even with the support of her ring and the tainted circle. Legs trembling, she dropped to her knees. She pressed a hand against her cut-up stomach. Sharp pain sliced through her chaotic emotions. The others would need to take it from here. She needed to control herself, not send all her magic into the spell from rage. Kristoff dropped his steak and shook her. Stop! You're fading! She sagged against him, unnerved by herself. I didn't. Veritas, Isaac intoned. He raised a shaking hand, drawing up to his knees, chanting a dark invocation. Delilah burst onto the scene. Pale-faced and shrieking like a banshee, slapped him to the ground. How fucking dare you do that with Quinn? I'll kill you myself. Red hobbled away from Kristoff toward the blood mage, ignoring her aches and pains. No, I need to ask him something. The vampiress glowered at her brother but dropped her slapping hand. Red twisted the ring on her finger. She'd know vengeance tonight, but what regrets would she have tomorrow? Vic told her not to expect closure and seek out answers instead. She was a daughter, but she was still a hunter. There were too many holes in this case to close the file yet. Isaac licked his mummified-looking lips, propping himself on the ground with an elbow. You've drained me of my very essence, and now you want the truth? Greedy girl. Every word you speak is a moment you're still alive. Maybe that destiny of yours will kick in. Maybe you might say something to get enough time to try again and make Daddy proud. Isaac coughed, blood spraying onto his hand. He regally straightened himself on his knees. Very well. The rift you summoned by yourself 10 years ago on Sycamore Row. Tell me, did anything come from it or pass into it? Red had mocked Vic for suggesting that the blood mage knew what he had conjured, but what if he had? He wove a plot from the ports to the tithing to stir up the local vampires. What if he had chosen a very special place in hell to open and succeeded, only grabbing her instead of Stace? I fled once I knew I'd failed to open more than a crack. If you're asking if I might have pulled your mother into another realm, alive and waiting to be saved, I'm happy to disappoint you. She's as dead as my sire. I told you we had so much in common. He wheezed out a laugh, skin graying as it tightened over his bones. Did you have any accomplices that night? No, not then, but I will tell you every villager that joined me tonight, Isaac promised. His voice sounded conciliatory, even as what was left of his muscles tensed to spring. He bolted up, bony joints grinding together under his pinstriped suit, stick arms reaching for her neck. Red punched him with her ring hand, sending him back. Don't care. Tell me who else was there with me. What pulled me from the fire? He held his skeletal face like she was giving him a migraine. What in Septima's name are you talking about? A red dot appeared on Isaac's forehead, then another laser point hit his heart. Black-clad vampires with automatic weapons took aim from outside the ruin. Zack popped his head up over the wall. What did I miss? I'm asking if Isaac knows who captured me that night 10 years ago. And I don't know, you foul hag. I didn't even know anyone survived that fire. Red demanded. Is he telling the truth? Zack furrowed his brow. I think he is. He's confused, all right. Are we taking him in? She asked Isaac. You didn't know that you killed my mother until tonight, did you? Why would I have cared, you sad idiot child? The apathetic disdain knocked the breath from Red. Then her control slipped. Magic surged forward. Her mother's ring burned her finger, and emotion took the wheel. Isaac shuddered, falling to his knees. He vomited a torrent of blood. Reaching out for Delilah, he slipped on a slick paving stone. Skin flaked off his fingers, revealing the bones. He exploded into dust. Red slumped against the sarcophagus. Her heart thundered in her ears. She pushed herself up. The vampire soldiers stepped back, glancing among each other. She walked on her own 2 feet out of the crypt. Isaac Gruber couldn't hurt anyone else ever again. She told herself it was enough. 24. April 7th morning. Charm, Oregon, Stace and Zach's house. Birds trumpeted a new day as sunrise beamed through the window. Red stirred against the pillow, her entire body protesting being awake. She blinked the guest room at Stace's house into focus, then rolled over and pulled the blanket over her head. The light made it impossible to return to a deep sleep. She stood to close the curtains. Killing Isaac was seared into her memory, yet the rest of the night was a blur. Kristoff had found her sitting on a tombstone, but the trek across the cemetery was foggy. The gang gathered, bent but not broken, at the house, yet she was barely awake when debriefing them on Isaac's demise. Magical jewelry or not, she had wielded powerful forces to defeat him. Coughing, she flopped back on the bed, muscles seizing, and curled on her side. She felt like the rough end of a week-long bender. Her golden ring rested by a laptop on the bedstand. Reaching over, she ran her thumb over it. She'd avenged her mother. No one told her to expect more. She cried anyway. Opening the laptop, she clicked play on a video file. She fast-forwarded until she saw Brooke Peters. Wrapped in a blanket like a burrito, she watched the birthday recording until sleep claimed her again. Lily's diner had seen better days. Red walked inside with Vic, inspecting the broken windows and snapped neon signs. Glass littered the floor, along with folksy decor and snapped pictures. She sidestepped a fallen bulletin board. Copper wiring hung out of the security system pin pad, yanked in a way that had cracked the white wall. Marauding vampires had made a detour last night. Zach, hunched and cradling his head, sat on a bent stool at the counter beside Stace. Smashed wooden chairs and a men's room door were strewn at their feet. The name Yuki had been clawed into a fallen cushion. Red scowled. "Tell me you guys staked that asshole." Stace nodded. "I wish I could do it again. Juvenile dickbag, trashing the place like in high school." Red asked, "Are you okay, Zach?" "Just fighting the insurance company. Demons are easier. Can't do anything until a police report." The phone rang, and he answered, standing up and going to the back room. "My policy number? Give me a second." "What happened?" Vic asked, kicking at a fallen ceiling fixture. Stace gritted her teeth. "The security feed just shows Yuki blurred like a wrecking ball before it cut off. Thousands of dollars in damage done in minutes. Power is out. The kitchen is trashed too. Zach just finished paying off the renovations too. That oven alone cost..." She sighed shakily, closing her eyes as if counting herself down from a meltdown. "We're lucky the only casualty is the diner. Wendy is home and the town is safe. That's the important part." Red hugged her, patting her back before letting her go. "That's the hero talking. You can be a regular person now. What can we do to help?" "It's okay. You should have slept in. You earned it after Isaac." "Not after I saw the note. I wouldn't let you clean up by yourself," Red said. She jerked her thumb at Vic. "I made him come along. He's handier than he looks." Stace scanned the damage, expression growing more lost. "We need all the help we can get. I rescued what food we could, and Jackson is on a run to the hardware store. But I don't even know what to do next." Red took off her jacket and set it on the counter. "I'll grab a broom," Vic offered. "I can start hauling the wrecked furniture outside. Despite my wicked biceps, you're stronger than me, so I might need help." Stace wiped her eyes. "Thanks, guys." Red swept up behind the other two as they cleared the floor of debris. Vic found a battery-powered radio and flipped to an oldies station. After a few songs, the place was already looking better. It was still a depressing wreck, but now less of a safety risk. A fresh breeze wafted through the broken windows as the sun emerged from the clouds. Jackson's old work truck pulled into the gravel lot, followed by a white van labeled Charm Electrical Services. Parking in front, the werewolf popped his head out of the driver's side. "I brought some help." Herman clambered out of the van with a toolbox and waved through the shattered windows. "The vampers did a number on your wiring, eh? I can sort you out." "Thanks, Herman, that would be great. Let me show you what's really worrying me," Stace said. She walked out of the diner and kissed Jackson on the cheek. "You did good." She turned to the possum shifter and guided him toward the side of the building. Red took her broom outside, nudging Vic with her to where Jackson unloaded boards and supplies from his truck. She asked, "What do you need help with?" The werewolf set down a paint can. Patching holes in the wall for now. We'll board up windows later at sunset, but might as well use the light now. Vic said, I'm not a handyman per se, but I've done that a time or two. Tell me what to do and I'll listen, for the most part. Jackson handed him a bucket of spackling paste. Good enough. Red smiled at their truce, then started sweeping the sidewalk when the two men went inside. The sun rose higher in the sky as she accumulated a tidy pile of broken glass and tossed it into the dumpster. A police cruiser turned into the parking lot, stopping by the white van. Aisha Calloway stepped out of the vehicle, mouth falling open in shock. Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Red rested the broom against a wall and sidled up to the cop, gesturing her into the diner. It's awful, huh? Demons have a lot of ways to fuck with people. Zach's having some problems with the insurance company. Can you list the cause as something they have to pay out? He's in the back room. I'll find out what he needs. Aisha disappeared into the kitchen. Red finished the sidewalk, but there were still jobs aplenty. She tackled the pond in the men's room, mopping water into a drain. Yuki had knocked down a toilet and cracked the sinks. She cataloged the damage in her head. If Aisha and Zach couldn't convince the insurance company, she had funds to cover the damages. It might be awkward to bring it up, but Zach deserved a break. A gift, or a loan if he preferred. She didn't care. Sheila Jones, her agent at the banking division of Smith and Reaper, might complain. But what was the point of a mysterious inheritance if she didn't spread that cheese around? Vic stuck his head inside the bathroom. Lunch is here. Red entered the dining area, sanitizing her hands with an antibacterial wipe from the counter. Maudette laid out takeout cartons from cardboard bags. It's from the guys at the Winded Whaler. They heard what happened and called me. Said that in a town like this, we all need to stick together. Wasn't that sweet of them? I'll round up the others, Vic said, before stepping outside and hollering for them.
After calling together the most intact tables and chairs, they sat together, Shifter and Hunter, hero and human, for a takeout feast. Red dove into a burger next to Vic. Explained the extent of the electrical damage to Zach.
So, how did it all go down? The cop asked, sitting next to Stace and Jackson. I was on road duty all night, clearing the streets. Thanks for that. I mean it, the half-fae said. You kept people alive, considering how wild the vamps were last night. We fought them to find Wendy at the summer camp, ready to douse Isaac in silver spray, but he wasn't there. Zach picked up the story. We had nothing at the high school. Novak bolted with Delilah to where Red and Olivia were hiding, but we were already down a witch. I helped the boys, then tracked the vamps to a crypt, but it was already handled. He's gone for good this time, Red said. She breathed a sigh of relief when LaShawn arrived, taking the attention off her. Isaac wasn't easy to think about. She had literally drained his blood, controlling the fluid with her magic, harnessing the water element. Her will made it happen. It wasn't something she'd read in a book. Ironic punishment for a vampire. Yet it had been a ghastly sight. LaShawn sat beside Zach and emphatically advised, Save all your receipts. I'll help you deduct all of this. Herman leaned over. You're one of us, and you do taxes? Because I got problems. LaShawn said. Pushing up his glasses, he glanced nervously at his older brother. Vic smiled. He's the bestware bookkeeper you'll ever meet. Maybe the only one. Nah, there's one in Cannon Beach, but he's crooked. Herman grumbled, launching into small-town gossip. While passing around coleslaw and biscuits, they planned the next stage of the cleanup before breaking from lunch. The work went quicker after a hearty meal. The shell shock on Zach's face faded as Red and Maudette helped him sort through the damaged furniture by what his uncle could fix or not. Herman disappeared to make repairs while Aisha left to finish her police report. The rest bustled around with the radio cranked up. Stace and LaShawn hauled the broken sinks out of the bathroom. Vic and Jackson continued with the walls. As the day progressed, others like Olivia and Josh stopped by with sympathies, taking a turn to pitch in. It was a community affair. Shadows deepened in the restaurant as the sun sank over the Pacific. Red leaned against their usual booth, mercifully untouched by Yuki's vandalism. She had a good kind of muscle ache from an honest day's work. Exercise had settled her energies after a long night of magic. Lily's diner almost looked like itself again after all the tender, loving care, too. Herman was first to leave at sunset, promising to return tomorrow to finish the job, followed by Maudette. After boarding up the windows, the remaining crew huddled outside, trying to think of their next move. Vic pulled a six-pack and lighter fluid from the Millennium Falcon. "Let's drink and burn some shit." Zach said, "Get out of my head." LaShawn laughed. "That's my brother." "I'll find the radio," Red said, walking toward the diner. "Can't have a bonfire without tunes." Stace followed her inside and rested her elbows on the counter, shoulders slumping in her old Charm High School t-shirt. Red gave her a quick side hug. "Lily's is going to be okay. This town loves you guys."
I'm thinking about Brightman's journals. We still haven't found them.
"We will," Red said. She squeezed the half-phase hand. All of Gina McGregor's research on Brooke was lost, too. She had taken copious notes on the first few sections, but the rest of the dense dossier was still a mystery. Squirreled away somewhere by Isaac, it was a last mindfuck on them all. One problem at a time. Stace smiled wistfully. "Your mom used to say that. It's so interesting, the little things that are the same even though you don't remember." Red stared down at her feet. "I'm probably pretty different from how I was." "More relaxed, I guess. Less of a perfectionist. Vic definitely has influenced your musical tastes, though. You're not as different as you think. Not where it counts." Olivia said I wasn't a nerd anymore. "She's wrong about that, judging by your Star Wars underwear on my clothesline." "Thank God." LaShawn ambled through the door. "Jackson said something about beer in a case?" Stace gestured him to the kitchen. "Follow me to complete your quest." Red wandered back outside where the boys had assembled a smoldering pile of broken chairs. She chuckled at Vic's glee as he poked the flames with a stick. Setting the radio down on a Prius, she turned it on. Elton John's Tiny Dancer wafted out of the crackling speakers. Humming the intro, she stepped over to warm herself by the fire. Jackson started humming along with her.
Red started singing quietly off key.
Zach surprised her by filling in the lyrics when she faltered. Harmonizing, Vic lifted his hands, miming playing a piano dramatically. Stace and LaShawn emerged from the diner with drinks, looked at each other and shrugged before jumping in for the chorus. Red grinned, shimmying to the music, memorizing the sight of her friends singing and laughing. They fudged the lyrics, but no one cared. Zach had promised her new memories, and this was one to treasure. As the song transitioned to a DJ, the group collected chairs to sit and appreciate the growing bonfire. Red sighed happily, nursing her beer, content to listen to the banter. Conversation flowed as they passed the drinks around. Stace perched on Jackson's lap, chatting between Vic and Zach. LaShawn seemed to be in the same mellow groove, his profile turned up to the sky, no hostility in his stare at the half-moon. Red said, "You did it, man. I'm proud of you. Congrats." "Thanks. I saw my brother in danger, and it finally happened. Jackson wants me to stay so he can teach me some more." "That's fantastic. You're one of the pack," Red said. She quirked an eyebrow at his t-shirt. "Going to leave the business casual life and dress like a gym dude too?" He snorted. "Outside manual labor, I'll stick to my regular clothes. I'm not broing out even if I wolf out." As the fire burned, the group moved like it was musical chairs as the conversations turned. She later found herself sitting by Vic. It was finally time to ask him about Charm. Usually they saved the day and blew out of town. This was different. Sticking around didn't sound so bad. She rubbed her sweaty palms on her knees as she said, "So, LaShawn is staying for a while." Vic averted his eyes and sipped his drink slowly. "Let me guess, you too." "Why not? Plenty of demons to hunt so we won't get bored and a big enough crew that we probably won't die. I need to track down Gina's notes on my mom at least. Might be nice for a bit to have a routine again. You could use one too. The place has a weird amount of churches, so you'd have your pick. I suppose I gotta make sure that Jackson doesn't suck as a teacher. She wiggled her eyebrows. And then there's whatever's going on between you and Maudette. He smiled into his beer. I thought we weren't talking about our love lives. She laughed. That's a confirmation. A cougar dragged Vic Constantine into the dating game. It's going to break Hannah's heart just a little. Stace perked her head up from her conversation with LaShawn. Did I just hear that? Vic flicked his bottle cap at Red. Now you started it. She tossed it back at him. Her giggle wafted up with the smoke from the fire, drifting on a breeze over the town they saved.
Fresh from the shower, dressed in a cotton nightie, Red towel dried her hair, sniffing it to be sure the bonfire smell had faded. She didn't know what made her drop the towel on the bed, walk to the bedroom window.
Christoph stood behind the back gate in the yard, phone at his ear. Hers vibrated on the nightstand. He smiled as she met his gaze. She tiptoed through the quiet house, the other occupants already in bed, and into the night air to unlock the gate. He caressed his mark on her neck. His fingers trembled slightly as he drew away. You look like a perfect snack. She took his hand. It's the virginal white, isn't it? It makes me wish I weren't working. I'm getting Delilah on a plane to L.A. I figured the white hats would want to know. She hugged him, resting her head on his chest, wishing he didn't have to go. I hope to see you before you left town.
He tipped her chin up to him.
You did to Isaac.
I've seen that before. It was incredible. How do you feel?
She leaned into his touch. Tired, but not scarred. Your special brand of medicine cured me. Thank you for everything last night. If you hadn't shown up when you did, he would have won. I could say the same. We make an excellent team. Is that right? I have proof, he purred, wrapping his arms around her waist. Nose wrinkling, he rolled his eyes and glanced towards the cemetery. Another ghoul. I'll send a minion after it. There could be more. Red grinned at him. So you'll probably turn around after you drop off Delilah, huh? Ancient laws and duties and all that? Christoph chuckled. Eager for me to come back? I'd just like you, I guess. She shrugged, then kissed him softly. It felt like a happy ending. Epilogue. April 7th morning, somewhere in England. Reading the letter was a mistake. Edward Crandall forced the errant thought from his mind where it could be overheard. He set the porcelain egg cup on the tray, next to the tea, as he had every morning when the master was in residence for decades. His body knew the routine so well that it might stagger up at his funeral to perform daily chores. The possibility was all too real in this house. He frowned at the thought as his hands arranged the breakfast. A wall calendar marked the passage of time. At 92, he saw little use in it, feeling the change of season in his joints. He'd been young when he began caring for the elderly bachelor. Death would likely beckon him first. As it had for so long, the master's day started with his reading. The last year had changed much in the routine, but that remained constant. When exhausted, he would sleep until supper when he took private calls from associates. Imports and exports were how they explained the fabulous riches to the maids and chauffeurs. Smirking, the master would pronounce that he collected and traded only the most exotic objects. Edward lifted the tray onto a cart beside the mail. His master maintained regular subscriptions on diverse topics. A Harvard physics journal had arrived with a dissertation on medieval witch hunts in France. He placed the latest edition of USA Today and Der Spiegel on top of the pile of national papers. Some were trash, only fit for a canary's cage, but the scholar studied them all with the same piercing scrutiny. Cross-referencing articles, his master looked for an unspoken pattern. The resealed letter was on the bottom. It had been addressed to the house, unlisted on any map, but the name was unfamiliar. Mr. Gabriel. Aliases weren't unexpected among the staff, hired from gutters and prison work programs, but they weren't supposed to have families. He had opened the envelope to see which had been lying and closed it quickly, but he'd already seen too much. A good servant was a knowledgeable servant. His master had rewarded him in the past for insights beyond a butler in Russian cuisine, explosives, and the Berlin underground. This new knowledge wouldn't be rewarded. Edward pushed his burden past the calendar. The newest maid had circled his upcoming birthday. Foolish girl, she was too young to have stopped celebrating them. He reminded himself to mark her up for an infraction later. This wasn't a house for sentiment. He took an ancient cage lift up, grateful for the rickety contraption. The steep staircase of the old manor was too punishing on his knees now. His nose twitched as the lift's door opened to the third floor. Darkened by heavy drapes, the hallway reeked of sulfur. He'd throw open the windows on the next warm day to freshen the place up. The curtains should be washed as well. Even after months of inactivity, the smell of his master's experiments stuck terribly to fabrics. That was another matter Edward couldn't ponder in mixed company. He waited outside the master's door, knocking at precisely 8 a.m. A hoarse croak welcomed. He rolled the cart to the medical bed. Only long years of service suppressed a flinch at the invalid. Fluffy pillows propped up a man that the servants wouldn't have recognized as the head of household. Gone were the thick white mane, mustache, and goatee from the gentleman who had commanded the manor for a lifetime. Maybe more. Now he was a living skeleton in a nightgown, wan skin sagging on his withered frame. A small leather pouch hung below a liver-spotted chin. Crandall, my good fellow, I am simply famished. Excellent, sir. Edward set the breakfast tray on a rolling over-bed table, adjusting the position. The mail remained on the cart for later inspection. I'm feeling stronger today. Vigorous, I tell you. I'll be out of this bed soon and waltzing by autumn. Open the windows so I can see the day. Edward obeyed the command, releasing a healthy dose of fresh air. You certainly do seem full of beans, sir. The weak sun dappled over the modern hospital equipment amid the antique furniture. Edward fortified himself with a stiff inhale. Rolling country hills spread below the estate. He grew up in a tiny Birmingham flat facing a factory rubbish heap. On the darkest days here, he always told himself at least there was a view. He attended his master, body moving of its own accord as it had for years. A younger man might have run. Instead, he narrated headlines from the Times. Enough with the news, Crandall. There must be some periodical more stimulating. Edward presented the journal printed in a language that he didn't read. Hopefully, it would ensnare attention, leading to a quick dismissal to the servants' quarters. String theory is for supper, the master said. He sat to poke a bony digit at the mail on the cart. Only a month ago he was spoon-fed. Would he truly be walking by summer? He always seemed to know queer things that no one could know, things no one should. Edward hid his unease. What is that letter? The master plucked the dratted bottom envelope to examine over toast. He read the address on the front, hairless brows lifting, then opened it. A smirk grew on his colorless lips. You'll pack my bags soon, old chap. I shall dance again before Samhain. We are now ahead of schedule. I'll send out your dry cleaning for the trip to America, sir. Edward bowed, perspiring at the realization of what he had said. The master clicked his tongue, folding the letter and setting it beside the egg cup. Oh, Crandall, I was truly having a good morning. How much of it did you read? Very little, sir. Begging pardon, I won't say anything about this Mr. Gabriel business or your plans with the Novaks. The master stroked the pouch dangling from his neck. You read the other name, my real one. That is enough. Pain seared Edward's mouth. An unseen force sewed his lips together. He clawed at the rough stitches. Green light surrounded the falling servant. You'll keep my secrets, Crandall, even in death. The Red Witch Chronicles continue in Witch and Time. About the author. Sammy Valentine is an urban fantasy writer who grew up in the desert and now wanders in search of Wi-Fi and coffee. Formerly a mild-mannered librarian, she had a quarter-life crisis and shook everything up. She started working in an LGBT homeless center, shaved some of her head, and rediscovered some of her old passions. After realizing that her goal in life was to get out of her small town, and she had only made it 30 minutes up the highway, she filled a bag and left. That was a couple years and a dozen countries ago. Find out more at sammyvalentine.com.